Rebuild World Chapter 27, Recognition of the Young Hunters. A lot of hunters gathered in an open field near the city. Akira was among them. The open field was located near the city border right next to the wasteland, and since it had a vast area, it was occasionally used as the meeting ground for the hunters who took certain requests. Many portable shops were also set here. The hunters gathered here after taking a specific request from the hunter office. It was the duty of the hunter office to distribute requests to the hunters. There were all kinds of requests posted on the net, and all the requests had restrictions based on hunter rank. Hunters with rank 10 were not even considered as real hunters. It was rank for a complete amateur. As such, the number of requests that a rank 10 hunter could take was very limited. The request that Akira took was to patrol around the Kagomayama city. Hunters would join together with other hunters to patrol the area in a vehicle that the hunter office provided. Their main job was to thin out the monsters around the city. For this request, the pay was guaranteed even if they did not encounter any monster at all. Moreover, they would get more money if they did encounter monsters and eradicated them. So for those who were lacking skills, they could still get paid just by riding the patrol vehicle. And even if they met some monsters, the other hunters would help them fight those monsters. So in short, they would have a better chance of survival. And for those hunters who sought glory and money, they just had to kill those monsters faster than anyone else. As for the new hunters who wanted to rise up to greatness, this was a perfect request for them. After all, it was not a life-threatening job, so their chance of getting killed was relatively low. A lot of hunters completed their request registration through their information terminal. As such, this method of registration became most common among hunters. But for Akira, who was not very skilled in operating his information terminal, it was not as easy. But thanks to Alpha, who was there to operate his information terminal, he just needed to go to the gathering place. Eventually, a hunter office's staff stood up and used a sound amplifier to give instructions to the hunters who had gathered there. Line up and show us your hunter ID. After that, get on the vehicle assigned to you. You can do anything you want until the departure, but if you are late in boarding the vehicle, we'll take that as you abandoning the request. Now form a line. All the hunters lined up as if they were already used to this kind of thing. Akira joined one of the lines and waited for his turn. When he was called, he imitated other hunters and just held up his hunter ID on the hunter office staff's information terminal. After the staff finished reading information from Akira's hunter ID, he assigned him a vehicle. Go to vehicle number 14. Next. Akira left the line and headed towards his assigned vehicle. Midway, Alpha looked a bit curious as she said to Akira, "Number 14, huh? That does sound like a number for you." "What do you mean by that?" "Don't worry. It's just a number with a certain meaning." "So what kind of meaning does this number 14 have?" "It's nothing to worry about. Just leave everything to me. It'll be alright since you have my support. So let's work hard and come back alive." At first, Akira just tilted his head in confusion. But he eventually became very bothered by it since Alpha kept telling him to stop worrying about it. Seriously though, what exactly does this number 14 mean? "That one over there is your vehicle. Let's go board it." Alpha just kept smiling. There was no sign that she would explain the meaning behind number 14. The vehicle number 14 was a big truck designed to traverse the wasteland. Its roofless cargo tray was fitted with cheap long benches on both sides. Hunters were already sitting on those long benches. Some of those hunters stared at Akira as he was about to board the truck. There were many armed hunters gathered in his vehicle. Akira thought that those hunters were so powerful that he would not be able to win against them in a one-on-one fight. Thus, he could not help but imagine the worst-case scenario, which made him nervous. But then Alpha suddenly flew to his front and changed her dress. "Akira, this seat is empty." Akira was a bit surprised as he sat on the seat pointed by Alpha and locked his face forward. But the scene in front of his eyes made him forget about his nervousness. He made a puzzled look as he asked Alpha, "Alpha, why did you change your dress?" Alpha struck a pose in front of Akira and smiled at him. "Does it look good on me?" The truck was designed for traversing the wasteland and its cargo tray was filled with fully equipped hunters. But in the middle of the cargo tray, Alpha was posing in a sexy swimsuit without showing any embarrassment. It made a very contrasting scene. Moreover, Alpha should have been attracting a lot of attention in that situation, but no one even batted an eyelash. It was such a weird scene that it reminded Akira the fact that Alpha was indeed an abnormal being. Alpha's sexy swimsuit showcased her long legs and her alluring figure. Akira did not want to comment on her fashion sense, but he couldn't resist. All I can say is that it's not appropriate for this situation. Even someone like myself, who doesn't know much about common sense, understands that swimsuit is not appropriate in this truck heading to the wasteland. Alpha smiled mischievously. I bet you'll be bored since you'll have to keep looking at the vast and empty wasteland for a long time during this job. So I thought of adding some colors to your views. So what do you think? It's pretty good, isn't it? It was true that her swimsuit was pretty good and he admitted that. But its aesthetics were spoiled because it stuck out like a sore thumb among those hunters. I don't really care. Just turn back to your normal dress. Alpha smiled as she was having a good time teasing Akira. If you keep looking at me with that scary face, you'll look suspicious, you know? Akira let out a sigh and decided to stop urging Alpha to change her dress. All the nervousness and uneasiness that he felt when he was boarding the truck were gone after having this stupid conversation with Alpha. And of course he was not that stupid to not realize that it was exactly the reason why Alpha changed her dress in the first place. As Akira was about to forget everything and focus on the present, the hunter sitting beside him clicked his tongue in annoyance. His name was Hazawa. Another kid, huh? What the heck is going on? It is so unlucky to get assigned to this truck. Another hunter near him then chuckled and mocked Akira. What the heck are you talking about? It just means that we have fewer competitors, so we're actually lucky to get on this truck. Although both of them agreed that there were useless hunters in the truck, they did not agree on their situation. Hazawa looked at the young hunters around him, especially at Akira. Then he shouted, I wanted to do a risk-free job, you know? I heard that new monsters have started appearing in Kazusuhara ruins, and changed the distribution of the monsters there. That's why I wanted to do a safe job until things return back to normal. Is that too much to ask? But even so, to think that I would get assigned to this truck filled with kids, this is just too unlucky. Akira looked around to see other hunters in the truck. He noticed that there were many around his age in this truck. Hunters mostly did their job in the wasteland. Caution and cowardice would not help hunters in earning a lot of money. On the other hand, it would keep them away from doing anything that would endanger them. The other experienced hunters only smiled at Hazawa's behavior. It was obvious that they understood Hazawa's line of thinking. But there was one young hunter, named Katsuya, who could not let that slide. He shouted back at Hazawa in anger. Are you kidding me? My hunter rank is 19. And I'm not using cheap equipment like yours. Both of our skills and equipment are on different levels, you know? Katsuya was pretty confident with his own skill, and in reality he was indeed pretty skilled. But since he was a young hunter, he was frequently looked down upon. Thus Hazawa's remark now rubbed him the wrong way. Hazawa looked at Katsuya and the other hunters and mocked. Humph! You're just one of those Drankum brats, right? I know you guys were carried through your ranks by the veteran hunters. Like hell I can trust that hunter rank of yours. Drankum was the biggest operational hunter gang in the slum. It was a relatively big gang with hunters as its members. A lot of people used the gang to attain success. The hunter office often gave preferential treatment for such big and influential gangs. Whenever the hunter office gives out a big request which would consume both time and a lot of human resources, it would allow such gangs to decide on the team's composition, handling the lack of human resource and even distribution of rewards. After all, it was easier to govern the rowdy hunters when they were affiliated with a gang. Because of this reason, the hunter office was actively recommending hunters to join a gang, which indirectly led to the formation of such big-scale hunter gangs. The hunter office also managed these hunter gangs. One of the indicators that the hunter office used to evaluate these gangs was the average hunter rank of its gang members. Thus it was rather common among the hunter gangs to let the new hunters tag along with some veteran hunters to raise their rank faster, which in turn would increase the gang's average hunter rank. The hunter office had some toleration for such conduct. After all, it was also a method to raise the next generation of hunters. It was fine as long as the hunters that got carried still finished their increasingly difficult requests equivalent to their ranks in the future. As such, There were few hunter gangs which only raised up their average rank in order to get the preferential treatment from the hunter office. Those hunter gangs were filled with amateur hunters with a high hunter rank. But that was not the bad part. The worst part of it was when the new hunters, oblivious to their real situation, thought that it was all due to their own skill they got ranked up and ended up doing something foolish. And in case they had to work together with another group for a job, the whole group would have to pay the price of their foolishness. The reason why Hazawa said such a thing was because he himself had gone through dangerous experience because of such kind of hunters. Moreover, he also noticed that the other hunters' equipment were better than his, thus he tried to hide his jealousy with hatred. I bet you didn't buy that equipment with the money that you earned yourself. It's such a pain in the ass to have an arrogant fool like you around, you know? Hunters like you will only give me more trouble. Katsuya looked furious as he replied. It's people like you that will give us trouble. You just said that you're planning to sit back and let other hunters kill the monsters for you, right from the start, didn't you? What? I was just saying that I had no plans to clean up your mess. Katsuya and Hazawa were getting more and more agitated as they quarreled. Katsuya was sitting next to two other young hunters affiliated with Drankum, Eri and Yamaina. Seeing Katsuya not planning to end their quarrel anytime soon, Yamaina started scolding him. She sounded like she had been taking care of him since they were kids. Katsuya, stop it. It would be a problem if they say that you were making a ruckus here. Eri also tried to stop Katsuya by joining the fray. Katsuya, no need to listen to a small fry like him. Katsuya turned to Yamaina and Eri with an annoyed look. But Hazawa got furious when he was called a small fry and glared at Eri. She just ignored it and continued. If we're only amateurs, then the other hunters here are also the same. I'll definitely rise up from this place in no time. So I don't have the time to listen to small fry like him. The whole place suddenly went silent. The moment Eri said that everyone in the truck was also amateurs, everyone looked at Katsuya and his friends with hostility. Unfortunately, Akira also got hostile stares as the other hunters mistook him as one of Katsuya's friends. A hunter by the name Shikarabi broke the silence with a big sigh, and put pressure on everyone with his low voice. You three, stop there. Shikarabi's equipment was on a different level compared to the other hunters in the truck. He gave out an aura of an experienced hunter too. He was also a member of Drankum, and he was here to look over the other children from his gang. In short, he was a babysitter. Shikarabi looked around him with an annoyance. It was enough to take control of the whole situation that was about to get elevated into a riot. I'll be looking over these brats, so they won't give you any trouble. The other hunters could only agree since Shikarabi was stronger than them. Looking at the others' reaction, Katsuya and Eri made a smug face. At the same time, the staff from the hunter office shouted from the driving seat. It's time. We're going now. Anyone who makes ruckus will be kicked out from the truck and considered as abandoning their job. And also you from the Drankum. Be sure to keep your brats in check. We're leaving now. The other hunters were relieved when they heard that. Akira looked relieved when the ruckus died down, but he then complained. Why would something like this happen before we even get dispatched? Alpha smiled and said, maybe it's because of your bad luck. Although Akira was somehow convinced by that reasoning, he quickly tried to refute it. But there's a strong hunter with us in this truck, so it should have nothing to do with my bad luck. The hunters in the truck had calmed down as the truck was on its way to the wasteland. The truck traversed the wasteland by surveying its surroundings using the big sensor installed on it. The rewards awarded to the hunters in a patrol request was based on the numbers of monsters they defeated during their patrol. As for the monsters, basically it was first come first served. The hunter office identified hunters who killed the monsters based on the information gathered by the devices installed in the truck. In the cases where the monsters were killed during a salvo, or when it was unclear who killed a monster, the reward would be divided between the hunters who were involved in the salvo, or even divided among everyone in the truck. It was also mentioned in one of the clauses in the job request so that the hunters would not complain during the distribution of the rewards. As for the corpse of the monsters, they were all sellable goods and the hunter office had rights over them. It was for preventing the hunters from dragging those corpses back home and delaying the patrol. Although there were cases where another group was sent to collect them, Most of the time they were just left behind because it was ineffective. The truck continued patrolling the wasteland. Although they encountered monsters, most were spotted from far away or were just all alone in the middle of the wasteland, thus the hunters were able to take them out from afar. The hunters in the truck were assigned their patrol direction according to their seat. The Drankum hunters were assigned to watch the right side. As for Akira, he was assigned to watch the left side and he had no luck in spotting any monsters till now. Hazawa, who was sitting next to Akira, mistook him as one of the Drankum's member. Thus he tried to get Akira to move away from his side with spite. "You're one of them, right? So why are you here?" Akira answered back calmly. "I have no connection with them." Hazawa looked surprised. "Is that so? But you're also just a brat. Even a small kid like me needs money too. There are not many requests that a small kid with low hunter rank can take. I only got in this truck together with them by pure chance." "If that's the case, then what's with your augmented suit? Isn't that something that you borrowed from Drankum?" The reason why Hazawa was suspicious of Akira was because even the cheapest augmented suit was expensive, and it was not something that a newbie hunter would be able to afford, more so for a small kid. Hearing Hazawa's question, Akira's expression turned serious. "I bought it with the money that I saved. It was pretty cheap since it is 2 generations behind. But even so, I had to sacrifice most of my accommodation money to buy it. Thus I ended up staying in a room without a bath and hadn't been taking bath these past few days. I'm planning to move to a room with a bath with the money that I get from this job." Hazawa was able to feel Akira's resolve and motivation, and he was taken aback by it. Hazawa could also see Akira's determination within his eyes. "I see. Sorry that I lumped you with those people. Well, I too want to be able to take a bath every day. I can understand your feelings there." Although it was weird to be able to buy an augmented suit only by cutting accommodation money, that line of thinking did not even pass Hazawa's mind as he was taken aback by Akira's reaction. Katsuya and his friends were shooting at the monsters while exchanging light jokes. They were so relaxed. Whether it was because of their real skill or from their lack of awareness of danger due to their lack of experience was unknown, but it was enough to grate the ears of the other hunters who were still annoyed by their behavior before they were dispatched. Katsuya was aiming at a monster from afar. He took an aim carefully and pulled the trigger. But since the truck was rocking in distance from the monster, his shot missed the target. "Missed again, huh? This is hard." Yamaina looked exasperated as she smiled and told off Katsuya. "Katsuya, as I said, it's too far for you. You should bait it to come closer before trying to shoot." Eri extended her hand and urged him for the rifle. "Next is my turn. Wait for a bit. I'll definitely hit my next target." Even though it was first come first served, only Katsuya was shooting at the monsters. This was because the range of his rifle was superior among the other hunters. In short, it showed the difference between the equipment that the Drankum hunters were using compared to the other hunters in the truck. No matter how many shots Katsuya released, the monster kept running towards the truck as none of his shots hit it. When the other hunters readied their gun to take aim, one of the young Drankum hunters would finally hit their target because of their superior effective range and kill the monster. But thinking about the number of bullets they wasted, it was uncertain whether they would make any profit at all. Katsuya lowered his gun while looking disappointed since he could not kill all the monsters by himself. Eri extended her hand towards him again. "Katsuya, it's my turn." "I know." As Katsuya reluctantly handed his rifle to Eri, Yamaina just smiled bitterly. The young hunters of Drankum monopolized the prey because of their better rifle. It was indeed first come first served, the survival of the fittest. There was no rule saying that they should share their prey. But it was a completely different case whether doing so would anger other hunters or not. Looking at how Katsuya and his friends were acting, Hazawa mumbled in a bad mood. "Those brats getting ahead of themselves. It's not like I'm saying that to you, you know?" Hazawa remembered about Akira who was right beside him. Thus he said that to Akira in panic. But Akira did not seem to be bothered at all. "It's fine. I know that I'm also a brat. I see, by the way, your gun is also AH rifle, huh? Mine is also AH rifle, you see." Hazawa then showed his gun to Akira. It was indeed another H rifle. Although Akira's rifle looked better maintained than his, Hazawa still felt happy to meet someone who was using the same rifle type that he loved. Oh, it's indeed a good rifle, isn't it? It's a famous gun. Although there are people who look down on it because of its cheap price, it was not like the price is everything. If you suck at shooting, you'll miss even if you use an expensive gun. Hazawa glanced at Katsuya. Although Hazawa did not say that intentionally to let Katsuya hear him, still Katsuya overheard him nonetheless since the truck's tray was narrow. Katsuya glared at him and Hazawa, who noticed that, just chuckled mockingly. Akira then interjected to say his own opinion. We're trying to shoot a monster from a long range in a moving truck, so it's to be expected that it's not going to be easy. Akira sounded as if he was defending Katsuya. Thus Hazawa's mood soured while Katsuya looked satisfied. But it quickly changed when Akira continued wording out his opinion. Don't worry though. I'm not someone who would intentionally miss my shots just to bait a monster and make other people take care of my mess. Not to mention, someone said he would take care of them and make sure that they won't trouble other hunters too. Just leave those guys alone. Don't mind them as long as they don't let monsters swarm this truck from their side. Akira sounded like he was saying that Katsuya and his friends were just dead weight to them. Thus Hazawa looked satisfied while Katsuya was obviously offended. Hazawa's mood turned better as he lost interest in Katsuya. He turned his gaze back to Akira and said, "As brothers in arms, I'll let you take the first monster coming out in this direction." "Thank you." Not too long after that, a monster was detected from Akira and Hazawa's direction. It was a big burly carnivorous monster. The moment it noticed the truck, it started running vigorously towards them. Akira composed himself, let out a small breath, and readied his gun. "Alpha, I'm counting on your support." "How much support do you want this time? Since you're not in training today, how about trying to shoot it by yourself?" "Nope, please provide me with your full support. The truck is rocking pretty hard. I don't think I can hit that monster without your support. I'll use this chance to see how effective your support is during this kind of situation." Alpha returned a smile hearing his challenge. "Oh my, if you say that, then I have no other choice but to show you how great my support is. So leave it to me. I'm counting on you." Akira readied his gun and aimed carefully through its aiming device. The weak points of the monster and the TP line were shown in his view. Although the rocking of the truck should intensely sway the aim, Akira was able to hold his aim through his rifle's scope on that big monster, which was on the very edge of his rifle's effective range. It was possible because Alpha made fine adjustments to compensate for the shaking from the truck. As Akira was about to pull the trigger, she raised the power of his augmented suit along with her fine adjustments and hardened it to stabilize his aim. Akira pulled the trigger of his gun. The bullet which flew out from its muzzle was highly accurate thanks to Alpha's support, and hit the weak spot of the monster. The same happened for his second shot and third shot. All of his shots hit the moving monster as if it was a miracle. The last bullet went straight through its skull and ripped its brain off. Each bullet shot by Akira worsened the monster's condition from light to severe wounds and finally to fatal wounds. The monster tripped and rolled over before it finally lay dead. Hazawa was taken by surprise when he saw the monster trip over and die. He never thought that a shot from such distance would even hit the monster. "Whoa, you're pretty good." Akira lowered his gun and replied back as if it was nothing. "Well, as expected from a famous gun." "Why, you can say that again." Hazawa was at loss for words when Akira said it in a fashion as if it was to be expected to hit that monster. Akira was sure that his shots would hit, thanks to Alpha who made it possible. Alpha was smiling meaningfully at Akira. "So, what do you think?" "It was amazing." Alpha looked a bit unsatisfied with his answer. "But you don't seem that amazed though." "Is that so? Well, I got to see so many surprising things since I met you, so I might have gotten used to it." "Really? In that case, I'll definitely surprise you in the near future." After saying that, Alpha smiled teasingly. As for Akira, he tried to keep his cool while reacting to Alpha so as to not make himself look suspicious. Hazawa was not the only hunter who was surprised by Akira's skill. From the point of view of people who could not see Alpha, Akira looked like a powerful hunter doing such a miraculous feat like it was nothing. After the truck finished patrolling the area assigned to it, it started its return trip to the city. On their way back home, The hunters in the truck already lowered their guard and started relaxing. Most of them started talking to each other, and the truck became a bit noisy. Katsuya didn't take his eyes off Akira. Akira noticed that, but he ignored it. Akira. He's looking at you. It's not like he's going to challenge me to a fight, so just leave him be. You're right, he might be just looking at you since it's rare to find small kids in this kind of job. Akira thought that Katsuya and his friends were unsociable, and they were the kind of people who would frequently cause problems. As long as they were not the ones taking the initiative, Akira preferred to keep away from them. But talking about people who would frequently cause problems, Akira was actually worse than them considering the incident that happened in Cheryl's base the other day. He also understood that, but he was playing ignorant. Alpha, in the end I only got to kill one monster though. Are we really going to keep doing this kind of job from now on? How much am I going to earn exactly? Well, one thing for sure, it won't be enough to let you sleep in a room with a bath. If only another group of monsters attack you like the other day, would you be able to make a lot of money? Give me a break, I don't want to face that kind of situation for a second time. Akira's face twitched as he remembered that he barely survived that fight. But in contrast, Alpha just kept smiling like usual. You have an augmented suit this time, so I think you have the choice of running away now. No thanks. What would you do if it breaks my legs? Well, let's use medicine on your legs before they break. I think that should buy us enough time before your legs actually break. Let me make myself clear. Can you please come up with a solution so that I won't get in that situation in the first place? Akira's face distorted when he said that, and he maintained his expression all the way back to the city. Akira thought that he would look like a frowning hunter who was on his way back from his job knowing that he did not make much money. Katsuya was looking at Akira with a puzzled face. He then whispered to Yamaina and Eri. Say, did you look at him when he shot that monster? Eri shook her head and answered back. Nope. I wasn't looking at him too, what's wrong? Yamaina asked back curiously, to which Katsuya replied back with a disappointed face and said, so both of you didn't see that, huh? We're here for exploration training after all, so we didn't have the time to look at others. Katsuya, that should be the case for you too, right? So why are you watching someone kill a monster? Were you skipping your training? Yamaina scolded Katsuya, so he panicked and tried to come up with an excuse. I am sorry, okay? I just heard some conversation that bothered me back there, so I was curious and kept an eye on them. Get a better grip on yourself, okay? We're a team here, so we have to support each other, but even so, there's a limit on how much support I can give you, you know? Katsuya saw that Yamaina had entered her scolding mode again. Thus he glanced at Eri, seeking for help. But Eri asked him a question as if she could not read the mood. What's bothering you anyway? Katsuya immediately answered back in order to cut short Yumina's scolding. Well, actually. Yamaina noticed that Eri saved Katsuya from her scolding, so she just smiled since she knew that there was nothing she could do. As Katsuya told them what he saw when Akira shot that monster, Eri thought for a moment before saying, wasn't that just pure luck? It was already within his rifle's effective range, and there was a chance that his shot hit by pure luck. Moreover, the shots might have not hit the monster directly too. The bullets might have hit the ground near the monster, and the monster was surprised by it, thus tripping over and breaking its own neck. Or maybe someone took a shot at that monster at the same time as him. It's hard to believe that he intentionally aimed and hit all his shots at that monster's weak points. I see. But it did look like that to me. Since it's not like I saw it, I can only say that it might be just coincidence. Moreover, even if he did hit his shot successfully, it has nothing to do with us. Yamaina then asked Katsuya in an annoyed tone. By the way, why are you so bothered by that? Eri also joined Yamaina. Putting that aside, I think you should pay more attention to the other hunters who are on the same gang and same team as you. The reason why Katsuya was bothered by Akira was because of Hazawa. It was clear that Hazawa was looking down at them, but even so, it seemed like Hazawa admitted Akira's ability. And that was more obvious after Akira took down that monster. Although Akira and he were similar-aged hunters, Hazawa recognized Akira's skill but did not accept his own skills. Katsuya was just simply bothered by this fact. But since it pained him to say that, he just came up with an excuse. Well, it doesn't really matter. It's just that because he's around the same age as us, it bothered me a bit. Of course, you girls are more important to me than him. Yamina looked embarrassed as she said, "What are you talking about out of the blue?" While on the other hand, Eri was delighted as she nodded and said, "It's fine as long as you understand." Although they said that, Eri and Yamina actually knew that Katsuya was trying to evade the real question. But they were swept off their feet by his words and let him get away with that. Hazawa looked annoyed watching Katsuya and his friends. He then let out a sigh and said to Akira, "Good grief, these guys are an eyesore right till the end, huh?" Akira apathetically replied back, "Just let them be. You'll only waste your energy reacting to them, and it'll cause you more trouble if you get in a fight with them. Not to mention that they have brought along another hunter, who looks relatively stronger than anyone here." Hazawa glanced at Shikarabe, who was sitting near Katsuya. "Well, you're correct. But still, there are children like them, and again there are children like you. I'm just wondering how you guys can be so different from each other like this." Hazawa was only trying to engage in a silly conversation. But Akira went silent for a while before answering back in a serious tone. "I'm not that different from those children." "Is that so? But from my perspective, you look very different compared to them, you know? We're the same. Although we behave differently, both of us are children who are staking our lives out in the wasteland. That's a fact, no matter whether someone admits that or not. Our luck and skills to explore the ruins, to fight against the monsters and to get out from a mess are not that different. The more dangerous a request we take, the more rewards we can get. But since we're out in the wasteland, we're bound to meet different kinds of people. We were not lucky enough to avoid problematic people this time, but we're sure lucky enough to get back home. That's all there is to it." After saying that, Akira went silent as if he was trying to hide his emotion. Most of the things that he just said were actually directed at himself. The biggest advantage of joining a hunter gang was being able to get support from the other hunters. But if he had to compare that point, Akira with Alpha's support was obviously in a better position. But even so, looking at the other hunters who were similar to him in age, it was true that Akira felt a bit jealous, especially Katsuya and his friends who were having silly talks and joking around enjoying their trip to the wasteland. Hazawa kept staring at Akira without saying anything. He was in deep thought. He got a close look at Akira when he used the rifle to easily kill that monster. Although Hazawa looked calm on the outside, he was actually very shaken deep within. Hazawa knew that he could not do the same feat although he was holding the same rifle. He had no confidence he could hit a target from such a distance. If he was in that situation, he could only spray some bullets hoping to weaken that monster before firing a killing shot. It was impossible for him to defeat the monster with the least amount of bullets like what Akira did. He understood this fact very well. Hazawa's gaze shifted to Akira's gun. It was the same rifle like his. But Akira's gun looked like it was properly maintained. In contrast to that, he could not even remember the time he had done full maintenance for his own rifle. As expected of a favorite gun, rifle could maintain its performance, even when it was not properly maintained. But it was to be expected that the performance of a gun would slowly worsen if it was not properly maintained. When Hazawa looked at his gun, it looked like a shabby gun to him now. Hazawa then just smiled bitterly. "I could return back home safely from the wasteland although I'm using this gun, huh? It seems that I'm pretty lucky." Although he took this relatively safe patrol job because he was afraid of dying, he did not properly maintain his own gun and went out to the dangerous wasteland. Even though this job did not seem worth the money at first glance, it looked even more unworthy of the money to him now. Hazawa did a lot more dangerous hunter jobs in the past. He explored a lot of ruins, brought back a lot of relics, fought all kinds of monsters and survived all of those. At the same time, he also saw a lot of people getting killed. Some of them were his fellow hunters who went to the ruins with him, some of them were bandits who tried to rob him, and some of them were his friends who suddenly stopped coming to their usual drinking place. All these deaths weakened Hazawa's resolve. Eventually, Hazawa decided to exchange his chance of success with his safety. "If I keep doing cheap work like this because of fear, I guess it's given that I would end up being a hunter with no achievement, huh? Now that I remember it, I was way more ambitious back in the days." One of the reasons why Hazawa was so annoyed watching Katsuya and his friends was because he could feel their determination to raise up as successful hunters. They still tried to chase a higher position despite all the dangers that they were facing. If they did have the ability and the luck, it would be as Eri said, they would raise up in the rank in no time. But putting that aside, it was true that Katsuya and his friends were aiming for a higher position, just like he did in the past. I guess this is it for today. I'll go back home after this and do proper maintenance on my gun. Then I'll redo everything again. I'll once again aim for becoming a hunter that I was dreaming about. After all, I'm a lucky person. I'm lucky that I was able to meet these brats today. It's as if saying that I should retry again. Hazawa made up his resolve in silence. In truth, Hazawa was actually a lucky person. After all, he was able to finish his job for the day and go back to his inn to do proper maintenance of his gun. He was actually luckier than he thought he was. Rebuild World Chapter 28. A request from the corporate government. Akira and the other hunters returned back to the gathering place. It was busier than when they had left. The trucks that were used during the patrol were lined up and the hunters were offboarding from their trucks. As Akira stepped down from the truck's tray, the nervousness and tensed-up feeling inside him finally cleared. He then let out a sigh to expel all the tiredness within his psyche. Alpha smiled and tried to cheer up the tired Akira. Good work out there. You got back safely without any trouble. You're right. I'm really glad. But don't forget that this is also thanks to my support. Okay? Yeah. To be honest, I thought I had to be more cautious of your bad luck when you got number 14. But it seems that there was nothing to worry about after all. When Akira heard that, he looked at Alpha in puzzlement. Seriously though, what meaning does this number 14 actually have? It's nothing to worry about. Alpha's smile did not change as she said that. Although Akira was still suspicious, he was interrupted when one of the hunter office staff made an announcement. Show your hunter ID and report in to wrap up your patrol request. The rewards will be distributed at the counters in the hunter office. The payment distribution will start at 1800 hours today. Hunters who didn't collect their payment within 48 hours, since the start of distribution, will lose their rewards. I'll say it again. Show your hunter ID and... The staff from the hunter office kept repeating this announcement to the hunters who returned from their patrol. It was in order to avoid any kind of problems that might arise when they distribute the payment for these hunters. Akira, let's go and formally finish today's request. It'll be bad if you forget it. So let's go now. Alright. Just give me a break and return back to your usual dress, will you? Oh my, do you hate this swimsuit that much? Alpha then turned to Akira and made some poses to display her charm while making a displeased expression showing that she was offended by his remark. Akira had calmed down and loosened up after realizing that he was no longer in the wasteland, so he now felt that Alpha's swimsuit was a bit too aggressive. So he replied back bluntly, just turn back to how you usual dress already. Ha, it can't be helped then. Alpha then changed into something that was less revealing. Although it was still rather aggressive, Akira thought that it was at least fine for now. After all, if he complained too much about it, she might even turn her dress to something worse instead. After that, Akira joined the line for the report wrap-up. When his turn came, he let the information terminal handled by the hunter office staff to read the data from his hunter ID. The sound made by the terminal when it read the data from his hunter ID indicated that his job was formally over. Akira felt like he had accomplished something. Alpha then told him to open his information terminal, connect it to the hunter office and check the request history. With her help, Akira used his information terminal to connect to the hunter office and opened the page that showed individual data of hunters. When he checked the history section, he could see that the request he just finished was listed there. By the way, what should I do to receive the reward? It would be transferred to your account. The basic reward is 5,000 orum. Although I don't know about the data gathered by the hunter office's information gathering devices, you did defeat only one monster back there. So don't keep your hopes too high. When the payment distribution begins, your reward should be transferred to your account from the hunter office. As for your hunter rank, I can't really say anything. After all, The rank promotion calculation is not revealed to the public. The current Akira was more concerned about the money that he could get for paying his accommodation rather than his rank. Thus he frowned when he heard her explanation about his reward. I still can't change to a room with a bath with that amount of money. You just finished your first request for this morning, you know? I think it'll be okay if you sum up all the money that you'll be making today. I hope you're correct. The patrol request was divided into 3 rounds during the morning and 4 rounds during the evening. Since the ammo expenditure depended on the number of monsters that they encountered during the patrol, it was divided in such a way that they would always have enough reserve ammo to return back as scheduled without any trouble. Most of the hunters who took this request were new young hunters. And even after registering their name beforehand, some of them still did not turn up in the gathering place. There were a lot of possible reasons for the same. Some of them were just simply abandoning the request. Some of them took multiple requests, got attacked by monsters on their previous request, and were too afraid to proceed. And of course, some of them were rendered unfit to fight or even got killed by monsters. These were common happenings among new hunters. But the hunter office did not differentiate between these reasons. After all, these kinds of things only happened because these hunters were lacking in their resolve and skill. The next request that Akira took would start at 11 o'clock. Since he only used 3 bullets during his last patrol, he did not need to restock his ammo before proceeding to the next request. So he decided to have a small talk with Alpha while waiting. But suddenly, Elena, who was passing by that area by pure chance, noticed Akira and smiled at him. As I thought, it is Akira. Long time no see, Akira. Akira politely bowed his head. Long time no see. I thought that I would frequently see you in Shizuka's shop, but it seems that you haven't been visiting her shop lately. Did anything happen? It's just that after I placed my order for an augmented suit, I temporarily stopped doing any hunter requests and was spending most of my time inside my room. My augmented suit arrived not too long ago, and I started taking up hunter requests again today. I see. I'm glad that it wasn't because you were bedridden after getting injured from back then. Elena then looked at Akira's augmented suit. Is that the augmented suit you were talking about? Yep, it looks good on you. You look really cool in it. Thank you for the compliment. Akira was a bit bashful when he said that. Looking at his reaction, Elena felt it rather cute. But right after that, her face turned serious. When I look at him like this, he looks like just your normal everyday boy. But Akira noticed that small change in Elena's expression and looked at her in puzzlement. But then Elena politely bowed at Akira. I know that this might be way too late, but I want to say it properly. Thank you very much for saving me and Sarah back then. I'm really thankful to you. Akira looked like he was at a loss for words, but then Elena continued with her still serious face. Sarah has already said this to me, and I too promise you that I won't ask anything unnecessary, and I won't reveal this to anyone. Akira looked conflicted for a second, but he immediately covered it up with a smile. Right, please don't tell anyone. As Elena saw Akira's reaction, she felt a little disappointed. As I thought, it's not like he can trust us right away, huh? Well, it's only to be expected though. Elena's heart hurt a little when she realized that Akira still did not fully trust her, but at the same time, she understood his reason too. She thought that Akira might be someone who could connect to the old world domain, and that he knew it was dangerous if other people discovered that. Thus it was only to be expected that he did not trust her. After all, there were cases where getting killed was better than getting discovered. Elena understood that as well. That was why she tried to give her best sincere smile to Akira in order to make him feel more at ease. Even if I look like this, I'm a hunter with quite some accomplishments under my belt, so I know well about the importance of trust. And not to mention that I don't want Shizuka and Sarah to hate me. Of course, I don't want you to hate me too. So don't worry. It's not like I can't trust you or Sarah-san. It's just that, you know. Is that so? Thank you for believing in us. I'm really happy that you do. Elena then smiled fondly at Akira. Akira was embarrassed seeing her being so sincere to him, but then he started to blush and started to get flustered for a different reason. Elena was happy and it was shown in her face. Judging by Akira's reaction, it seemed that he was indeed not lying. But then she looked reluctant and said, To be honest, I still want to talk with you for some more time, but I have some other things to do for now. Let's meet up again somewhere else like in Shizuka's shop and have a long conversation next time. Since you're here, I bet you're taking that patrol request, right? Because this is your first hunter job after a while. Be sure to not let your guard down and be careful out there. Okay? See you around then. Yes, I'll be careful. Elena-san too, please be careful. Elena waved at Akira before she left the place. After Elena was gone from his views, Akira hung his head and let out a big sigh. Just like that time with Sarah-san. Akira felt a strong and heavy emotion crawling inside his heart. Alpha noticed that and immediately called out to him, "Akira." Akira then remembered what Alpha said to him back then. "I know it's all right." Akira had made his resolve and decided that next time he would save Elena and Sarah for the sake of saving them, and not as a pretense for killing other people. And he would get stronger both for Elena and Sarah's sake and for his own sake as well. Looking at that, Alpha smiled at him and said, "It's all good as long as you get it. It's about the time for the next request, so let's move." Okay. Akira raised his head and firmly stepped forward. As the time for his next job came closer, Akira got assigned to a truck just like before. While he was walking to his assigned truck, Alpha, who was beside him, frowned a bit. "This number again, huh? I wonder if this number has some kind of connections with you or something." Akira got assigned to the number 14 truck again. Looking at how Alpha frowned and said that as if it had some kind of meaning behind it, Akira also frowned. "Seriously now, if you're going to say something like that, you should just tell me the meaning behind that number." "It's nothing much. It's just that according to my experience, it was a rather unlucky number." "Oh, I see, it's indicating that I have bad luck, huh?" "Yep, it is." Akira was convinced by her answer as she would not explain anything more than that. As the next patrol was dispatched, Akira looked around to check the faces of other hunters who were in the same truck as him. Although he saw some familiar faces, he did not see Hazawa or the Drankum hunters who were with him in his last patrol. This time Akira was the only young hunter in the truck. Although it did not become a ruckus like the last time, there were still some hunters who looked at him as if he was a dead weight. But after he got to kill some monsters with his accurate shooting thanks to Alpha's support, other hunters stopped looking at him like that. Due to his highly accurate shooting, some of them even thought that Akira was a cyborg. After all, it was not an impossible thing to execute such a highly accurate shot if he was a cyborg with a pre-installed accuracy support device and software. Moreover, it was not rare for a hunter who just got a new body modification to be taking low-level requests until he or she got used to it. The patrol continued without any problem. The strength of the monsters and the number of encounters they had were all manageable for a normal hunter. And for those hunters who expected to make quite a sum of reward money, this time's patrol was a productive one. Akira did kill a lot of monsters together with other hunters, thus he could not help but smile and look forward to his reward money. After they finished their patrol and were on their way back to the city, some of the hunters who were expecting to get a good amount of reward were laughing and talking to each other on how were they planning to spend their money. Some of them were planning to go to the entertainment district in the city, and some of them were planning to splurge their money buying things. Akira was also in a good mood. Although he had no idea about how much rewards he would get, judging by how the other hunters were acting, it seemed that he could get his hopes high up for this time's reward. "It seems that I might be able to stay in a room with a bath after all. I'll take a good long bath today." Akira was very relaxed after he finished his second patrol. Alpha saw that and warned Akira with a smile. "Remember that you also have a patrol job in the evening too, so don't get too relaxed yet. Okay? Let's work hard so you can keep staying in a room with a bath from tomorrow." "I know. But it'll be fine as long as it's only at this level. Or is it that the next patrol will be harder than this one?" Although the difficulty of both requests is the same, it's common to find that the real difficulty is different compared to what was mentioned in the request information. And this is more prominent in case of eradication requests such as the one we're taking. But I bet you know this very well already, right? After all, you experienced it yourself where you got attacked by two groups of monsters on the same day. "Yeah, you're right. I'll be more careful." Akira smiled bitterly and readjusted his psyche, which he let loose just a moment ago. He understood well about his unluckiness since there were cases where he had to face it in the past. After he returned, he completed the job wrap-up and accepted the request for his next patrol. Akira then sat in the gathering place to eat his hunter's ration. His next truck was also number 14. I wonder if they assign hunters to the same truck always. Akira looked conflicted since Alpha told him that number 14 was unlucky, but in contrast to that, Alpha seemed like she was no longer bothered by that. That seems to be the case. But it's nothing to worry about. So then we still have some time before the next patrol starts. What's your plan for now? If you ask me so, I still have quite a lot of reserve ammo, so I don't think there's any need to refresh my reserve. And I've also finished my meal too. I have no idea what to do next. In that case, how about heading to the truck and taking a nap? You might be feeling the rush after finishing the last patrol. Because of that, there's a chance you are not feeling the fatigue now. So just to be safe, it's better if you take rest. Even a short nap will really make you feel better. Is that so? Alright then, let's do as you say. Akira then headed to the truck assigned to him. There was no one in the truck. He boarded the tray, sat on one of the seats, put his rucksack down near his leg and prepared to take a nap. Alpha smiled and said in a gentle voice, I'll wake you up on time for the request, so don't worry about that. I'll be counting on you, so I shall go ahead take a nap now. Akira gave a light nod and closed his eyes. He immediately fell asleep. It was as Alpha said, he was building up fatigue that he himself did not realize. He was lulled to sleep as soon as he relaxed his body. For Akira, who had been living in the back alley of the slum city for years, it was unthinkable to be able to sleep in such a condition. Normally, he would have thought that sleeping in the middle of an open place filled with armed people roaming around would be the same as a suicide. But the fact that he could sleep here was because of his trust in Alpha. The gathering place for the patrol job was filled with hunters and merchants. Sarah and Elena were also among them. It seemed like they were waiting for someone, but they were also attracting glances from the people around them. The reason for that being the big opening in Sarah's suit near her chest. Sarah made a mistake when she replenished her nanomachine stock and completely filled her reservoir. Thus her suit could not fully cover her nanomachine reservoir, which is her chest, so she had no other choice but to let a big opening on her suit's fastener. In order to prevent the opening from getting any bigger, Sarah used a sturdy-looking fastener belt below her chest. But because of that, her attractive and alluring chest became even more prominent. Moreover, because she was not wearing her inner suit today, the gap in her suit revealed her bare skin valley of paradise. Elena smiled bitterly. As I thought, it might be better if you put something on top, or wear something under. Sarah just smiled and rejected that suggestion. If I put a random thing on top of it, it might obstruct my movements. As for the inner suit, all of my inner suits are torn. None are suitable for me now. Moreover, I have no reserve inner suit as well, and the clothes made of fabric that can handle the body movement of an augmented human are expensive. Well, it can't be helped, I'll just have to endure this for now. Your defensive suit also has a function to increase the performance of the nanomachine inside your body, so the inner suit should be compatible with that too, right? Undies made using the technology from the old world are sturdy, but we don't have the leeway to buy them yet, huh? Well, it can't be helped. Sarah laughed mischievously as she made a suggestion. Elena, I think some of the attention will be shifted to you if you also make a big opening like mine in your suit. So can you please do that too? Just think of it as helping me out. Elena smiled and gave Sarah a short answer. No thanks. That's just too bad. Sarah then made an exaggerated gesture to show her disappointment. Right after that, a young boy came running and stopped in front of Elena and Sarah before giving them a big smile. He looked like he was very excited. It seemed like he was the person Elena and Sarah were waiting for. Elena-san. Sarah-san. I'll be in your care today. That boy was Katsuya. Eri and Yamina followed behind him. Yamina looked exasperated as she smiled bitterly and said to Katsuya, Katsuya, don't go ahead alone like that. You're too excited. Yamina said the last part in a small voice that no one could hear as it was mixed with a little bit of jealousy and annoyance. But she immediately returned back to her usual self and politely bowed to Elena and Sarah. Elena-san, Sarah-san. I'll be in your care today. As for Eri, her expression did not change much as she said, "I'll be in your care too." Katsuya idolized Elena and Sarah. Although there were a lot of other feelings mixed in, it was still a form of his admiration towards other hunters that he recognized to be above him. Of course, there were a lot of hunters in Drankum who were well above him, but because most of them were always looking down on a young hunter like him, so he did not really like them. In contrast to them, even after doing several jobs together with Elena and Sarah, there was not even an instance where they looked down at him or mocked him or insulted him or showed that they hated young hunters like him. There were even times when they were being considerate of his inferior skill, but that was to be expected. As a matter of fact, he was actually happy when Elena and Sarah were being considerate to him. Because of his past experience, Katsuya was excited when he knew that he was going to do a hunter request together with the strong, gentle, admirable, and on top of that beautiful Elena and Sarah. For Eri and Yamaina, as fellow female hunters, Elena and Sarah were their idols who they aspired to be. That was why they understood that it could not be helped when Katsuya got excited, and so they held themselves back. Shikarabe followed behind Katsuya and the girls. He glanced at Katsuya showing this contempt for being so excited, but then he immediately returned back to his usual expression and turned to Elena and Sarah. "Are we late?" "Nope, it's fine." "I see. Well, I'll be leaving them to you. Just check on them from time to time." Drankum made a special appeal to Elena and Sarah to take request along with Katsuya and his friends. Although it included a lot of details, the bottom line was they wanted Elena and Sarah to take care, train and protect Katsuya, Eri and Yamaina. So in short, Drankum wanted them to watch over the young hunters. Elena and Sarah understood this when they accepted the request. All the young hunters belonging to Drankum were stipulated to work under other veteran hunters until they piled up enough experience, abilities and achievements. This was required in order to increase the survivability of young inexperienced hunters in this line of work, where their chance of survival was already low. It was also a method to attract more hunters into their gang. Katsuya was deemed quite talented. Thus he was assigned to work under Shikarabe, who was regarded as a skilled hunter in the gang. This was also because it was Shikarabe who found the hidden talent in Katsuya. But even so, Shikarabe did not like Katsuya. Thus he was pretty annoyed when he got to watch over Katsuya. This was also one of the reasons why Shikarabe made an individual request to Elena and Sarah to look over Katsuya and his companions. Seeing Shikarabe look relieved because he would not have to watch over Katsuya and his friends for some time, Elena felt sorry as she said to him, "About that request though, I'm really sorry to say this so suddenly, but can you please cancel it?" Katsuya was surprised since he was looking forward to doing this request. What's wrong?" Shikarabe was also shocked. He then asked Elena for the reason while looking a bit displeased. "What do you mean by that? You're asking me to cancel the request right before it starts, you know. I hope you have a good explanation for this." "Of course, a work request was sent to us from the Hunter office. I'm really sorry, but we'll be prioritizing that request." After hearing Elena's explanation, Katsuya was very upset and displeased. But that was not the case for Shikarabe. As a hunter from Drankum, he only showed a bit of displeasure to Elena, who was trying to refuse his request. He then continued to pressure her with a little intimidation. "So you're canceling a request from Drankum just because of that, huh? Do you really think that we will allow you to do that? There will be consequences, you know?" But Shikarabe's behavior instantly changed with Elena's reply. "Even if that request comes from the corporate government." "The corporate government?" Shikarabe was surprised. This reason was enough to completely erase his displeasure towards Elena and Sarah. The corporate government was a huge association of multiple big companies that ruled over the Eastern District. The Hunter Association, which runs the various hunter offices, was nothing but one of the working partners of the corporate government. Thus, for the hunters, any request made under the name of the corporate government was very important. If they refused a request without any good reason, in the worst-case scenario, it might even turn the whole Eastern District into their enemy. The request is to patrol around a dangerous region near Kagomayama City, but the request was made under the corporate government. Although, to be honest, work like this should be made by the city. I don't know the reason, but since the request was sent formally from the Hunter office, I don't think there was any mistake. I'm sorry, but it's not like I can refuse this request just because I'm planning to explore around with some of my acquaintances. As for the cancellation fees, the hunter office will directly transfer it to Drankum. You're okay with this, right? Elena then smiled as if she was challenging Shikarabi after giving that explanation. Or maybe Drankum wants to take responsibility and negotiate with the corporate government. Of course, I'll rethink about your request if you are able to do that much. Shikarabi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Don't be stupid, I get it. I'll tell the people in the Drankum, but still, a request from the corporate government, huh? What's going on? Your guess is as good as mine. So there you have it, I have a lot of things to prepare. I'm sorry but we'll be leaving. Tell the Drankum side that I did meet you directly to cancel the request. When the hunter office sent a request from the corporate government, they usually only sent that request to first-class hunters who usually worked near the front line. Although Elena and Sarah were recognized as pretty strong hunters in Kagomayama City, they were not that strong for the corporate government to take notice of them. Shikarabi, Sarah and Elena knew this fact well. That was why they had a lot of questions regarding this request. Sarah turned to Katsuya and the other kids. Well, so there you have it. I'm sorry for today, see you again next time. Oh, okay. It's unfortunate but it can't be helped. Although Katsuya was still not fully convinced, he had no other choice but to accept it. At the same time, his gaze was sucked into Sarah's cleavage, but he immediately looked away. Sarah just smiled seeing that. Soon Elena and Sarah left the place. Shikarabi then used his information terminal to contact Drankum and discuss this. Katsuya let out a sigh. A request from the corporate government, huh? That is amazing, but it's too bad that Sarah-san and Elena-san had to cancel today's request because of that. I wonder when I'll get my next chance. As for Yamaina and Eri, they both also felt that it was indeed too bad. But after seeing how Katsuya reacted, they felt a bit conflicted and it was shown on their face. In order to change the mood, Yamaina made an awkward smile and said, I don't think there'll be next time after all. You were staring at Sarah-san's chest just now. She might hate you for that, you know? Katsuya coughed and panicked. Did I stare too hard? Eri made a short remark that confirmed what Yamaina said. You did. Katsuya started making excuses in panic. Well, it's just that I was captivated. Can't be helped, you know. Any guy would agree with me after seeing that. So I'm sure Sarah-san would understand. Yamaina looked amused as she kept teasing Katsuya. I think Sarah-san won't understand since she's a girl. Eri also followed Yamaina but with a flat expression. Curiosity killed the cat, it might be better if you give up. Unlike Yamaina who was obviously teasing Katsuya, Eri just stated out a fact, hearing which Katsuya panicked even more. That's not it. It's just that Sarah-san was wearing a pendant although she usually doesn't wear any, and that pendant was made of a bullet which is uncommon. The pendant's top was sucked into her chest, so I couldn't help but get curious when I noticed that, you know? Yamaina and Eri let out a sigh at the same time. Now that you mention it, that was unusual for Sarah-san to be wearing a pendant like that. It looks crude though. I wonder if someone gave her that as a present? I don't think Sarah-san or Elena-san would buy something like that themselves, so it might as well be a present from someone. That might be a present from her boyfriend. Katsuya was lightly shocked. Boyfriend. But I heard that Sarah-san and Elena-san only work in a team of 2, so it's hard to believe if she has a boyfriend. Her boyfriend doesn't have to be another hunter, you know? Moreover, it's not too unbelievable. It might even be another hunter who could not join her in hunter requests since it'll disrupt his relation with the other hunters. If that's the case, then it won't be strange at all. Or they might have already started negotiation for transfer. Yamaina and Eri were having their time of life teasing Katsuya, who seemed to have a crush on Sarah. Thus Katsuya's torture kept on continuing. Shikarabi ended his call in a bad mood. He was annoyed that the negotiation did not end up well. He pushed his displeasure aside and turned to Katsuya and the other kids to inform the result of the negotiation. You guys can go back home if you guys want, but if you want to take up more jobs, you'll have to take the patrol work just like the one that you took this morning with me, so what do you want to do? Today's work with Elena got cancelled anyway, so I think it's fine if you guys just go home for today. Personally, Shikarabi wanted them to just go back home for today, but as someone who was taking care of them, he could not say that outright. As such, he could only send a stare saying that he hoped they would just disband. Just go back home. You should be able to understand that I can't order you to disband. You should also get the hint that something bad might be happening right now from the earlier conversation with Elena. I know that you don't want to go to a patrol job with me either. Your next chance to go with Elena will come again sooner or later. There's no need to work hard under me, so just go back home. Shikarabe's silent prayer did not reach them as Katsuya turned to Yamina and Eri and asked them, "What to do now? I did prepare my stuff to go for a job, and not to mention that I want to raise my hunter rank as soon as possible too. After all, with our current hunter rank, we can't take other requests on our own and we can't go for exploring ruins either." Either way, they would still need Shikarabe's permission. Katsuya wanted to break off from this situation as soon as possible. If he did, then there would be fewer people looking down on him. "I don't mind if you say so. How about you, Eri?" "No problem." As for Yamina and Eri, they only followed Katsuya most of the time. Their budding love for Katsuya in their heart pushed them to do so. Shikarabe just looked at them with a cold gaze, showing his intense hatred towards Katsuya. "Going with majority rule again, huh? Don't you know that those two won't oppose if you make a suggestion? Are you doing this intentionally after knowing that fact?" Originally, there were 5 kids under Shikarabe. Every time they wanted to decide on something, they would always go with majority rule and Katsuya always won. That was why the other 2 made a request to be transferred to another team. And so Shikarabe was left with Katsuya and these 2 girls. Looking at how Katsuya was forcing his opinion using this majority rule, Shikarabe's hatred towards Katsuya intensified. Katsuya then turned to Shikarabe to tell him their decision. "We'll take another patrol request." "All right." Shikarabe then turned his back to Katsuya and took out his information terminal to contact Drankum and take care of the registration for the patrol job. As he was operating his information terminal, he let out a sigh looking annoyed. "Damn it, if only I didn't have to look over these brats. I would have been able to investigate that request from the corporate government by now. I know that we should invest in training the young hunters, but we're the ones working hard to pay for their equipment and sacrificing our time doing cheap work together with them for the sake of their training. I really hope the people in the management would pay more attention to this." Shikarabe understood that it was Drankum's policy and not Katsuya's fault, but he did not understand that it was normal for hatred to be created between the people who had to make sacrifices and the people who benefited from others' sacrifice. Elena and Sarah reached home and were preparing themselves for the request inside their vehicle. They checked their ammo reserves, the condition of the vehicle, the big information gathering device and the machine gun installed on their vehicle. They also installed more armor just to be safe and filled the energy tank. This was pretty excessive preparation for a simple patrol in the wasteland. Normally, Elena would do the information gathering and driving, while Sarah would peek out from the vehicle and shoot monsters down. So they were preparing themselves in the area that they were responsible for. "Say, Elena, about this request though, what do you think about it?" "I did a bit of investigation, but I couldn't get anything of worth. But it seems that the same request was also sent to other hunters near the ruins. Since hunters like us got this request sent to us directly from the corporate government, I think it's fully expected that there are other hunters who got the same request as well. Maybe they're trying to call all the hunters back to the city." Sarah looked puzzled. "Doesn't that mean that there would be another big-scale monster attack?" But again, it's weird that the corporate government would send out a request just because of that, huh? If that's really the case, then the defense squad of the city should be enough to handle them. Not to mention that it would be a perfect chance to show their worth to the people who keep saying that the defense squad spends too much money. So I don't think they would go out of their way to call the hunters back to the city just to snatch the role from the defense squad. Elena looked conflicted as she agreed with Sarah. "That's true. It's because of that, I just can't understand the reason behind this request. It would be great if it's just a form of insurance, but that might not be the case. Let's just prepare everything so that we can stay safe, even if anything unexpected happens." Elena said that last part with a firm voice as if to psyche themselves up, but then she continued with a soft tone. "But well, I bet it'll be all right. After all, we're doing very well lately. Thanks to that, we got quite a lot of money and we were able to upgrade our equipment. It is as if our time when we were on a slump were non-existent in the first place. Although I said it as if it were nothing, We were really facing a hard time back then. Sarah replied back in a small voice. It was really bad indeed. And what made us rise back up from that situation was Akira saving us. Not only did he save our lives, he even turned over our situation. I can't thank him enough for everything that he did for us. Elena agreed with her as she smiled and nodded. Speaking about Akira, I met him today by coincidence. I was finally able to say my thanks to him and I feel much better now. But don't worry, just like you, I also promised him about not asking anything unnecessary or telling anyone else about him. You met Akira? Although I thought that I would meet him in Shizuka's shop sooner or later, I didn't see him lately at all. Where did you meet him? It was in the gathering place where we met Katsuya. It seems that Akira was also taking the patrol request. He told me that he locked himself inside his room after placing his order for an augmented suit in Shizuka's shop. That makes sense though, after all, it would be unfortunate if he went out to the wasteland before getting his augmented suit and got injured. So Akira started to get better hunter equipment for himself, huh? We should work hard too. Yeah, let's give our best out there. Elena and Sarah giggled as they continued with their preparation. Although they could not understand the reason behind this request from the corporate government, they were confident that they would be able to do it just fine. Rebuild World Chapter 29 Impossible, Reckless and Futile. Akira, who was taking a nap in the truck, suddenly heard Alpha's voice inside his head. Akira, it's time. Wake up. Since Akira was the only one who could hear her voice, she was free to wake him up by blasting him with a loud voice. Akira immediately opened his eyes and looked up. He saw Kobayashi, a staff from the hunter office, standing in front of him. Kobayashi was the truck driver, and he was responsible for maintaining the truck. His job also included taking care of the hunters who were in his truck's tray. He smiled when he saw Akira wake up right before he started cleaning the tray. It was as if Akira woke up on an alarm clock. Right when I was about to throw you out if you don't wake up, huh? It seems that you're using a pretty good alarm. Yeah, I'm using the best one out there. Akira just smiled lightly while Alpha looked a bit offended. Wait for a second. I'm not an alarm clock. Sorry. Good grief. Kobayashi then shouted to all the hunters in the tray. It's time. We're going now. Anyone making ruckus will be kicked out. You understand? As Akira looked around at the other hunters who were in the same truck, he saw Katsuya and his friends too. Judging from Kobayashi's words, Akira thought that another problem had occurred when he was sleeping. Thus he looked away from Katsuya as to avoid getting involved with him. Not too long after that, the truck started moving, and that marked Akira's third patrol job for the day. Although the patrol went well without any trouble, for the hunters who were aiming for rewards, it was a bad run. After all, they did not encounter any monsters at all. The truck that was outfitted for the patrol job was equipped with a wide-range detection device. The main aim for the patrol was only to cull the number of monsters around the city, thus it would only take a route with a low possibility to encounter a monster. So it was completely normal not to encounter any monsters at all from time to time. Everyone in the tray had already relaxed and started making silly talks. And thanks to the wide-range detection device, they could relax without fearing any surprise attacks. As for those hunters who were already used to doing the patrol, they had completely put their guards down. Akira was looking out to the wasteland with a stern face. Nothing, huh? You're right. Alpha looked indifferently when she replied back. She didn't even look at Akira and spoke in an apathetic way. After hearing Alpha's reply, Akira understood that she was not in a good mood. I'm sorry, I didn't know that it would bother you this much. As Akira frankly apologized, Alpha quickly changed her behavior. But there was still a trace of indifference on her face. Don't worry, it's nothing. It's good that you're acting all friendly with me, but you did call me an alarm clock back then. So just be more careful next time, okay? Although Akira was curious as to why Alpha was in such a bad mood, he was afraid to worsen it further by asking her any unnecessary questions, thus he just stayed silent. The awkward mood between them continued, but Alpha just smiled at him and said, If you really want to fix my mood, it's a good idea for you to say something nice to cheer me up. After saying that, She made a teasing pose in front of Akira and smiled provokingly. Akira thought for a bit. He then fixed his pose and made a serious face. It's all thanks to you that I'm alive until this point. Thank you very much for guiding me through the ruins while avoiding any encounter with monsters. Thank you for helping me search for relics. Thank you for helping me fight monsters. You even helped me to get this augmented suit and to improve my accuracy. Thank you very much for everything. I'll be counting on you as always. Oh, you're welcome. I'm happy to help you. I'll be counting on you too. Alpha became happy when Akira was honestly being grateful to her. But there was still some awkwardness floating in the silence right after that as she was smiling faintly and awkwardly. I'm happy with what you said, but there's something else, you see. Although Akira did expect that it would be pointless to say his thanks this late, but he saw something strange in Alpha's behavior. Something else? Is there anything strange? Yep, for example. Is there anything you want to say about my appearance? Alpha changed back to her swimsuit when Akira was sleeping. It was an aggressive swimsuit with a high level of exposure showing her beautiful skin and limbs, and at the same time it was very alluring and captivating. Akira took another good look at Alpha. He then decided to word out his candid opinion that he thought to be meaningless even if he said it. As I thought it looks really weird. If you can, please return back to your normal dress. Alpha let out a sigh and changed her dress. She erased the swimsuit, became naked for a blink and put on a fully armed battle suit. It had fasteners running from around her neck, down to her chest and to the back of her hip. But the fastener was not zipped all the way and it showed her alluring bare skin. Although it was not that exposing, it was clearly an alluring appearance to the opposite sex. After Alpha changed her appearance, Akira voiced out his opinion again about her outfit. This one is better than before, but this does not help at all since you're already floating around, so you still look weird to me. In order to make him look less suspicious to the other people, Akira was looking out to the wasteland, which also doubled as him looking out for monsters too. And Alpha was floating as if she was standing on an invisible platform. Alpha just smiled bitterly. That's not what I meant. I was expecting some compliment about my appearance, like if it's beautiful, or it looks great on me, or simply whether I look dashing in it. Oh, I see. Akira looked surprised when he said that, but he then immediately turned back to his normal self. I think you're very beautiful and all the dresses that you usually wear are wonderful and charming. It is just that your last dress was very inappropriate for the current situation, but it was still very charming and wonderful to me. Really? But your reaction was pretty weak, you know? Even if you tell me so. Well, although it's weird for me to say this, maybe I somehow already got used to it, or something like that. Alpha's appearance was basically a CG produced through an advanced and complicated graphic calculation. Because of that, Alpha could freely change her expression and body proportion. Alpha took advantage of this freedom to create an extremely beautiful and alluring appearance that was rare to be found naturally. Akira remembered the first time he saw Alpha. It was so shocking and captivating, as if his soul was sucked out from his body. But it was no longer the case now, and he thought that it was because he already got used to her beauty. Alpha was almost always beside him 24/7, and there were a lot of occasions where she would pose her naked body, or wear a dress that was close to naked in front of him. She even went into the bath together with him. That was why Akira thought that he should have gotten used to it. Alpha at least accepted Akira's explanation for now. Got used to, huh? I guess I'll need to think about it. You're not thinking of anything bad, right? Nope, not at all. Akira looked at Alpha with suspicion, but Alpha just smiled it off. When Akira was sleeping, Katsuya noticed him as he boarded the tray. That's him. Yamaina looked around and checked people that she knew. There are also other hunters who we met in our last patrol job. But it seems that man who picked a fight with you is not here. That's good. Although Eri was also one of the people who caused trouble in the last patrol, she intervened as if she was telling Yamaina to just forget about that subject. Katsuya, don't make any trouble this time. I know. That guy is sleeping though, is that really okay? Just leave him be. Try not to get involved with other hunters who are not members of Drankum. They'll just throw him away if he's still sleeping when the time comes. So just take your seat. Katsuya just obediently boarded the tray and took a seat. He was only talking with his friends while waiting for the truck to move, but he unconsciously made a stern face and was staring at Akira. Remembering what happened during his previous patrol, he just could not come to like Akira. And when the time came, Akira was still sleeping. Katsuya was actually looking forward to seeing Akira getting kicked out from the truck. He even grinned in an ill will when Kobayashi stood in front of the still sleeping Akira. But Akira just woke up right before Kobayashi kicked him out, and Kobayashi just chuckled when that happened. Thus Katsuya's mood got even worse. Their patrol finally started. Katsuya was thinking of taking a closer look at Akira this time, but they did not meet any monster at all during this patrol, thus he did not get his chance. So his mood worsened even more. As everyone in the truck started to relax, Katsuya let out a sigh. He could not focus on today's training because he was in such a bad mood. He could not see any monsters from his binocular, and the detector did not pick any monsters at all, so he had lost all of his motivation. Katsuya then asked Shikarabe while making an annoyed face. "Say, there's no monsters though, do we still have to do this training?" Shikarabe answered while trying to suppress his annoyance. "Whether there are any monsters or not, it'll still be training for detecting monsters. You should already know that in a thick colorless mist, you would not be able to detect monsters using binocular or other information-gathering devices. So you have to spot monsters by using your eyes. You guys should have been taught where to watch, points to be careful about, and how frequently you should change the person keeping watch and so on. But will this training be useful without any monsters around? I won't force you. At the moment, this is just voluntary training since our original plan was changed after Elena and Sarah got that sudden request. So you're free to do what you want." Although it was also one of his duties to train Katsuya and his friends, he had no wish to force them to do training. After all, it was outside his main duty. Shikarabe did not even care if Katsuya just skipped his training and got into trouble later. That's what Shikarabe thought as he clicked his tongue. After that, Katsuya decided to just keep doing his monster detection training for the meantime, but he eventually started talking with the other hunters. Looking at that, Shikarabe just let out a sigh and thought that it would be a waste of energy to think about him, so he just ignored Katsuya. The truck kept running on its patrol route in the middle of the wasteland, although they did not encounter any monster. But it suddenly stopped. The hunters in the truck immediately picked up their guns and put up their guard. Kobayashi then got on the tray and shouted, "I just got a call, the patrol job is finished here and now. We've taken care of all the administrative processes for you. And now I'll tell you about the current situation. According to the information that I got, a large group of monsters is heading to the Kagomayama city from the Kazusuhara ruins. The defense squad is already preparing themselves to intercept that group of monsters." Hearing this announcement, restlessness spread among the hunters in the truck in an instant. The city has issued an emergency request and is asking for help from this truck. All the hunters around the ruins have been called to gather up and be sent later. The content of the emergency request is for us to help those hunters. Kobayashi looked at the shocked expression of the hunters and did not know what to do, thus he shouted to urge them. "Decide now. If the majority of the hunters decides to accept this request, we'll be heading to the nearest battleground, but if the majority of the hunters want to return back home, we'll immediately go back to the city. The rest can just walk to the city, or to the nearest hunter group on their own. Decide in 5 minutes." After Kobayashi finished his explanation, most of the hunters immediately decided to go back home. After all, the truck was only fit for the low-risk patrol job, and most of the hunters in the truck did not have the ability nor the equipment to take this emergency request. Even if there were some hunters who wanted to accept the emergency request, it was only a handful of them. None of them was foolish enough to take the emergency request when it meant that they would be left behind. While some of them were thinking of taking the request after returning back to the city and arming themselves with proper equipment, the hunters looked at each other and quickly confirmed each other's decisions. Just to be safe, Alpha also asked Akira, "Akira, we'll return back to the city first, okay?" Of course, no one would want to face a group of monsters out of their own volition. Akira's face turned grim. He remembered the time when he was attacked by a group of monsters, got saved by Elena and Sarah, and was barely able to survive the fight. Most of the hunters had made their decision to go back to the city. But there were a few exceptions like Katsuya. Katsuya was having a fierce debate with Shikarabe. Their voices were heard by the other hunters and attracted a lot of attention. Shikarabe thought that Katsuya's decision was not a good idea, and so he did not allow him to go. Although he was really angry, he was still holding himself back. No. Give me a break already. You're being a pain in the ass, you know. The Drenkum is famous for taking in any emergency request. You're the one being a pain in the ass here. We can do this. Drenkum only takes emergency requests that they can safely accomplish. And also, don't put me together in that we. I'm not a member of your team. Kobayashi shouted, wanting to end the debate. It's time. Raise your hand if you want to take the emergency request. Then those who are against it. All right, then we'll go back to the city. Those who want to stay, get off from the truck now. Katsuya mumbled when he saw Kobayashi returning back to his driver's seat. The request that Elena-san received must be about preparing for this monster attack. Even I would be able to help them out somehow. Yamaina and Eri then tried to cheer Katsuya. Katsuya, I can understand your feelings, but it's impossible for us. It's plain recklessness. There were people in this world who proved their silly talks and hollow optimism as reality using their skill and luck. They were those who turned their big talks into reality. Such feats were usually done by great people, heroes and champions. Katsuya had done such a thing in the past. From time to time, he would make a decision that he knew to be impossible and turned it into reality. It was one of the reasons why Yamaina and Eri were attracted to him, and that was why they could understand some of the crazy decisions that he made. But of course there was a limit to that. They too did not want anything bad to happen to him. But if they just left Katsuya alone, he might become obstinate and decide to stay even if he should get off from the truck. Thus they were worried and tried to stop him. Katsuya understood Yamaina and Eri were worrying about him, so he decided to back down. But it was not like he could just let go of his displeasure. Not to mention that Shikarabe was glaring at him with hatred. He then mumbled to vent out all of his displeasure while locking glare with Shikarabe. I bet you're just scared of fighting against those monsters. The heck calling yourself a hunter? You're nothing but a coward. Shikarabe's anger reached its peak and burst. He had been holding himself back up until now. Due to that, the way he looked at Katsuya and his friends changed from just a mere pain in the ass into hostility. At the same time, he mocked Katsuya as if he was challenging him. Scared? Yeah, you're right, I can't help to get scared if I have to bring complete amateurs who are not even full-fledged hunters like you to fight a group of monsters. Bringing dead weight like you into such a fight is equal to suicide. Just go ahead if you want to go. I won't stop you. But leave all the equipment that you borrowed from Drenkum here. They're not your own equipment. As a part of Drenkum, I'm the one making decisions here. If you won't listen to me, then you're out from Drenkum. So you can go ahead and fight those monsters unarmed and die for all that I care. Or do you want to try taking that equipment with force? Do you want to kill me and take them? I don't mind if you want to try, you know? Come here. I really don't mind. You're not a coward, right? Make your decision now. Shikarabe had recognized Katsuya as a hostile entity. He was ready to kill if Katsuya made any aggressive moves. Yamaina and Eri could only stand frozen, overwhelmed by the killing intent and anger exuding out from Shikarabe. Katsuya was barely able to stand against it, but of course it did not make the situation any better. What's wrong? Go ahead and choose. Whether you go back obediently or fight those monsters with your bare hand. Drop down your weapon if you're not going to fight me. But if you want to fight me, then let's do it. I don't mind even if you bring Eri and Yamaina to assist you. Shikarabe pressured Katsuya, Eri and Yamaina for their decision. So it was not only Katsuya making the decision now. Katsuya finally realized that he was also getting Eri and Yamaina involved. And that made him back down. It can be said that he backed down as to not get others involved, but looking at it from another point of view, it can be said that he was using that as an excuse to back down. Katsuya then dropped his gun. Eri and Yamaina followed suit after him. Shikarabe finally suppressed his killing intent and expressed his scorn as he said to Katsuya, "Then just shut up and take your seat." As Katsuya and the other two obediently took their seats, Shikarabe let out a big sigh and said, "Bunch of cowards." Katsuya looked frustrated. Yamaina and Eri worried for him when they saw that. Shikarabe then looked at the other hunters and said, "Sorry for making a scene. Please get the truck moving again." Shikarabe thought that the reason why the truck was still not moving was because they were waiting for them to end their ruckus. That was why he shouted to let Kobayashi know. But the truck was still stuck in its place. Shikarabe and the other hunters found it weird and peeked into the driver's seat. But instead he caught the sight of Kobayashi outside the driver's seat with Akira, who was straddling a small-sized bike. Akira heard everything when Katsuya was arguing with Shikarabe. That was when he came to know that Elena and Sarah were going to intercept that group of monsters. Akira was deep in thought for a bit before he stood up and picked up his rucksack. Alpha somehow understood what Akira was about to do, and so she tried to stop him. "Akira, why don't we think about this one more time? I don't think I need to tell you this, but this is very dangerous, you know?" "I know." Akira then jumped out of the truck's tray. "It's not like we know for sure that Elena and Sarah are going to be in danger too. And with your current ability, you might even be a dead weight to them." "That might be true too." When Akira knocked at the truck's door, Kobayashi stepped out. "What's wrong? We're about to leave now, you know? What should I do to accept the emergency request?" Kobayashi was surprised when he heard Akira. He then asked him again for confirmation with his still surprised face. You're still planning to go? By walking?" "I'll be running." As Akira answered back promptly with that short answer, it only made Kobayashi even more confused. Wait, I'm not talking about that, you see. It's true that I did say the hunters who want to go should go by feet, but I didn't mean it literally, okay? I have my augmented suit with me so I can do high-speed running. Of course, it's still slower than directly taking a truck, but I believe it's still faster than going back to the city and looking for another truck to take me there. When I asked you back then, you didn't raise your hand, right? I changed my mind, but it's not like it would change the end result anyway. Kobayashi was completely dumbfounded as he kept staring at Akira. He then mumbled in a small voice, "Is this boy being serious now?" Kobayashi suddenly smiled. He looked as if he found it very amusing deep inside his heart. He then asked Akira in a good mood, "Say, can you ride a bike?" Alpha confirmed immediately. "Akira, it's not a problem." "Yes, I can." Akira never rode a bike before, but since Alpha said that it was not an issue, he just replied back with that. He only thought that it would be fine as long as Alpha said that it was okay after he gave his answer. "I see. Then wait here for a bit." Kobayashi looked very excited as he went back into the truck. Alpha frowned and asked Akira again. "Akira, you can still rethink about it now. We don't know if we can meet Elena and Sarah even if we go, and I don't think having you there will change the situation by much. Even if you're saying to me that it's futile, I still want to know for sure whether it's completely meaningless for me to go, or will I be able to help out by doing something there, so that I won't regret it later. Even if it's futile, I'll still be picking this option." Akira picked this option because of his feeling of guilt and obligation towards Sarah and Elena. They thanked him for saving their lives. He owed them a favor for saving his life too, and he used them in the past as a pretense to kill the people that he wanted dead. Of course, Akira understood very well that there was no guarantee he would be able to meet up with Elena and Sarah even if he took the emergency request, and if he did, there was a good chance that he would be just dead weight like Alpha said. But even so, Akira still decided to accept the emergency request. It was not solely because he was trying to help Elena and Sarah while they were fighting. It was also for his own self-satisfaction as well. That was exactly why Akira did not hesitate at all when he accepted the emergency request, although it might be futile, and he might as well get himself killed. Akira thought that his life was his own, thus he had no trouble deciding to futilely go and fight that group of monsters on his own accord. Moreover, for him who spent most of his life in the slum, he had nothing else other than his own life that he could put on stake. He could not completely get over that line of thinking due to all the years that he spent there. Thus for him, it was natural to put his own life on the line for his selfishness. Alpha, who, to some extent, understood the moral principles Akira was obeying, knew that it would be meaningless trying to stop him. Although she did make an exasperated look and let out a big sigh, as she expected, it did not change his decision at all. Kobayashi grabbed a foldable small-sized bike and stepped out from the truck. Although it was only a small bike, It was specially designed for exploring the wasteland. When it was folded, it was barely enough to fit the seat beside the driver's seat. He had that bike there to call for help if in case the truck got attacked by monsters and was unable to move. Most of the hunter office staff would put their foldable bike on the driver's seat, since the other hunters would use it without permission if they left it in the truck's tray. Kobayashi then quickly unfolded the bike and assembled it. When he was finished, he looked at Akira while lightly patting the bike's seat. "Get on this bike. It's at least faster than running, and also give me your hunter ID." Akira gave his hunter ID to Kobayashi, who then used his terminal to read information from Akira's hunter ID. This will finish the registration for the emergency request. If you use your information terminal to access the hunter office's site, you'll be able to see the area assigned to you. At the moment, you should be assigned to the nearest battlefield. And also, this bike is just an upfront payment for accepting the emergency request. Be careful out there, okay? If you try to abandon the request, the hunter office will chase you even to the end of the world. Although Kobayashi said that with little intimidation, Akira just replied back as if it was nothing. "If that's my plan from the start, I wouldn't be taking this emergency request alone like this." Kobayashi laughed and looked amused by that answer. "Well, you have a point. All right then. Good luck." Impossible, reckless, futile. Using their own lives as a chip in a gamble is what the hunters love to do, am I right? Whether you'll die or come back alive, keep stepping forward. After all, there are not that many hunters who are like you these days, you know? Although, to be honest, I think I'm more of a cautious hunter though. Akira was honest when he said that, but Kobayashi thought that it was a joke, so he just got along with it and laughed loudly. Stop with the jokes. No careful hunters would go running towards a group of monsters on their own volition. You know, you should be able to see the precise coordinates in your information terminal. It's basically northwest from here, so it's that direction. If you get close enough, you should start hearing gunshots from the hunters who are fighting against the monsters. So good luck out there, and I hope you have a good hunt. Akira got on the bike and went out alone as Kobayashi was seeing him off in a good mood. All the hunters in the truck's tray were having mixed feelings as they saw Akira off. Amazement, praise, envy, shame, jealousy, and mockery. All these feelings were present as they were staring at the back of the hunter, who chose a different option than them. Shikarabe was honestly amazed as he mumbled, "That boy went alone, huh? Not bad at all." Shikarabe acknowledged Akira's courage and praised him a little. Katsuya looked frustrated as he watched Akira disappear in the distance with a shred of jealousy in his gaze. Rebuild World Chapter 30 The Arrival of Reinforcement Boy. Akira was on his bike heading to the nearest battlefield for his emergency request. Although he had not even ridden a bike before, he was now riding one at a high speed despite the fact that the ground in the wasteland was not suitable for a high-speed driving. Actually, it was Alpha who was driving the bike by controlling Akira's augmented suit. Because of that, Akira was able to ride the bike that he just got as if he had ridden it numerous times before. Alpha was floating beside Akira. Or to be more precise, Alpha was projecting such an image in Akira's vision. She was producing a highly realistic image through a complex calculation right to the flailing of her hairs. Thus she looked like she was floating to Akira. Although this is a small-size foldable bike, it's equipped with a lot of features since it is made for exploring the wasteland. And one of them is that it has a control device that can be connected to your information terminal. Thanks to that, it's pretty easy to control the bike. Kira, you got a pretty good bike, you know? Although if I were to be greedy, I wish that it at least had a machine gun equipped. Akira looked surprised. A machine gun on a bike, huh? I do understand about the control device though. It's a device to help me control a vehicle or a tank, right? That's right. But it's not only limited to helping you drive them. It can also work together with other installed devices and equipment to help in aiming and reloading. A control device is very important even for a bike, you know? It also has a lot of other functions like preventing a sleepy rider from falling off, autopilot mode to run and stop safely. It can even prevent the bike from getting flipped over when driving on rough ground. Although all of these functions depend on the type and quality of the installed control device too. That's not the point, I'm talking about the machine gun. Isn't it impossible no matter how you see it? What would you do about the kickback? As for the kickback, while you're riding, an advanced control device would be able to handle it just fine. Not to mention that it was common during the Old World era. I believe that there are a lot of hunters who fit their bikes with machine guns too. Although, it's still better if you can get a vehicle or a tank at that point. You'll only use your bike out of hobby and preference. Akira then imagined a scene where machine gun-mounted bikes were common, and so his understanding of the Old World was greatly changed once again. So it's a normal thing in the Old World era, huh? It sounds scarier the more I hear about the Old World. And those hunters are really brave, frolicking in the ruins of such a world. You can say that again. Akira just smiled when Alpha said that sarcastically. They kept on talking through telepathy to avoid Akira biting his own tongue because of the shaking from the bike as they were rushing towards their destination. Being able to communicate even in such a condition was the greatest advantage of using telepathy. When they finally came close to the battlefield, the advantages of said telepathy shone the brightest. As Alpha was handling the bike control and talking with Akira through telepathy, she was also trying to analyze the reason behind Akira's action. Akira once saved Elena and Sarah, who were strangers to him, and he was depressed when they thanked him. He then accepted the emergency request that he once ignored when he heard that Elena and Sarah might be involved in that request. And at this moment, he was heading to the battlefield where he did not even know if Elena and Sarah were there or not. This was a weird behavior which at a glance ignored all logic. If Alpha had to say anything about the reason behind it, the best answer that she could give would be that he did it out of a whim. But one thing that she understood for sure was that Akira did not decide to do this at random. Alpha kept observing Akira, trying to understand the set of moral values that Akira abided. It was so that she could extrapolate, manipulate, and eventually control Akira's actions skillfully. The mood around the area started to change. Akira started to hear echoes from gunshots and explosions. He could see smoke rising from afar, and his nose picked up the smell of raw blood, burnt meat, and metal. He realized that he had already entered the battlefield. As Akira tried to focus on the direction of the battle, Alpha helped him by zooming in his views. She also provided extra information on the zoomed part of Akira's vision. In his vision, Akira could see the hunters and the monsters fighting each other. Akira tried to calm himself and prepared his mental state for an arduous fight. Over there, huh? That's pretty close. Akira, this will be your first real battle in this augmented suit. So I'll be giving you my full support. Just keep in mind that I'll be actively operating your augmented suit from now on. So you're saying that my augmented suit will move on its own from time to time, right? Yeah. You might find it a little bit confusing, but try to keep your calm. Just remember the sensation you had when we were having our close quarters combat, CQC training. It's basically the same as that. Alpha was talking about their CQC training when she controlled Akira's augmented suit to help him remember the correct way to move. At that time, Akira was only matching his movements with his augmented suit's movements. He remembered the feeling from that training where it was not clear whether it was him or Alpha who was controlling the augmented suit. It was that weird feeling when the augmented suit felt like it moved before Akira actually tried to move it. That feeling, huh? Okay. In order to take out those monsters in the most effective way, I'll be controlling your augmented suit rather forcefully. To be honest, it'll put your body under an immense burden. If you're not going to back down, then just grit your teeth and endure the pain. Are you ready now? Akira answered back with a serious face. Okay, after all, resolve is my responsibility. Alpha smiled to embolden Akira's resolve. Alright then, let's go. Akira grabbed his H-gun with his right hand as his left hand was still on the handle. After that, Alpha took total control of the control device and accelerated the bike to its maximum speed. The bike blasted through the wasteland and quickly reduced its distance to the battlefield. Akira lowered his gun and aimed its muzzle at the monsters that he could see from afar. Of course, he was not in a condition where he could aim properly, but since Alpha was adjusting his aim through his augmented suit, he was able to shoot accurately as if he was on stable ground. Akira pulled the trigger and held it. Countless bullets flew out from the gun's muzzle. Sound of gunshots echoed throughout the area. All the bullets that Akira shot hit the monsters in front of him. Not even a single bullet was wasted. And so one by one these monsters fell down and died. The kickback from the continuous shots shook Akira. And so his augmented suit exerted its power to keep Akira in place and preventing him from falling off the bike. Because of that, the shaking from the kickback was transferred into the bike and Alpha adjusted its two wheels to absorb the shakes. With that, Akira continued blazing through the wasteland while shooting. He just kept on riding, passing through the corpses of dead monsters on his right and left. Whoa, this is amazing! Akira voiced his amazement towards all the sensations that he was feeling. His ability to ride the bike and his accuracy when shooting, all of them felt like impossible feats to him. Alpha smiled smugly. It seems that you once again got to experience just how great my support is. Akira, be sure to follow my movements. Roger that. Akira and Alpha charged right into the battlefield just like that. Asterisk. 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 There were two trucks that stopped deep in the battlefield. The trucks were surrounded by corpses of biological monsters and wreckages of dead mechanical monsters. It was a proof that the hunters were trying to fight back desperately, and those hunters were still in the middle of the battle. Normally, a big group of monsters that came out from the Kazusuhara ruins would head to the city in a straight line. The center part of the group would clash with the main defense force of the city. Compared to that area, this area was away from the main group, thus the number of monsters around here was smaller. So just to be safe, the hunters in the truck decided to meet up with another truck to boost their fighting power. The hunters thought that they should have enough fighting power at that point. But their luck was not all that great. Among the monsters that they encountered, most of them were mechanical monsters that housed powerful firepower inside their body frame. Those mechanical monsters looked like big cannons that grew countless small legs. It was as if someone made them just to screw around. These monsters then used those small legs to hold the kickback. They shot rounds at the truck with the appropriate firepower for those legs to handle the kickback. Although their shots were not that accurate, most of the cannon rounds managed to hit the truck. Even worse, it destroyed the control device and driving device of the truck. So these hunters were stuck in the middle of the wasteland while frantically trying to repel the incoming monsters. But it was worth it so long as they were able to somehow repel all the mechanical monsters. Unfortunately, the hunters could not be sure if they managed to destroy them, or if the monsters just left them alone, or if the monsters only temporarily withdrew to refill their ammo. And thus, at this point in time, they were fighting the monsters that had left from the group that previously attacked them. They were also not in a situation where they could leave the truck and walk back to the city. It was because the trucks were their cover from monsters with long-range attacks, and they were a good landmark to notify any incoming reinforcements. Other than strategic placement, they already had heavily injured hunters who just could not leave that place. Every time they spotted a ferocious and strong monster charging at them, they would concentrate their shots at that monster and kill it. Although they were only fighting the leftover monsters, some of those monsters would creep under the corpses of their fellow dead comrades or circled the trucks while slowly closing in on the hunters, as if they were looking for an opening. The hunters were having sporadic battles against those monsters, while keeping their eyes peeled open for any monsters creeping close. But these hunters were slowly getting cornered. One of the hunters, who took cover in the truck, was watching his surroundings. He looked pale and very tired as he asked his friend, "Hey, how many monsters have you already taken down?" His friend said with exhaustion, "No idea. But I should have taken down quite a lot of them. Damn it. They better properly record this battle." Well, they should, that is if the information device inside the truck is not destroyed yet. But if it did get destroyed, then the reward will only get shared equally among all the other hunters. Of course, that is if we can get back home safely. I wonder what's going on with the reinforcement? Like hell if I know anything. The hunter office staff was blown to pieces by those damn small-legged mechanical monsters. Let's just hope that guy did his job properly before he got blown to pieces. The hunters were trying to hide their fear by complaining. Though having the time to complain like that also showed that they were not that cornered yet. But there was no guarantee for how much longer they could stay like that. There were still a lot of monsters surrounding them. They were in constant fear of more monsters appearing as they were stuck in that place with zero possibility of breaking out from the encirclement. All the hunters there understood that they were in dire straits. At the heat of the battle, the hunters suddenly heard gunshots coming from another direction. Thus they carefully approached the source of the sound to check if the small-legged cannon monsters were back. But instead, They saw Akira riding on a bike while shooting at the monsters. After arriving at his marked location, Akira stopped his bike and looked around. He saw the flesh of dead biological monsters and wreckages of the dead mechanical monsters scattered around in a circle with the truck stopped in the middle of it. He also found that there were a lot of monsters still alive. Akira was taken aback and frowned after looking at the number of the corpses lying around. That's really a lot. Although they killed so many, there's still this many left, huh? In contrast to him, Alpha looked calm and relaxed. I wonder if they're a part of the bigger group. The trucks are even surrounded by so many corpses. I wonder if this is just a small breather after they had such a fierce battle. So, even this is considered a small breather, huh? Not to mention that I encountered quite a lot of monsters on my way here too. I can only wonder just how fierce the battle was which created these pile of corpses. It seems that the hunters here already took out all the monsters with a long-range attack capability. Let's keep our distance and clean up the rest. Roger that. Akira readied his H-gun again while still on top of the bike. Alpha then controlled Akira's augmented suit to adjust his pose and center of mass into the best position. As for the hunters who were in the area, the corpses and wreckages of the dead monsters became obstructions and made it harder to shoot at the monsters. That was why Akira could easily snipe those monsters from his position. Akira took an aim at the monsters while still riding the bike and pulled the trigger of his rifle. His sniping shots were highly accurate due to Alpha's support, and he kept shooting at the monsters in front of him. All of his bullets hit the weak points of the monsters like the gaps between their scales, the fragile parts of their armors, their joints and their connecting edges of their armor plates. The biological monsters would howl loudly when they got hit on their weak spots, while the mechanical monsters would make weird sounds when a part of their bodies was blown to pieces, and they both would fall down to the ground and die. Some of the monsters changed their target from the hunters near the trucks to Akira. They judged that Akira as a bigger threat to them than those hunters. Akira kept a safe distance from those monsters that were charging towards him and shot them down one by one. Although some of them have started charging our way, we can still keep our distance using the bike, so I don't think they would be able to swarm us with numbers. Compared to when we were together with Katsuragi, this is way easier. After all, there were some monsters that were living further to the west mixed in that group of monsters that attacked us back then. We'll move away if they get too close to us. Since you have a bike now, we should use it to the best of our advantage. Roger that. It was a one-sided fight with Akira shooting at those monsters while keeping his distance using the bike. The hunters who saw the scene that was unfolding in front of them were astounded. A reinforcement? How many? Do they have a vehicle? Just one person? Where are the others? Is he just a forward scout or something? Just a single boy? What kind of joke is this? Among the hunters who started making a commotion, one of them took up his gun and shot one of the monsters that were chasing Akira. His shot tore right through the monster's head and killed it instantly. Stop making a ruckus here. Take your gun and start shooting. You should be able to hit the monsters easily now. But still, is that boy our reinforcement? It doesn't matter if our reinforcement is just a single boy. We just need to kill the rest of the monsters. I don't care whatever it is so long as it can help us go back home alive. The other hunters hurriedly picked up their rifles as they heard such fierce encouragement. The hunters started to help Akira. And due to Akira's position, he got a clear shot at some of the monsters while the hunters got a clear shot at the rest of the monsters. The hunters shot and killed the monsters that went out from their cover to chase for Akira who was moving on his bike. While on the other hand, Akira could get a clear shot from behind the monsters that were charging towards the hunters. All of those monsters were eradicated in this pincer attack. The hunters had powerful firepower, thus they were able to make quick work of the monsters. As Akira rode his bike towards the trucks, one of the hunters stepped up to welcome him. When that guy got a closer look at Akira, he was obviously surprised by the fact that it was a single boy who helped them, but he did not look down at Akira at all. Age had nothing to do in Hunter's profession. Or at least, he thought that only amateurs would judge other hunters by their age. There were cases when hunters disguised themselves as a small kid to lower their opponent's guard. Some of them used their childlike figure to disguise themselves while some of them used medicine from the old world to turn back their appearance to their younger self. Either way, only good hunters would do something like that. After witnessing Akira's skill in bike riding and monster shooting, that hunter assumed Akira to be one of those skilled hunters. Thank you for the help, you really saved us. You came as our reinforcement, right? Yeah, I came here because I accepted the emergency request. I see. I'm sorry, but can you sell me some of your healing medicines if you have some? We have some badly wounded hunters with us. There were badly wounded hunters lying inside the truck's trays. They were in such bad shape that the floor of truck's cargo tray was covered in blood, and blood was also dripping down to the ground from some corners of the tray. And in one corner of the tray, there were already 5 bags filled with dead bodies. Akira lowered his backpack, took out some medicines and handed it to that man. It was the medicines he found in the Kazusuhara ruin that he saved for himself. After receiving the medicine, that man's face turned stiff. He knew that the medicines he received were of high quality. Those medicines were of better quality compared to what hunters would usually trade in the middle of a battle. After all, they would not be able to use them for themselves if they sold them. It was the same as selling the lifeline that might save their lives. That man was afraid that he did not have enough money to be able to pay for those medicines. You have pretty good medicines with you. Well, I'm sorry, but... As the man was about to start a negotiation about the price, Akira quickly interrupted him. We can do the negotiation later. In the worst-case scenario, you can just take them for free. Since I've come all the way here to help out, it would leave a bad taste if I leave you, the very people that I want to help, to die. Thanks, you're really great help. After the man thanked Akira, he went to heal the injured. He administered some of the medicines orally, and the rest were administered directly onto the wounds by opening the capsule of the medicines. When he did that, the injured hunters were assaulted by severe pain and started cursing. Endure it. This will save your life. That man knew well about the healing power of the medicine, so he just ignored the curses and kept giving treatment to the wounded hunters. Another man then approached Akira and asked him a question. Say, are you the only reinforcement? Are there any other hunters coming? Akira hesitated, but he knew that it was pointless if he stayed quiet or lied to him. Thus he calmed himself down and answered back. I was close by when I accepted the emergency request. I don't know if there are any more hunters dispatched to this place. I see. The man reacted much calmer than Akira thought he would. Akira was both surprised and amazed by that. That's pretty amazing. He's not surprised, although his reinforcement is just a single boy. Alpha smiled and voiced out her opinion. I guess he's someone with an iron will, and getting almost killed won't even scare him. He's not like most of the other hunters. You should aim to be a hunter like him, you know. You're right. Akira then asked the mage, can you ask the hunter office staff about the reinforcement? The 2 of them are dead. But since you came, it means that they did send the SOS request before they got killed. Although it's too bad that the SOS senders are already dead when you arrived. Is there any reason why you guys can't move from this place? It's because the truck got badly damaged due to those monsters. And of course we could not fix the truck when we were fighting against the monsters. Or more like, no one here knows to fix the truck. So we were planning to get back home by riding the truck that comes with the reinforcement or have that truck tow ours, you see? That man smiled bitterly at Akira. Thus Akira replied back with a bitter smile. I'm sorry. I tried to come here as fast as I could by riding a bike, so I arrived here faster than scheduled. You wouldn't believe me if I said that I was about to come here by running. So let's just focus on the brighter side since you're in a better position now. Don't get me wrong, I really am glad, you know? It seems that we still have some luck left with us after all. That man thought that Akira was joking as he laughed. Akira realized that, but he had no plan on correcting him. After all, if he was in that man's position, he would have also thought that was a joke. Rebuild World Chapter 31 Can an Insect? Akira was having a quick rest beside the truck together with the hunters that he just saved. Then, something suddenly came up in his mind. Alpha, now that I think about it, what should I do to complete this emergency request? The subject of the emergency request is the city defense. I think it'll not end until the city is completely safe. Of course, it depends on how the situation develops, But I don't think it'll be the end of the request even if more reinforcements come to this area. I think they'll just send back the injured hunters to the city and send the rest to another area. So it depends on how the situation develops, huh? Alpha then smiled teasingly and said, "Not to mention, you did receive that bike as an upfront payment, so I bet they'll make you work hard." Akira looked doubtful as he said, "I did save the hunters here though. Is that not enough?" "Unfortunately, it's not for me nor you to decide whether it's enough or not." "That's true. I need to make sure that they won't tell me to pay them back because I didn't work hard enough." Although the truck was bombarded to a point where it could not run anymore, the detection device installed to it was still operational. The hunters would take turns to monitor their surroundings using that device. Thus the rest of the hunters could rest easy without fearing any surprise attacks. Akira had also lowered his guard as he was talking with Alphaj. Suddenly, the hunter who was on watch duty shouted, "We got incoming signals from the 2 o'clock direction." The tension in the area suddenly raised. No one knew whether it was from monsters or from reinforcements, thus Akira and the other hunters turned their attention to that direction while looking both hopeful and uneasy. The hunter who was beside Akira prayed to God as he was looking through his binoculars, but his face suddenly turned grim. His prayer was not answered. What he saw from afar was a swarm of mechanical monsters that he remembered well. His face turned stern as he let out a sigh and cursed. "Those damn bugs again." "Damn bugs. I'm talking about those monsters that broke our trucks. So they didn't run away from the area, huh? Did they go back for an ammo refill or something like that?" It was a swarm of mechanical monsters that looked like a small bug with tiny legs. Their bodies were mounted with a big cannon and an automatic machine gun. Akira was a little bit slow in recognizing it, but when he did, his face immediately turned grim. Alpha then added some explanations to what Akira was seeing. "Those things are called cannon insects. I believe that they are produced in an old world's automated weapon factory that's still active somewhere till this date. It consists of a moving device in the form of those small legs. It is attached with a gun and an anti-vehicle cannon. That moving device part should be their main body part. Although their firepower varies, their main firepower comes from that tank cannon. But with that being said, they don't have much reserve ammo, or more like they can only bring a few warheads for that cannon. So, to deal with that, they would refill their ammo with help from another accompanying refilling robot. If they are produced by a weapon factory, why do they have that insect-like form? I think their information receiver malfunctioned and received weird data instead. Or maybe the AI was so bored that it decided to make something weird." "Bored? Is that even enough of a reason?" Akira looked puzzled the moment he heard such unexpected reasoning. The cannon insect was a separate machine from its weapon. Some of them were equipped with a big cannon not suitable for its size, and some of them carried a small cluster of countless tiny cannons. There were also differences in the size or the number of their legs. Despite all the differences, all the cannon insects were effective soldiers. They came close enough to the truck, stopped and then used all of their legs to support their body as they blasted their cannons. The swarm then released a volley of cannons together with banging sounds. Cannon warheads showered the area around the truck like rain. They exploded and blasted all the monsters' corpses in the area into small bits and pieces. Charred and in pieces, smoke rose up from the aftermath. Of course, the hunters started shooting back in retaliation. But due to their guns' effective range, it did not do much damage to the monsters. Damn it, although they attacked from a closer range last time, those bugs are keeping their distance from us this time. The cannon insects were keeping their distance from the hunters. They stood right outside the hunters' shooting range. By sacrificing their accuracy, they continued bombarding the hunters with warheads from afar, and it soon turned into a one-sided fight. The hunters also noticed that these monsters would not run out of ammo anytime soon since they were accompanied by other machines that refilled their ammo. Alpha then turned to Akira with a serious face. "Akira, let me reconfirm this. You have no plans of running away from this place alone, right?" Akira firmly answered back while still making a grim face. "Of course, that's until I'm the only one alive. In that case, I have no other choice but to do this. Your AAH rifle can inflict enough damage to them, but you need to move close enough to get them into your shooting range. Of course I will give you my support, but you'll need to do something pretty reckless. This will subject your body to immense stress. Thus I recommend you to take your medicine beforehand, so that it'll immediately heal your body in case your bones start cracking or your flesh starts tearing. After all, if you don't take your medicine now, your body won't be able to hold out what you're going to do from now on. But we will only do this if we really have no other choice. Are you okay with that? Seeing how Alpha was giving out a warning with a serious face, Akira remembered when she used the augmented suit to forcefully move his body during the augmented suit training. He remembered that he could not move for a while right after that due to the fatigue and the pain. Akira knew well that his body would be subjected to something worse compared to that. He completely realized that fact as he reached deep into his rucksack, took out the medicines, readied his resolve and swallowed a big dose of medicines. Alpha, who saw that, just let out a small sigh before smiling invincibly. Are you ready now? Akira smiled back and replied in a firm tone. Well, maintaining resolve is my responsibility. After he finished all of his preparations, Akira took his gun and got on his bike before shouting to a guy near him, I'll go and shoot them from up close. Give me some support. The guy was surprised when he heard that, but he understood that the situation would only get worse at this rate. Thus he did not stop Akira. Instead, he asked Akira while making a serious face, Are you sure you're going alone? I'm the only one with a bike here, so I think it's better if we don't make any clumsy move. This will at least divide their attention and reduce the pressure from their bombardment. Moreover, if I keep moving, they won't be able to hit me. Maybe. Well then, I'll be counting on you for the follow-up support. After he said that, Akira blazed out on his bike. As he passed by and made eye contact with the other hunters, they immediately understood what Akira was thinking and moved. We should scatter out and approach those bugs too. Put down the injured hunters from the truck's trays and use the truck as a shield. To everyone with grenades, reserve your grenades. In the middle of the raining warheads, the hunters too made their resolve and started running towards the monsters as well. Akira rode his bike and cut through the wasteland as he was heading straight towards the monster swarm. Although he was fast enough to be considered as attempting suicide, he accelerated his bike even more. The area was littered with wreckages and bloody corpses of the dead monsters. Even with wheels specially designed for exploring the wasteland, it was dangerous as muddy ground filled with obstacles were enough to flip Akira's bike. But thanks to Alpha's advanced support, Akira just blazed through it with no problem at all. The violent shaking of the bike did not stop Akira from pulling the trigger on his rifle. Although some of the bullets hit the monsters, they just ricocheted off the monsters' bodies. It was a common characteristic among mechanical monsters like the cannon insect to have a very hard body, and not to mention, Akira was shooting outside rifle's effective range, so it was not surprising. But as those bullets hit them, some of the cannon insects changed their focus from the other hunters to Akira. Due to their big cannons that were too large for their legs to support, the cannon insects had to turn their whole body to aim their cannons at Akira. Then they were thrown back by the blasts when they shot warheads from their cannons. The warhead landed 10 meters beside Akira and blasted the flesh, blood and metal wreckages in the surrounding area. There was no doubt that it would instantly kill Akira if one of those warheads hit him directly. Akira could feel a shiver running through his spine as he started sweating. Well, they mostly miss anyway, so it's going to be okay, right? I won't get hit, right? Their accuracy is pretty bad since their huge cannons are unsuitable for their size. I bet it's because the factory that produced them received corrupted data or something. So don't worry, you won't get hit that easily. Alright then. Akira sounded elated when he heard that. But his mood immediately changed when Alpha continued her explanation. But because of such level of randomness, it's kind of hard to accurately predict their trajectories. Even with my superior computing skills, I can't guarantee that they won't hit you at all. So in the end, it'll still depend on your luck. Akira frowned. Don't say something scary like that. I've used all of my luck, you know? Just hope that your luck is only bad to the point that I can offset it with my support. That aside, remember that you got into this situation because of your own decision, okay? And it does not depend on luck. I see. If that does not depend on my luck, then it'll be your fault if I get hit, right? Akira laughed sarcastically, to which Alpha just smiled invincibly. Are you sure you're going to say that? In that case, I'll increase the level of my support so that you won't get hit. So you should give your best too, okay? What do you mean by that? In order to avoid getting shot at, Alpha increased the speed of the bike and made a slalom move. But because of that, Akira's body was subjected to even more stress. Akira thought that he should not have said something like that. He instantly regretted what he said and gritted his teeth as he endured the pain while making a grim face. Akira was closing in high speed with a rifle in his arm, aiming towards the monsters. The insect cannon started to take notice of him and reacted. Most of the cannon insects already changed their target to Akira and showered him with warheads. And when he got close enough, the cannon insects stopped shooting in curved trajectories and instead aimed at him in a straight line. The cannon warheads traveled along a straight line and hit about 1 meter away from Akira, as rumbles echoed through the wasteland. He was filled with fear when the vibration and the shockwave from the explosions reached him. But he then just gritted his teeth and crushed the fear. When Akira had gotten close enough to cannon insects, Alpha smiled and said to him, "This might be a bit painful, but just endure it." "All right." There was a trace of desperation in his voice when he replied. Alpha made the bike turn 90 degrees. It tilted so low that Akira's left leg grazed the ground in order to resist the leftover momentum from throwing him off the bike. As for Akira himself, he was held in place by the augmented suit. The reason why the bike did not flip over or get thrown off was because Akira was applying an optimal amount of pressure with his right leg to keep the bike's wheels on the ground. Thus he was able to decelerate rapidly without falling over or getting thrown off. Akira gripped his H-rifle tightly in that leaning position as he pulled its trigger. The augmented suit helped him stabilize his arm as the kickback sent by the rifle transmitted through his body and into the bike. Akira's body was subjected to an intense force. His bones started to crack and his flesh started to tear open. Thus the medicines that he consumed beforehand immediately activated and started healing his micro-wounds and injuries. But even before his body could be completely healed, he was subjected to even more burden and new wounds started to open up again. He had to endure the pain as his body went through that cycle again. When his bike suddenly decelerated to make a sharp turn, all the cannon insects around the area immediately turned to Akira. But when the bike decelerated enough, it suddenly accelerated again while still keeping its tilted position before the cannon insects could shoot at him. As countless warheads hit the ground where Akira was just a moment ago, he just kept pacing his bike alongside the swarm in a tilted position while keeping his finger on the trigger of his H-rifle. Since the cannon insects had no pivot to rotate their guns, they had to readjust their whole body when they aim at something. As they were reorienting their position, Akira released countless bullets towards the swarm. The bullets spewed from Akira's H-rifle hit the robots that were resupplying the cannon insects. If he was able to destroy the machines resupplying the cannon insects, then all the cannon insects would only turn into moving target practices once they depleted their ammos. That was why Akira prioritized destroying them first. Due to Alpha's advanced target support, most of the bullets hit the weak points of the mechanical monsters. The monsters that got their leg connections destroyed struggled to keep standing, while the resupplying robots that had a magazine-like body exploded when they got hit and took out the monsters within its explosion radius. The cannon insects pushed the ability of their small legs to their maximum, as they turned with a speed that was not befitting of their size and immediately blasted their cannons. Warheads flew past Akira's side and landed not too far from him, throwing rocks and dust into the air. Akira puckered his face from the pain assaulting his body and the shockwave from the explosions. "Alpha, that one was really dangerous, you know? But thanks to that you didn't get hit at all. And that's all that matters, right? That aside, is your left leg okay?" "It hurts like hell. Feels like my bone will break or my flesh will tear off if I do that again." "Then that means we have to do it with your right leg next time. Is there any options where I don't have to do that?" "Of course there is. You just have to buy a bigger and better gun. Now that you have an augmented suit, you should be able to handle those guns easily. So in short, I don't have any other choices at the moment, huh?" Akira looked annoyed as he sent his gaze at Alpha, but she just smiled. "Of course I'll try to avoid such a situation as much as I can, but you'll have to do it when you are left with no other choice. Remember that it was your decision now that we're in this situation, right? So don't start complaining, okay? Yeah, I get it already. Although Akira did not regret his choice, painful stuff was still painful to him. But he tried to forget the pain by answering back in an annoyed tone. After that, Akira used his rifle to prioritize shooting down the resupplying robots. Although the rifle did not inflict much damage to the cannon insects, it was able to somehow destroy the relatively weaker resupplying robots. The resupplying robots looked like a big magazine with small legs attached to it, and they resupplied the cannon insect by connecting to their backside. Akira realized that and noticed that they would blow up together with the cannon insects if he shot them. Akira's mood got better and better every time he blew up one of those monsters. Alright then, next. We already took down most of them. This is going very well. The other hunters are also working hard. We can win this battle at this rate. Once most of the resupplying robots were taken out, the bombardment from the cannon insects started to weaken. The hunters had also closed their distance to the swarm. Since most of the hunters had bigger firepower than Akira, they wiped out the swarm in no time. The last few cannon insects were only standing in their place without doing anything. They already ran out of ammo, and there were no more resupplying robots around them. The hunters just walked to them and crushed them in order to vent all of their pent-up frustration and stress. Eventually, all the cannon insects turned into wreckages and the battle had come to a closure. Akira let out a big sigh. He was very tired. It finally ends, huh? Avoiding warheads while shooting at monsters. Although we somehow pulled it off, I don't want to do that ever again. That would have been a hard fight if it was not for this bike. As I thought, it's still too early for you, Akira. Is it because of my equipment? Or my skill? Both. Or more like you lack everything. Although I have an augmented suit now and your amazing support, I'm still not that good. Huh. Akira was a bit depressed. He thought that he got a big power-up ever since he got his augmented suit. But now it was as if his incapability was thrown right at his face. Alpha smiled and tried to cheer him up. If you can get strong in one night, then we won't be doing all of those training up until now. So let's keep on working hard in the future too. Akira just changed his mood and faintly smiled back. You're right. There's no other choice but to work hard, huh? That aside, I wonder how they are going to distribute the reward from this. We worked really hard this time, so I'm looking forward to a big reward. Although to be honest, I don't really know how they are going to decide on my reward. Well, I suppose it'll be at least enough for you to stay in a room with a bath. So you can look forward to having a good rest today. That's true. I guess I'll just do that. Akira took a short rest before returning back to the truck. When he arrived, the other hunters who went back to the truck before him welcomed Akira. That was amazing. I thought you were planning to be a decoy since you went out only with an rifle. But that was really something. Well, it's the famous rifle after all. Although Akira was half joking when he said that, the guy looked convinced with the answer. Are you by any chance an fan? Is that gun a modified rifle? Fan? Well, I do like the rifle though. After all, I bought it from my acquaintance's shop, but I didn't particularly put any modification on it. In that case, that would mean your acquaintance is actually selling modified rifles without telling you. Fans tend to do that in order to get more people loving their favorite gun. Well, if a hunter like you really like that rifle, I bet there'll be more people liking that gun in the near future. As expected of a famous rifle. Akira did not fully understand the reasoning, so he asked Alpha. Alpha, what is this fan thingy? I think it refers to the people who really like rifle. Well, I can at least understand that much though, but still. If you're curious about it, you should investigate it later by yourself. It's also a type of training after all. Alright. As Akira was still wondering about the meaning of those words, another hunter came up to him. He looked hesitant when he spoke to Akira. I'm sorry, but we got more injured hunters. We already used all of our medicines. If you have some to spare, can you sell some to us again? Sure, I should still have some left. As Akira lowered his rucksack and gun, pulled out a box of medicines, and was about to hand it over, he suddenly had a really bad feeling. As a matter of fact, it was the worst one that he felt that day. Suddenly a monster appeared near Akira and the other hunters, and it was running straight to them. It was a relatively big-sized biological monster with a powerful and durable body. It ignored bullets that were flying towards it as it shoved aside corpses and wreckages when it ran towards the truck before it was knocked down by a powerful blast. The hunters thought that it was dead, but it actually was only knocked unconscious. During the fierce battle that just happened, they did not have the time to check if all the downed monsters around them were really killed. Thus they left this monster alone thinking that it was dead. Once the monster regained its consciousness, it followed its bestial instinct to attack the nearest human. And the nearest human was Akira. Akira moved to shoot that monster, but he realized that he had no gun in his hands. He quickly tried to reach for his gun that he dropped on the ground, but that sequence of thinking made his reaction slow down even more. Akira's late reaction turned his situation for the worst as the monster was already right in front of him with its big mouth wide open. I won't make it in time. I'm really dead now. As the world felt like it was running in slow motion, Akira could feel the death that was creeping onto him. In the next moment, Akira's augmented cloth moved on its own. His whole body rotated with his left leg as a pivot as Akira raised his right leg at the same time. The augmented suit ignored its user's safety and mustered all of its strength. Thus for a spare second, Akira's strength and ability broke through the limit of a mere human and transcended into the realm of a superhuman. Akira's right leg sliced through the air and drove into the head of the monster that was right in front of him with enough power that it would be able to easily send metal wreckages flying. But even with that much power, it was not able to kill the monster. Although it recoiled back from the kick, it did not fall to the ground. The strong shock on its head only stopped its movement momentarily. During that opening, Akira's arm quickly reached for his H-rifle on its own. Although he was still very confused, Akira quickly regained its composure as he immediately shoved his gun into that monster's mouth and pulled the trigger. As he held the trigger of his gun, the bullet spewed out from its muzzle tore through the monster's head from the inside. But even so, it was only enough to fatally injure the monster and not enough to kill it. Akira firmly held the trigger and emptied his magazine into the monster's mouth. There was a moment of silence after which the monster's large body fell down to the ground and never moved again for the second time. Akira was breathing roughly. Was that you who moved my body, Alpha? Yeah. You should quickly treat your wounds before your augmented suit stops working. Stop working? Is it broken? It's running low on energy. Although I was able to increase its power output above its limit for a few seconds, it consumed a huge amount of energy in that short amount of time. I didn't have any other choice back then, you know? But since I pushed it past its limit, it might be broken. We should make a thorough check later. Akira sat down. His whole body was pulsing in pain, especially his right leg. My right leg, I wonder if it is broken. Well, I did harden the augmented suit as hard as it could, but since it's not designed with user protection as one of its main functions, there was a limit on how hard it can go. If you don't heal your leg, you won't be able to walk back home, you know. So you should quickly treat your leg. Akira quickly picked up his rucksack and took out some medicines. I just need to swallow them, right? Since it's a broken bone, it's not like I should open up my leg to apply the medicine directly onto my broken bone, right? In the worst-case scenario, you have no other choice but to do that, you know? For now, you just need to straighten your broken bone and swallow the medicine. It might take some time to fully heal your broken bone, but I think that will be fine at the moment. So, should I help you straighten the broken bone? Yes, please. After that, Akira's hands started moving on their own and grabbed his right leg. Alpha then partially turned off some parts of the augmented suit. Thus the augmented suit regained its elasticity and weight. And with that, the whole augmented suit forcefully straightened Akira's broken bone. Intense pain immediately assaulted Akira. He gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain. After that, Akira took his medicine box and poured all the medicines inside that box into his mouth. As he swallowed all of those medicines, the analgesic inside the medicine immediately dulled his pain. But even so, he could still feel the healing nanomachines quickly gathering around his right leg. As he strongly squeezed the empty medicine box, Akira's eyes met with the eyes of the guy from before. He quickly grabbed his rucksack and confirmed that he did not have many medicines left with him. He hesitated for a bit before he decided to hand over one box to that man. That hunter received the box, stopped for a moment and then returned the box back to Akira. Akira looked puzzled when that hunter did that, but he just smiled and said to Akira, "There's no way I can accept that box when someone who's as good as you make that face. Not to mention that you already gave me a box before." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, the hunters are not that badly injured anyway. They'll be okay if we just let them rest." The other hunters came running as they heard gunshots. Then the guy in front of Akira shouted at them, "There was a monster that just lost consciousness and was not dead yet. Go and check the other monsters. If you find any of them with their head intact, shoot them a few times in the head as a precaution." The other hunters quickly picked up their guns in panic. All of the hunters there, including Akira, had lowered their guard as they thought that the battle was over. Thus it took some time before the hunters were able to return their guard back up. The hunters who just repelled the assault from the cannon insect swarm were once again waiting for reinforcement. Akira used his injury as a reason to take a rest as the other hunters kept monitoring the surroundings. The reason why none of them complained when Akira was resting was because they acknowledged Akira's hard work. Akira started to prepare himself for another fight. Of course, he hoped that there would be no more battle, but the world did not care about his wishes. Thus he had no other choice but to prepare himself. He replaced the power source of his augmented suit with a new energy pack before his augmented suit ran out of energy and turned into a mere deadweight heavy suit. He then took a full magazine and inserted it into his rifle. He also attached some spare magazines around his augmented suit. When he finished, his right leg was almost fully healed. With this, he was ready to go for another round. Akira stared inside his rucksack and let out the biggest sigh of the day. He only had a spare amount of reserve ammo and healing medicines. "I don't have much left. I need to replenish my ammo reserve when I get back. I'm going to get a reward from this, right?" Alpha smiled and tried to cheer him up. "I don't know for sure how much that bike is, but you fought quite a lot today, so I'm sure the reward will be enough to cover it. So don't worry, it'll be fine." "Is that so? Well, I guess you're right." Akira decided to just accept her explanation. Although he remembered Alpha once said to him that she did not know for sure how much reward he would get, Akira just decided to forget that part for now. After all, he would feel better this way. As the day turned darker and the sun was about to set, reinforcements finally arrived. They decided to tow back the broken truck back to the city. As they were preparing to tow back the trucks, Akira just sat on his bike and waited for them to finish. Suddenly, Kobayashi waved at him. He looked like he was in a good mood. "Yo there. So you're still alive, huh? I heard everything from the other hunters. You did a crazy thing back there. To be honest, I thought that you'd be definitely dead by now. It seems that my ability to judge people has gone bad, huh? But at least I was correct when I said that you are a hunter who would challenge a reckless, impossible and even futile things." Akira frowned a bit when Kobayashi said that he thought Akira was definitely dead by now, but he was able to understand Kobayashi's opinion, thus he controlled himself and didn't retaliate. "The bike was really useful, so thank you for the bike." "I'm glad to hear that. It was the right choice to give you that bike. And that's doubly true if it helped you do those crazy things." "Alright. About the emergency request that I accepted, what should I do before it's considered finished? Is it until these hunters return safely back to the city?" About that, wait for a sec." Kobayashi pulled out his information terminal and operated it. "Alright. I've finished registering your accomplishment for the emergency request. You can do whatever you want now." "Is that it? Is it really okay not to escort those hunters back to the city?" "Yeah, after all, we came here because of another aid request. The monster group that headed to the city from Kazusuhara ruins was already annihilated by the defense squad, so that emergency request has ended. Because of that, we have the leeway to send some people to help other hunters now." "Oh, I see. Now that you mention it, do you want to take the aid request too? If you want to accept that request, I'll help you with the registration here and now." Akira looked so tired as he shook his head. "No thanks. Since I'm done with the emergency request, I'll go ahead and return back to the city first. After all, I already used most of my ammo reserves and not to mention that I'm really tired now." "Well, that's just too bad. I was actually hoping to see what kind of crazy things you would do if we get attacked on our way back, you know? Oh. Ha ha ha, give me a break already. Well then I'll head back first. Be careful on your way back. Okay? If you're going to die, make sure that you die doing something really crazy. So don't drop dead because of something lame like tripping off your bike. Okay? Akira felt even more tired as he saw Kobayashi so excited and in such a good mood. He then let out a sigh and went ahead to the city. As Kobayashi was seeing Akira off with a big smile, another hunter office staff came to him and reported, "Kobayashi-san, I've checked the history log data from the battle. It seems that the damage on the truck was mostly done on its driving function, thus we were able to easily retrieve the data, but there's this one weird data." Weird data? For some reason there's this one hunter who made a strange move, or more like a reckless move. There's this ridiculous data saying that this hunter charged right into the monster swarm all alone and started shooting at the swarm. It might also be because of some kind of a malfunction in the information gathering device though. Kobayashi burst out in laughter when he heard that report. He then said to the other staff, "Ask the other hunters to check whether that data is correct or not." "No, wait, I'll do that. Don't go ahead deleting the data even when you think that it's from a malfunction, okay? Or more like just send the data to me and I'll check it later. I'll go and ask the hunters in the tray. You just go ahead and start driving once the preparation is complete." "Yes, sir." That staff then returned back to his job of preparing the truck for moving out. As for Kobayashi, he smiled and mumbled, "That boy, he was crazy enough to even make the staff doubt the data, huh? That's really nice. It's been so long since the last time I met a hunter with this much zest." Kobayashi was in a really good mood that day. Rebuild World Chapter 32. Even 10 billion orum is a small amount of money. The gathering place for the patrol request was now filled with the hunters who came back from the emergency request. Some of them were celebrating with their friends who returned alive, even if they were injured. Meanwhile, some of them grieved for their lost friends. The scene showcased that it was not only Akira but all the hunters involved had also gone through a fierce battle during the emergency request. But for now, Akira was just glad that he was able to return back alive. Everything is fine as long as it ends well. Although a lot of things have happened, it is finally over. Alpha smiled and said to Akira, "Good work for today. Let's take rest for the remainder of the day." "You're right, I'll take a good long bath today after all. I couldn't take one recently at all." Akira was beaming as he was looking forward to his bath time. But Alpha just smiled bitterly and destroyed his joy as she said, "Akira, I have bad news." "What is it?" "The reward is still not transferred yet, so we don't have any money to rent a room with a bath for today." Akira looked surprised and confused at the same time. What do you mean?" "It seems that since there were a lot of hunters who took the emergency request, it'll take some time before they finish calculating the reward distribution. You can check your request history to see all the details." Akira grabbed and operated his information terminal in a panic to access his request history and opened the reward tab. He found out what Alpha said was really written in his terminal monitor. "But I worked super hard in this request." Looking at how Akira was so dejected, Alpha smiled and tried to cheer him up. "I bet they'll transfer it by tomorrow. And even if you take a long bath today, there's a good chance that you'll fall asleep in the bath, which is really dangerous. So with that in mind, let's refrain from taking a bath today." "All right." Akira knew that it would be pointless to complain, thus he decided to just obediently accept her reasoning. "Akira, putting that aside, what will you do with this bike? We don't have enough money to rent a room in an inn with a parking lot, but if we just leave it in a random place, someone will steal it. Or do you want to sleep on the bike tonight?" Akira frowned at Alpha's logical suggestion. He was exhausted and wanted to avoid having to sleep in the back alley at all cost. But he also did not want someone else stealing his bike. And if he folded the bike and brought it back to his room, he might get scolded at by the innkeeper. Akira took some time thinking about his options before he came up with an idea. "All right then, let's leave the bike with Cheryl. She told me to visit her from time to time. She could lend me a parking spot, so I can visit her every time I go there to take my bike." Akira then rode his bike to Cheryl's place. Cheryl was trying to sleep in her private room when she heard someone knocking on the door of her room. She could not help but quickly get out of her bed and run towards the door, annoyed. Since she was about to sleep when she heard the knock, she shouted with irritation, "What? I'm about to sleep here, you know." "Boss, Akira is here." Cheryl immediately woke up from her half-sleepy state. She also understood very well why the other members of her gang woke her up. All the children there were too scared of talking to Akira without her around. Cheryl immediately tidied up herself and hurried to meet Akira. She stopped right beside Akira, who was waiting on top of his bike near the entrance, and took a deep breath before speaking. "I'm sorry for the wait, come in." "Thanks, but it's okay. Sorry for coming in this late. I have something that I want to ask you." "Oh, please feel free to ask anything. I'll do anything so long as it's something that I can help with." Akira felt weird as Cheryl was smiling at him the whole time. He thought that her behavior should have gotten better since the last time he met her. But looking at this, it seemed that Cheryl's behavior had actually gotten worse. Or this might be her real personality, and this was how she would behave in front of Akira from here on out. As he was pondering about that, he decided to just drop the subject and go straight to the real reason why he came. He was already exhausted to think about anything else. "Can you keep this bike here for me? I'll come here again to take it when I need it." "I understand, I'll take good care of the bike. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, would you please come in for a bit? You can go back after having a cup of coffee at least." As she spoke, Cheryl casually reached for Akira's hand and stared into his eyes. She looked very happy for some reason. From her smile, the way she looked at him and grabbed his hand, how casually she invited him in. Akira thought that she was being a bit pushy, so he immediately pulled his hand back while being flustered and said, "Nah, it's already late today, so I'll return back to my room. A lot of things happened today and I'm really tired right now." Cheryl looked disappointed as she said, "I see. Although I wanted to talk a lot with you because it has been quite a while since the last time you came. It is really unfortunate. I'll come again soon. I'll be waiting for you." Cheryl smiled as she saw Akira off. There was a shred of loneliness in her face. Akira was a bit taken aback by what just happened, but he thought that it was still better than the last time. Plus, he was very tired at the moment, so he just decided to forget about it and headed back to the inn. Cheryl told the young boy who was on the guard duty to put the bike inside the base. "I don't think I even need to tell you this, but be really careful when you move the bike. Tell the other kids not to mess around with the bike, and also tell them that it's Akira's bike. I'm sure they know what would happen to them if the bike is stolen or broken. So be very careful with it. Okay?" "Okay. I understand." The young boy answered back nervously as he imagined the worst-case scenario. Cheryl just smiled bewitchingly at that young boy. "I'll go and take a rest now. Good luck with your job tonight. Good night." The young boy was mesmerized for a few seconds. His face went beet red and looked flustered. Cheryl noticed his reaction before she went back to her room. When Cheryl got back to her room, she looked at her smiling face in front of a mirror. But after that, she immediately stopped smiling. "It's actually working. But why is it not working on Akira? Or is it that I just didn't notice it?" Cheryl knew that she had a good face and body, and she understood how to use it to coax other people. Smiling, holding hands, staring right into other person's eyes. She knew that all of these would increase the effectiveness of her coaxing. But it hardly affected Akira. That was why she tested it on the young boy who was on the guard duty. And just made-up gentle smile full of charm caused the young boy to react as she expected. Her execution should have been flawless, but even so, Akira did not react at all, and she was extremely disappointed by that. "I still have to work hard, huh?" Cheryl mumbled those words before she prepared herself to go back to sleep. On the next day, inside a cheap small room without a bath, Akira was sleeping like a log. He was dead tired after what happened the day before. Eventually, he opened his eyes. He was still in a daze as he looked around and saw Alpha smiling beside him. "Alpha, good morning." "Good morning, Akira. Reward from yesterday has already been transferred. You can check it if you want." Akira was still sleepy, but he immediately got up when he heard the word reward and operated his information terminal while still being half asleep. But when he clicked the reward tab in the request history page and looked at the notification, all his sleepiness was blown away. 12 million orum? Akira could not believe his eyes as he took another good look at his information terminal. He finally understood that it was indeed 12 million orum. He was so surprised that he felt like he would faint. The details of his reward payment were written on the page. It included the basic reward for the emergency request, plus a reward for fighting against 2 swarms of monsters, plus the money from the number of hunters that he saved, plus the payment from the medicine box that he gave to the other hunters, minus the price of the bike that he got as an upfront payment. But Akira did not read all the details. Well, this amount of money might not be that much when compared to the risk that you had to take for earning it. When Alpha spoke, it was as if she was not fully satisfied with the amount of the reward. This caused Akira to quickly come back to his senses. But still, well, it's true that I risked my life for the request and I almost got killed back then. Not to mention we spent a lot of ammo just like the other hunters, but still, you know. Akira started to doubt the worth of the reward money. But he was not familiar with both the difficulty of yesterday's battles and the amount of money, thus he could not make any conclusion. But his confusion was cleared when he heard what Alpha said next. I guess we should get some equipment with this spare change for today. Spare change? Akira, stop getting surprised for every single thing. Even if you tell me not to get surprised, that is just impossible in this situation. If 12 million orum is still just spare change, then how much does it take for it to not be considered spare change? As long as it's an orum, even 10 billion orum is nothing but spare change. Although Akira was confused and did not understand the meaning of Alpha's words, he calmed down and asked her, "What do you mean?" It will take a lot of time to explain everything. When you go to Shizuka's shop to restock ammo and buy new equipment later today, you can ask her about the equipment that you can't buy using orum. I'm sure she'll tell you about the equipment that you can't buy with spare change. We'll go there once you finish preparing yourself. But for now, how about you eat your breakfast? The moment Alpha mentioned breakfast, Akira immediately noticed that he had an empty stomach. He then remembered that he went straight to sleep without eating dinner last night because he was tired. You're right. Filling an empty stomach took the highest priority. So Akira just put aside all the questions he had and started preparing his breakfast. Once he finished all of his preparation, Akira headed to Shizuka's shop. And as usual, Shizuka was waving at him from the counter and welcomed him when Akira entered her shop. Akira, welcome. How's the augmented suit? Is it useful to you? Yeah. It's better than I imagined. Shizuka looked glad as she saw Akira in a good mood. The press reported news about a huge swarm of monsters heading to the city. A swarm that was big enough for the city to gather and send the defense squad to intercept it. The report also said there were hunters who joined the battle. Shizuka had a feeling that Akira also joined that battle, so she was worried about him. But looking at how he was doing fine today, she thought that it was a needless worry. That's good to hear. I was worried that you would get killed because I picked up a bad augmented suit. You're a prime candidate for becoming this shop's regular customer after all. So it would be bad if you get killed, you know? Akira smiled proudly in reaction to Shizuka's light joke. And I'm here today to take another step towards becoming your shop's regular customer. I want to buy one more rifle as I thought it would be bad if my rifle breaks when I only have one. And also, is there a type of rifle that works well against mechanical monsters? Since I have an augmented suit now, I don't mind a heavy rifle. So one rifle and one more rifle to fight mechanical monsters, right? Well, there are a lot of rifles that you can use though, and all of them have a different price range. So how much is your budget? Including the rifle, I'm planning to spend no more than 10 million orum. Shizuka, who was smiling at Akira, looked so surprised that she stood in a daze for a while. She then looked a bit troubled as she said to Akira, I'm sorry to ask you about this, but how are you going to pay for it? I do want to sell you the rifle, but since I'm a merchant, I can't accept credit payment, you know? Or is that you're planning to use the credit card from the Hunter office? Although you might be eligible to pay it in installments, it's no different than taking a debt, so you should rethink it. I'll pay it in one go, so it'll be okay. Akira answered back in a normal tone almost immediately, But that caused Shizuka's expression to change. Is that so? You got your augmented suit 3 days ago, right? And you said that you didn't do any dangerous work until you got it, right? In short, you only had 3 days, so how did you get that much money in such a short time? Although Shizuka was smiling gently at him, Akira could feel pressure radiating from her smile. He then remembered that he had promised Shizuka not to do anything too dangerous. So Akira tried to come up with an excuse in panic. Well, about the money, you see. Yep. I encountered a group of monsters during yesterday's patrol request. I didn't expect that to happen, thus I got some unexpected extra reward too. And it was way more than I thought. Even I'm too surprised by that. So in short, you went to do a dangerous request yesterday, right? About that, I was only trying my best to survive. And so you did something dangerous, right? Shizuka's voice carried a strong pressure. Yes. Akira looked down and confessed. Shizuka's worried face then turned stern. Are you all right? Did you get injured? I heard that yesterday's battle was quite fierce. As you can see, I'm okay. And it's not like I'm using this augmented suit now because I'm injured and immobile. Akira was not lying, it was all true at least up until this point. But Shizuka locked her stare at him and he could not endure it and he confessed. Well, my right leg was injured. But it was not that bad. My healing medicine was enough to heal it and it's already completely healed now. But even after he confessed, it still looked like Akira was hiding something important and Shizuka noticed that. Come over here for a bit. Shizuka then pulled Akira to the back room behind the counter without saying anything. Take off your augmented suit and let me check what's under it. It's not like you're hiding bandages under that augmented suit, right? I'm telling you it's already completely healed. In that case, there's nothing to worry about, right? So take off your augmented suit now. Akira was overwhelmed by Shizuka's pressure, so he obediently took off his augmented suit. There were no bandages on his body, and it did not seem like he had more scars compared to the last time. The huge amount of medicine that he consumed was able to completely heal his broken leg and all the small injuries that he got from the crazy maneuvers of his augmented suit. Shizuka finally looked relieved as she tightly hugged Akira. There's no need to try and hide it if you're really okay. It only makes me more worried, you know? I am sorry. Akira did not reject Shizuka, who was hugging him. But he was flustered because she buried his head inside her chest. He was also relieved that there was no need for him to tell her about the fact that he took the emergency request that he did not have to and how he was planning to go to a battlefield even if he had to run till there. After all, it would cause a bigger ruckus if she came to know that. Akira and Shizuka then went back to the counter, and she put one of the rifles that he ordered on the counter. First of all, this is the rifle. As for the anti-mechanical monster gun, you want one because of yesterday's battle, right? Can you tell me how the battle was? I'll think of a gun that might suit you after hearing that. All right. Akira then told the story about his battle against the cannon insect swarms, while omitting most of the details. He said that to be able to shoot down the resupplying robots with his rifle, but he had to come close to the swarm while dodging the raining warheads. Shizuka was surprised when she heard that. I see. That's a pretty dangerous thing to do. But since you had no means to run away from them, I guess that was your only choice, huh? Yes, well, so I was wondering if there's a gun that works well against monsters like them. In that case, I recommend you to get CWH anti-material rifle, or DSS sniper rifle. Both can be used with most of the anti-armor ammo sold in the market, and they'll work well against strong armored monsters. So, accuracy or firepower, which one do you prefer? Since I'm planning to use it mostly during a ruin exploration, I'll pick firepower. After all, there are many places where monsters can hide inside the ruin, so I don't think I need a gun that has high accuracy. Alright then, in that case I would recommend you to get CWH anti-material rifle with anti-armor ammo. Of course you can load it with normal anti-monster ammo too, but if you're thinking of using it in tandem with the rifle, I recommend you to only load the CWH anti-material rifle only with anti-armor ammo. Although it's a bit expensive, you can also buy the specially designed ammo too as insurance. This ammo should be able to make short work of big and strong monsters. It might be a good idea to buy a few magazines of this ammo just to be safe. Well then I'll take that gun with those ammo, some normal ammo to replenish my reserve, and some energy packs for my augmented suit too. Is there anything else that you think I should get? Let's see. Well, of course it's nice to have everything in case you suddenly need anything. But if you ask me, then how about buying a charm or a talisman? Although Shizuka was actually just joking, Akira unexpectedly took her suggestion seriously. I'll buy one of those. Shizuka's shop mainly focused on ammo and guns for hunters, but it was also selling some other goods too. Hunters could also place an order for an augmented suit and pick the order from her shop. But Shizuka did not sell charms at all. But seeing how Akira reacted, it was not like Shizuka could say that she was actually joking there. He looked at her with a serious face and a gaze full of expectation. He also sounded like he really meant it when he said that. Wait here for a bit. Shizuka made an awkward smile before she went to the back room as she rushed to the shop's warehouse. The warehouse, which doubled as the loading area for the goods delivered to her shop, housed all kinds of guns and medicines. Shizuka was searching for the object that she was looking for inside the warehouse. Where did I put that thing again? Or more like, I'm not even sure if it's here or not. But I don't remember ever throwing it away. So it should be collecting dust somewhere around here. Oh, here it is. What she was looking for was a cardboard box that was left deep inside the warehouse. Looking at how much dust was blanketing it, it seemed that it was left there for a very long time. Shizuka lightly blew off the dust and opened the box. Inside, she found a collection of small objects. There were small objects like an aiming device or medical products that could not be recreated using the current technology. Those were goods that were created using old-world technology. But among them, there were also other goods that did not hold any financial value. For example, there was an artistic painting, a bunch of inks and papers. These things did not have any technological value at all. Thus the hunter office deemed these goods as worthless. Those goods were normally thought as worthless in the market, so the hunters who came back with them would bring them to other places hoping that they could sell them somewhere with a high price. Some of them would be given to their acquaintances as a souvenir from the ruins. Some of them were used as a chip in negotiation, and some of them were given to random people thinking that it was better rather than just throwing them out. Shizuka got quite a lot of these goods. She gathered the goods that did not interest her and put them in the warehouse. That was the origin of the goods inside this cardboard box. She went to look for the box since she remembered that there was something that could be used as a charm inside it. She then picked some small objects and went back to Akira. Sorry for the wait. I don't have much though, but do you need any of these? Akira was looking at the small goods that were lined up on the counter with a serious face. But he did not know which one was good as a charm and which one was not. Do you have any recommendations which one is good? Well, charm is outside my speciality. But all of these goods were found in the ruins. I have no plan of restocking them and I can't guarantee their effectiveness. In the end, a charm's just an object to make you feel calmer after all. That's why I think it's best if you choose one yourself. Akira nodded while still looking confused, but then Alpha suddenly pointed to one of the objects on the counter. I think this one is good. Is there any reason why you picked that one? It has a lucky number carved on it. I think it's some kind of a charm to increase luck used by someone during the Old World era. After all, exploring the ruins also relies a lot on your luck. So I think that one will be a good choice. Akira then pointed at the object that Alpha recommended. I'll take this one. Alright. Since I can't give you insurance for its quality, I'll give it for free. Wait here for a bit. I'll bring the rest of your order here. As Shizuka was gathering all the goods that Akira ordered, he was staring at his new charm. He looked genuinely interested in that small object. Alpha, you said it has a lucky number, right? So what exactly does this number mean? People usually get a load of money when this number comes up. That's why it's a lucky number. I see. Akira thought that people in the old world also needed money so much that they would even get a lucky charm like the one he was staring at. It made him interested in the fact that there were actually more similarities between the old world era and the current era. Shizuka returned back with all the ordered goods. Sorry for the wait. If you have the time, I can explain the details of the goods if you want. Yes, please. Alright then. The CWH anti-material rifle is mainly used to fight thick armored mechanical monsters. Shizuka started her explanation in a good mood. Among all the types of the gun, the CWH anti-material rifle was made specifically to fight mechanical monsters. Most of the mechanical monsters were autonomous battle robots or facility guardian drones. They were much harder to kill compared to the biological monsters. Their thick armor and hard metallic body were the reason. If anti-armor ammo could pierce their thick armor and destroy their control devices, these monsters could be defeated with the least effort. And for those hunters who were aiming to get their hands on the parts of these monsters, defeating these monsters while inflicting the least damage possible could earn them more money. Thus it was doubly beneficial for them to use anti-armor ammo. Some of the hunters who loved this CWH anti-material rifle earned their money by hunting tanks in the middle of the wasteland. They would load the specially designated ammo to their gun and destroy only the control device of a tank. Then they would take that tank to the repair shop to install a new control device before selling it. Of course, there were other types of guns that the hunters would use for fighting big mechanical monsters. But the CWH anti-material rifle was a staple gun for such situations. That was just how good this gun was. The specially designed ammo for the CWH anti-material rifle might be expensive, but I can guarantee its efficiency. If you have enough knowledge about the inner part of the mechanical monsters and have the confidence to snipe their inner part, this ammo will work very well. It can be used to turn the table in one shot when you get into a pinch fighting a monster with thick armor. I don't think I have to say this since I think you understand it very well, but you shouldn't look forward to being in such a situation, okay? Ah, of course. Akira nodded firmly, to which Shizuka looked satisfied as she nodded in return. Good. Now then, don't try to use its specially designed ammo on some other guns just because it looks similar, okay? In the worst-case scenario, it might cause an explosion that would take your whole arms off. So don't even think of trying to do something like that. Do you have any questions? You can ask me about the other guns too, you know? If it'll make you buy more guns, I can tell you everything I know. Akira thought for a bit before replying. In that case then, please tell me about the H-rifle fans. Shizuka went silent since she did not have much to say about it. But she then smiled and looked at Akira with a gentle gaze. H-rifle fans, huh? Akira, you're too young to become an rifle fan, you know? Although he did not understand why, he realized that he just asked something weird. Thus he tried to give more explanations about his question. Ah, it's just that one of the hunters who I was with yesterday said that. So I was just curious. That hunter said that either I or Shizuka-san must be an H-rifle fan after he took a good look at my H-rifle. Is that so? If that's true, then that means you did a pretty amazing job back there. Do people get misunderstood as an rifle fan if they did something amazing? Well, what can I say here? It's complicated, you see. Akira looked confused, thus Shizuka smiled bitterly as she started explaining about the H-rifle fans. There were a lot of types of guns circulated in the Eastern District. Some of them stayed around for years while some of them were popular for a short time before vanishing. The H-rifle had survived such strict competition for more than 100 years. Thanks to its high performance-to-price ratio, the rifle was a popular rifle even now. And among the hunters there was this group of people called the rifle fans who really loved this rifle. They loved it so much that they tended to get their priority backwards. They would try to defeat every monster using the rifle because of their love for the rifle. They would even try to kill monsters that normally could not be defeated with rifle's firepower, just to showcase the greatness of the rifle. Some of them would heavily modify their H-rifles to increase its performance and firepower. In short, these people would do all kinds of things for their beloved guns. There were a lot of factions among the rifle fans. Some of them despised any form of modifications and aimed for effective tactics using the basic H-rifle. Some of them allowed modifications as long as it kept its basic design. Some of them allowed modifications as long as the core parts of the H-rifle were still kept intact. Some of them would add extra functions on the rifle by adding extension parts. And finally, some of them did not really care about the inner parts as long as it still had the appearance of an rifle. They would fight and help each other and spread the popularity of the rifle. One thing in common among the H-rifle fans was that they were very zealous people. Although some of them were great hunters, one might get swept and turned into an rifle fan if he or she was not careful. That was why some people have trouble handling them. There were a lot of rifle fans among the merchants too, but I'm not one of them, okay? I heard that people like them would strongly recommend buying the rifle, and they secretly sell modified rifles with increased firepower. And among all the guns that they sell, some of them were jackpot guns. I'm sure that's the reason why that hunter said that to you. Akira then remembered what he did yesterday. He did say that the rifle deserved its popularity, and he destroyed the mechanical monster cannon insects using only his rifle. So it was to be expected if that hunter mistook him as an rifle fan. Once they get a jackpot, these hunters would buy a big number of rifle hoping that they would be able to get another jackpot. Although, normally, they would not be able to get the same amount of firepower unless they use a gun that is sold in chrome. Some people even say that its level of firepower comes from the old world technology that is utilized in the rifle. But seriously though, I wonder who would spread such a rumor. There were cases where hunters who mistook a merchant as an rifle fan ordered a huge amount of rifle. It might give that merchant a temporary financial boost, but if that merchant ever got obsessed with it and by chance had bad luck, he would end up with a warehouse full of unsold guns which might even cause their business to crumble. There were times when hunters came to Shizuka's shop because of something similar. But Shizuka always made them pay the full price of the guns up front before placing their order for the guns. There was once a time where someone bought a truck full of rifle from Shizuka, and of course Shizuka was dumbfounded when that happened. Shizuka-san, what is that chrome? Is it something different from Orem? Shizuka was a bit surprised when she found out that Akira did not understand what chrome was. She looked sorry for a split second, but she immediately replaced it with her usual smile. Akira, do you not know what chrome is? No, this is the first time I heard that word. It will take some time to explain everything. Is that okay? It's all right. Shizuka then started explaining about chrome to Akira. There were two kinds of currency in the Eastern District. The currency issued by the corporate in chrome. Orem was a currency issued by Sakashita Heavy Industry, one of the 5 biggest corporations in the Eastern District. The corporate currency was mostly used in the regions under the management of that corporation. Orem included, there were 5 types of corporate currency, each issued by the 5 biggest corporations in the Eastern District. And anyone who bought and sold stuff using one of the corporate currencies could be thought of as someone who was under that corporation. The spread of the currency depended on the sphere of influence of that corporation, and it was the pillar that supported that corporation. The very act of trying to counterfeit the corporate currency could be treated as a declaration of war against the corporate government. There were cases in the past when such a thing happened and the corporate government always obliterated them without mercy. Besides the corporate currency, there was chrome that was used everywhere in the Eastern District. It was called the currency of the Old World, a type of electronic currency discovered as a relic in the ruins. It cannot be reproduced using the current world's technology. There were many methods to get this chrome, and one of them was from an object called a chrome card. It was some kind of an electronic wallet that contained chrome. Chrome had an absolute value in the Eastern District. One could go to the corporate government to exchange a chrome for a large amount of corporate currency. One might also exchange corporate currency to a chrome which is sold at a very high rate. This was also one of the factors that raised the price of chrome in the Eastern District. Most of the transactions between big companies were conducted in chrome, and because of all of these, chrome was able to hold its value and used as the currency from the Old World. Among the ruins of the Old World, some of the factories were still operational. Of course, there were operational guardian drones patrolling these factories, and most of the time, even great hunters or the corporate government military could not fight against these drones that were manufactured using the overwhelmingly advanced technology of the Old World. As such, it was near impossible to collect relics from such ruins. But it was possible to negotiate with the advanced AI that managed such a facility to get the extremely invaluable and extremely hard to create goods that were manufactured in such a factory. And this chrome would be used in such a transaction. Although it was originally a secret, the truth slowly spread among the residents of the Eastern District. Not to mention that with chrome, one could use the vending machines scattered in the ruins to obtain medicines that could even regenerate severed limbs in a short time. Some people did try to force their way to get hold of such medicine from the vending machines in the past. And when that happened, they had to fight the security system of the vending machine. Most of the time, they would not only end up destroying the vending machine, but also increased the piles of corpses that were already scattered around it. Rumor had it that some of the companies in the Eastern District would use their chrome to buy military goods manufactured in the Old World factories. This caused a shift in the sphere of influence among the corporations in the Eastern District. Because of that, the corporate government was trying to collect chrome. And in order to do that, they would sell powerful and advanced equipment which could only be bought using chrome. Shizuka then finished her explanation with a summary. So there you have it. There's also a rumor about a super advanced rifle that can only be bought using chrome. I really want to see one if it really does exist. After knowing there was equipment that could not be bought using corporate currency, Akira finally realized the reason why Alpha said even 10 billion orum was just spare change. He then bowed politely to Shizuka and said, "Thank you for all the explanations, that was really an eye-opener." "Is that so? I'm glad to hear that." For those hunters who already had an augmented suit or were planning to buy one, it was common sense for them to know about chrome, but Akira did not know about it. Shizuka's heart hurt a bit when she discovered this, but she was trying to be considerate to him by not showing that in her face as she smiled to Akira like usual. Rebuild World Chapter 33, Shijima's Evaluation. Akira immediately shifted to a room with a bath after he returned from Shizuka's shop. This room was pretty wide compared to his previous room. He put down his stuff in this room and said to Alpha with a serious tone, "Alpha, I want to make sure of one thing, we're resting today, right?" "No, we're going to take a rest today. I'll take no complaints." Alpha smiled and replied, "Don't worry, we'll take a rest for today." "Alright then, I guess I'll go and take a bath." Akira looked happy as he was heading to the bath, but Alpha suddenly stopped him. "If you want to take a good long bath, you better finish all of your leftover business for the day." "Business? Is there still anything I should do?" "You placed your bike at Cheryl's place yesterday, remember? Since you didn't say how long you are going to leave your bike with her, she might misunderstand and think that you'll take the bike back soon. So I think it's a good idea if you go there and explain it to her. Not to mention that you still have 500,000 orum debt to pay. If you postpone paying that debt, the peaceful situation that we're having at the moment might crumble. So I think it's better for you to pay that debt soon." Akira, who already decided on taking a bath, hesitated. "Can't it wait for some more time? I won't force you, but it might cause some problems if you keep postponing it, you know?" Alpha said it lightly while smiling as if it was nothing to worry about. But Akira got worried instead and decided to do them immediately. Akira was dragging his feet as he was walking through the slum city. It was because he had filled his bag with more medicine than usual, plus he was carrying 2 assault rifles and 1 CWH anti-material rifle. The augmented suit of course helped him in carrying all of those equipment, but carrying that much stuff made it harder for him to control the augmented suit. Although it would be easy to do that with Alpha's support, he was training to walk without her support at all. Because of that, Akira was having a hard time walking. Walking is hard enough already. Maybe I should have left the CWH anti-material rifle behind. No, you shouldn't. You'll fight more battles in the future where you'll need to use that rifle, so you should get used to it from now on. You don't want to fight those mechanical monsters with rifle again, right? Akira remembered all the hardship that he had faced the other day, and smiled bitterly. "You're right. Well, I went and bought it anyway. So I guess I'll work hard until I can at least use it proficiently." He then continued walking slowly through the slum. An inexperienced hunter who was having a hard time handling his new equipment, it was a common sight among the hunters. But even so, most of the people in the slum city would step aside and make a way for Akira. After all, for commoners, picking a fight against someone who is equipped with an augmented suit and carrying a big anti-monster rifle on his back was the same as doing suicide. In order to avoid getting people's attention, Akira walked through the slum city's back alley. But he did not realize that the people around him were actually avoiding him. When Akira arrived at Cheryl's place, she looked very delighted and invited him to her private room. She then casually closed the door. As they were the only ones inside her room, she nonchalantly hugged Akira from the front the moment he put his stuff down. Akira, who somehow expected this, just let out a sigh and said, "Can you just get off me for now?" "It's fine, isn't it? Yesterday you left as soon as you arrived, so it's from yesterday's portion too. I don't understand what portion you are talking about, but I'm here because I have something to tell you. So put this off for later, will you? Oh, I understand, but I can continue after that, right? Cheryl then got off from Akira and stared at him. She looked contented as she got Akira's promise. As Akira realized that he might have to keep dealing with this behavior of Cheryl from now on, he started to look at her as a troublesome girl. After resetting the mood, Akira took a seat across the table from Cheryl. He reached out for 500,000 orum from inside his rucksack before casually placing it on the table. This is the rest of the payment for Shurjima, so take this money and give it to him. Cheryl looked surprised. For her and the other children it was a huge amount of money. She was worried whether he had to do dangerous stuff in order to get this money, so she could not help but ask Akira, are you alright? They haven't asked us to pay the rest yet, so I thought there'll be no problem delaying the payment for later. I got quite a lot of money from yesterday's work. Compared to the total reward, this is just a small amount, so there's no need to worry. Akira felt a bit strange when he said that so casually. According to Alpha, even 12 million orum was just a spare change. Thus 500,000 orum was even more a spare change to that. So, Akira felt that the money in front of him right now was not a big amount. Akira realized that the boy inside him who was shaken at the sight of 12 million orum had disappeared completely. But whether it was a sign of growth or a sign that his sense of money had dulled, or whether it was a good or a bad thing, Akira did not know for sure. Cheryl smiled while still looking surprised. I understand, I'll give it to Shurjima. And also about the bike, since the inn that I'm staying has no parking spot, I can't bring my bike over there. So for the time being, is it okay for me to leave the bike here? You can leave it here anytime you want. We'll keep it safe for you no matter how long it is. Not to mention that if it makes you come to this place more often, it'll help with the security of this place too. Is that so? Well, thanks. Cheryl looked very happy from the outside, but inside she was thinking a lot of things. The last time she met Akira in his room, it was a small and cheap room, and now Akira even called 500,000 orum a small amount. But even so, he was staying in an inn where he could not bring his bike with him. Cheryl tried to deeply analyze Akira's words. That's all I have to tell you today. Do you have anything you need to report to me? The moment Akira said that, Cheryl just shelved all of her questions for now. I have nothing to report for now. Will that be all? Cheryl made an alluring smile to Akira. Akira, who saw that, was taken aback and did not know how to react. As he was still at loss on what to do, Cheryl already changed her seat beside Akira as she snuggled to him and circled her arms around him. She looked like she was having the time of her life as she said, "That's quite a hard cloth. It's an augmented suit after all, so it's normal that it's harder than a usual cloth." I see. Won't you take it off? No thanks. It's fine, isn't it? It's not like you'll lose anything anyway. No, I will. If I take the augmented suit off, my physical ability will decrease. But at this rate, we will have to stay like this longer, you know? Huh? Why? Because this cloth will reduce my satisfaction. Akira frowned, looking annoyed and a bit troubled. On the other hand, Cheryl locked her gaze at him while smiling brightly. There was an unusual awkward mood between them as both of them were staring at each other's eyes. But then Akira broke his gaze first. Akira let out a big sigh and took off the upper part of his augmented suit. Cheryl looked happier than before as she was still clinging on him. Her face was filled with all kinds of expression like bliss, peace, happiness, pleasure. It made a mess on her beautiful face. She even let out a strange sound from time to time. Cheryl felt like something within her was getting satisfied. Akira thought that it was not like he was losing anything, or more like he actually just did not care, not to mention that it seemed Cheryl would let him go if he just let her be for a while. Thus he just shut up and let her clung on him. But then he noticed that Alpha was smiling teasingly at him. So his face immediately frowned a bit. What? It's nothing. I don't know why though, but it seems that she really likes you. As I thought, you're interested in this kind of thing too, aren't you? Why does it even come to that? Akira then let out a sigh. Cheryl, you should stop soon. I'm still tired from yesterday, so I'm planning to relax and take a good long bath for today. You know? If it's a bath, we also have one here, you know? Do you want to try the bath here? You have a bath here? Yes, it's quite a wide bath, so I think you can really enjoy taking a dip. Although this building looks abandoned, it even has a bath. Huh? But even if you have the facility, how about the bill for the hot water? Are you sure they haven't stopped the hot water? From what I heard, in order to prevent the residents of the slum city from causing a riot because of water shortage, and their own concerns that the slum city might become a source of disease and spread to the lower district, the city management decided to keep supplying the slum with water. You didn't know about this? I too know about this since I used to clean my body with water, even when I was living in the back alley of the slum city. But I didn't know that they also provided the slum city with hot water though. So that's why you can make hot coffee, huh? The data of the landowners in the slum city was never clear. Thus there was no clear address where the city should send their bills for the water usage. But even so, the manager of the city kept supplying the slum with water to avoid any dissent, not to mention that they could also estimate the number of the residents in the slum city and their jobs from the water usage. But then, depending on the situation, the city could stop or limit the water supply anytime. The free water supply was adjusted with reputation and profit in mind, to prevent the slum from growing any bigger than it should or even to cull the population in the slum city. Since there are not that many buildings in the slum that have a bath facility, this base is pretty famous, you know. Sibia and his friends took this building by force and made it their base before we inherited the place from them. If it was not because of your support, we would have been kicked out from this building by now. That's why, since it's thanks to you, you can use the bath here anytime you want. I'll tell the children to prepare the bath if you want to get in, so, how about it? Nope. I'll go back to my room and take a bath there. I'll also help you wash your body, you know. I did rent that room because of the bath, so I'll be taking a bath there. Not to mention that I want to relax in my own room too. Is that so? That's such a shame. To be honest, Cheryl was really planning to get into the bath together with Akira. But she noticed a small shift in his behavior which triggered her wariness, thus she stopped pressuring him. Akira refused her offer simply because he could not trust her completely. After all, he could not get into the bath in his augmented suit or while carrying his rifles. Even right now, the reason why he could take off the upper part of his augmented suit was only because he was sure that he could handle if a fight suddenly broke out here. Cheryl understood this, that was why she backed off. He still can't fully trust me, huh? Although Cheryl understood that it was only to be expected, she was still a bit frustrated as she tightened her arms around Akira. Suddenly someone knocked on the door of her room. Cheryl looked annoyed and answered the knock. What? Ario flinched when he heard Cheryl's annoyance in her voice. He then answered Cheryl's question while still looking scared. Boss. Shirjima has come here with his men. He said that he wants to meet you. I see, I'll go and meet him. Cheryl thought that she had to properly do her job as the boss in order to win Akira's trust. So she reluctantly separated from Akira. Although it was hard to call it a meeting room, it at least had a table and some chairs. Inside the room, Cheryl, Akira and Shirjima were sitting together. The two bodyguards behind Shirjima were fully armed and looked serious but relaxed at the same time. While Ario and Alicia, who were behind Cheryl, looked very nervous. A small kid from Cheryl's gang came in and placed the coffee on the table before quickly retreating out of the room, thinking that his job was finished. Ario and Alicia felt betrayed as they were glaring at that kid. Cheryl smiled at Shirjima and said, I'm sorry that we can't bring out any snacks after all, we don't have the resource to do so. No problem. So then what business do you have with us? What? It's nothing serious, just paying a visit. After all, we could not find a chance to really sit down and talk after that incident. Is that so? As you can see, Akira is okay. It's all good that you're doing fine. Cheryl was trying to look dignified in front of Shirjima. Both of them were smiling at each other, and their smiles were saying that both of them understood why the other party was here. On the other hand, Akira still did not notice the real reason why they were here as he made a puzzled look. Alpha. What's with this conversation? It seems that Shirjima came to visit Cheryl by himself to check how you are doing. After all, there were a lot of dead hunters after the big battle yesterday. I bet he thought that you were killed in that battle. If Cheryl was in a panic right now, it could be inferred that you were killed yesterday, which would mean that she had lost her only support. That's why she just said that you're doing fine. And I think that's the reason why Shirjima replied back as he did after confirming that you're really alright. Akira understood the situation a bit after he heard Alpha's explanation. That's really sly, or more like, isn't that just too much work? It's one of the responsibilities of a gang's boss. Cheryl placed the 500,000 orum that she received from Akira not too long ago on the table. This is the rest of the money. Very well then, this means that the previous incident is resolved now. I wish we can get along in the future. I hope so too. Shirjima was observing Akira and Cheryl while talking to them. Shirjima took a good look at Akira. Most of the hunters who could not move up the rank could not equip themselves with augmented suits due to their economic situation. But even so, Akira was already using an augmented suit, and he even was carrying a big-sized gun that only people with an augmented suit could use effectively. Shirjima assessed the total worth of Akira's complete equipment and approximated his ability to earn money, and thus he became warier of Akira. I thought that he was just a normal boy, but he got all of this equipment in such a short time, huh? I guess I should give myself credit for not antagonizing him back then, or maybe I should despise myself for not killing him back then before he could get all of his current equipment. Well, either way, I guess it's useless to think about that now. Shirjima then looked at Cheryl. She looked calm as she was smiling at him. She looked like a completely different person compared to the last time he met her. The little girl who was trembling and looked so nervous when she visited his base together with Akira had completely vanished. Even when she put the 500,000 orum on the table, she looked completely calm. This accompanied with that fact that it was a big amount that would normally warrant some raised eyebrows when shown in front of the residents of the slum city. And she was also very calm even after seeing his fully armed men. It would be much more understandable and much more normal to be very nervous just like Alicia and Ario. But in contrast to them, Cheryl's smile did not even waver. Why is she this calm? Is it because she understands that Akira who's supporting her is actually a skilled hunter? It's understandable that I can't mess with her gang, but that doesn't explain her calm reaction towards such an amount of money. The two kids behind her are nervous in this situation and shocked when they saw the money. So why in the world can she be this calm? There's no way someone could change that fast. Seriously though, what's going on with her? Shirjima then reassessed Cheryl's gang considering the future prospect of her gang, its power, the region under its control, and the new information that he just discovered about Akira and Cheryl. After he finished all the calculations inside his head, he looked at Cheryl with a smile that he would never use to someone under him. He had recognized Cheryl as someone that he needed to seriously negotiate with for the future of his gang. Well, now I want to talk about our future. We might be able to come to some deals that bring profit to both gangs. This might take some time though. Are both of you okay with that? Since I'm the one who is suddenly asking for negotiation here, if my timing is bad, feel free to say no. Cheryl noticed that Shirjima suddenly changed how he was treating her. If he did not look down on her, it meant that he might come full force at her to crush her instead. But even after knowing that, her smile did not waver at all. It's alright, we can do that now. Then, about the area under your management, which is also the real cause of the last incident. Suddenly Akira interjected. Can I say something before we start? Do I really need to be here for this negotiation? It seems that this will take quite a long time, and to be honest, I want to go back home now. Everyone in the room immediately shifted their gaze towards Akira, who just said something that was really out of the blue. It was as if he could not read the mood inside the room at all. Cheryl kept smiling at Akira without showing even a shred of surprise or panic. You're right. We don't know how long this will take, and I'm sure no one would want to be forced to attend a long negotiation. Please don't worry about me, you can go ahead and leave. Then Shirjima also replied back to Akira with a serious face. Well, considering the topic that we're going to talk about, this is a discussion between two gang bosses. It would be great if everyone unrelated leaves this room. Ario and Alicia stared at Akira's back hoping that he would not leave, but unfortunately, Akira could not pick their cue since they were standing behind him. I see. Well then I'll go back home. Cheryl, just tell me in case anything happens. I'm really sorry to have bothered you. Please feel free to come over here again anytime. Akira then exited the room as Cheryl sent him off with a smile. But on the other hand, Ario and Alicia got more nervous now that the main fighting power that protected them had left the room. Cheryl noticed that as she said to Ario and Alicia without turning back, "Don't worry. Everything will be fine even without Akira here. And it's not like we're talking to a fool like the last time." Shirjima also joined in to reassure Ario and Alicia, which also doubled as a warning to his own bodyguards. "We won't do anything that might offend you. You guys did pay that 1 million orum to resolve that incident peacefully after all. So even if the negotiation turns sour, we won't cause any ruckus here." After being told that, Ario and Alicia finally calmed down. But looking from the other perspective, it only made them calm down a bit. Although Ario and Alicia wished that the negotiation would not take too much time, it did take quite a long time to finish. Akira already returned back to his room and got inside the bath. He dipped his whole body in the warm cozy water up to his neck. He looked relaxed as he enjoyed the warm water and let it take over his whole body. It felt like all of his tiredness was melting into the warm water. Akira's consciousness got completely taken over by the warm water. It was only a matter of time before he would not even be able to answer simple questions. But before that happened, Alpha asked him, "Akira, I'm sorry to bother you while you're enjoying your bath, but there's something that I want to talk about with you, is that okay?" Akira was still in a daze as he turned his gaze at Alpha. Alpha was also inside the bath just like the last time. The warm water caused her rosy alluring skin to look even more enticing. Her perfectly proportional limbs would sway together with her reflection in the warm water because of the wave on the water surface. It was as if it was playing with the reflection on the hot water surface to hide some parts of her body. Sweat and hot water droplets would form and slide down her beautiful skin before getting sucked into the valley between her glorious chest. It was an image of an extremely beautiful girl produced through an immensely advanced and complicated calculation. But Akira showed a very small interest in all this. It was because he was already used to it, and not to mention that Akira was completely absorbed in enjoying his bath. Akira felt that he did not want to talk about anything annoying at the moment. "Is it about tomorrow's request?" "Yeah. To be more precise, it's about getting yourself ready to take that request." "Getting myself ready, huh? Do I have to do anything else other than doing it carefully and with vigilance just like usual?" Alpha made a serious face as she warned Akira. "You have a lot of preparations to make. From now on, you need to be very careful. Try to think that even the slightest injury will kill you. Not to mention that we already used most of the medicines that we got from the ruins, so we don't have many left. Thus it would be difficult to do a crazy stunt like last time. So you really need to be careful, okay?" Akira realized the seriousness of the situation from the way Alpha warned him. He then asked her, "Is the medicine that we bought from Shizuka-san not good enough? Their healing ability is completely different. Remember that you broke your leg yesterday? With your usual medicine you can completely heal in 5 minutes, but with the medicine that you bought yesterday it will even take 2 hours, you know." Akira was obviously surprised. "Their healing abilities are on a completely different scale, huh? In that case I should just buy the same healing medicine as the one that I usually use, right? That will be extremely difficult. Even if you can find a place to buy it, it'll at least cost 1 million orum per box, you know?" Akira was blown away by this new information. "I was chucking something that expensive all this time. Although it saved you so many times, it was indeed very expensive medicine." Akira understood the gravity of the situation. If he kept getting himself injured like usual, he would have to spend a lot of money on the medicines that would greatly affect his daily lives. There was a limit on how much he could use the augmented suit to help him move with broken bones, and in the worst-case scenario he might even get killed. "Ah, that's right, we can go to the ruins to gather more of those medicines, right? I think there should still be more of those medicines scattered in the ruins." Akira looked proud as he thought that he came up with a very good idea, but he quickly returned back to his usual self as Alpha shook her head and shot his suggestion down. "Because of the big battle from yesterday, I believe that the distribution of the monsters in the ruins has changed greatly. The monsters that you would normally find deeper in the ruins might have come out to the outskirts of the ruins. If the current you go to the ruins now, You might end up dead even with my support. So it won't work, huh? Alright then, I'll try to be cautious. That's good. I'll also give my best support too. Akira tried to get into his serious mood, but the warm bath was too strong to fight against, and so he could not help but let out a long moan. Akira's eyes met Alpha's. I can't help it, you know. Well, it's your way of doing things carelessly and getting hurt after all. I'll force you to walk even if both of your legs are broken, you know? So you should be extra careful that you don't have to go through something like that. That sounds very painful, so I'll definitely be extra careful. This time Akira was able to answer back seriously. After Shirjima finished his negotiation with Cheryl, he went back to his private room in his base. The result of the negotiation was that half of Cheryl's territory that her gang could not manage would be passed over to Shijima's gang. As an exchange, Shirjima would transfer 1 million orm to Cheryl's gang, and so their cooperative relation had been set. The result is not that bad, not to mention that I got more territory now, but... Shijima's face was filled with an unknown uneasiness. As I thought, Cheryl's change is something to worry about. It's more worrying than Akira. Where exactly did she get that courage and confidence from? Is she getting ahead of herself thinking that she is completely capable of controlling Akira now? But I don't think that's the only reason. Shirjima thought that Cheryl might have come to realize something annoying, and he just could not shake off his worry. Rebuild World Chapter 34, Various Outcomes of the Battle. Drankum's base was located near Kugamayama City's lower district. It was a huge complex sitting on a wide ground, complete with huge warehouses and buildings lined inside. It even had a large shooting ground inside it. The hunter office also built a branch in the complex. This displayed the power and influence of the gang. Katsuya was undergoing his shooting training inside the indoor shooting ground while making a serious face. His face was clearly showing the frustration he was feeling due to his lack of strength. He kept on training without even taking a break. He was already strained both physically and mentally, because of which his accuracy was declining. He understood that it would be meaningless even if he continued. But he felt like all the bullets that missed its target were mocking him. This made him obstinate as he continued his training in order to shake off that feeling. Yamaina and Eri were worried as they looked over at Katsuya. They were watching the heartbreaking scene where Katsuya continued his training despite the uncountable reminder of failure. They couldn't stand it anymore and called out to him. Katsuya, you should take a rest. It's better if you take a rest. Continuing this way will only make you more tired instead of making you better. But even so, Katsuya kept on persisting in his training. Yamaina then walked over to Katsuya and placed her hand on his gun. As Katsuya turned and met her eyes, she shook her head. Katsuya finally placed his gun down. He hung his head low and mumbled in frustration. If only I was stronger. It's not your fault. We did the best we could. Just like you, everyone else was also prepared for it. It was not your fault. For Eri and Yamaina, watching the current Katsuya was much more painful than the incident that happened yesterday. Drankum dispatched a lot of its hunters during yesterday's big battle. It was a compulsory request for veterans like Shikarabe unless they were injured, or had any other reasons that made it impossible for them to accept the request. But most of these hunters thought that it was a nice chance to earn a lot of money, thus they took the request voluntarily. Even Shikarabe was excited as he prepared himself and left for the request together with the other hunters. Young hunters like Katsuya may join the battle, but it was not compulsory for them. As for Drankum itself, the gang wanted to avoid sending inexperienced young hunters to a battle against a swarm of monsters that even warrant the city to send its defense squad. But of course, the city welcomed any extra firepower, and it was also an emergency request coming from the corporate government. But because of that, the hunter gangs could prohibit the young hunters from taking the request. In the end, they took a stance where young hunters were allowed but not forced to join the battle. But the young hunters thought that it was a nice chance to make other hunters recognize their ability, since they were often despised due to their young age. So a lot of young hunters opted to take the request. Katsuya was the first one to raise his voice, and so did a lot of young hunters, who were sent to the battleground. The young hunters were sent in groups of 10. They were stationed a bit further away from the main battleground where the city's defense squad clashed fiercely against the main monster swarm. Katsuya and the other hunters had a hard fight against the smaller groups of monsters that detached from the main swarm. They were able to test their ability in that battle. As a result, 7 of them were able to return home with the glory and money that they earned from that fierce battle, while the other 3 were claimed forever by the wasteland. All the dead hunters in his group were Katsuya's close friends. They had gone through the hard training together and shared the dream of becoming great hunters. But after that fierce battle, Katsuya was only able to return back with their dead bodies. Katsuya blamed himself and drove into a corner, thinking that he could have saved them if only he was stronger. Yamaina gently hugged Katsuya from behind. "Let's grow stronger so that we can protect everyone next time. I'll also help, so let's take a rest now, okay?" Eri also conveyed her will to help Katsuya. "I'll help too." Because of that, Katsuya was finally able to cheer up a bit, although he was still in remorse. He then tried his best to put up a smile as a gesture of gratitude towards Yamaina and Eri. "You're right. Sorry to make you worry. The 3 of us were at least able to return alive. I'll give my best so I can protect you two next time." "I'll be looking forward to that." "That would be great." Seeing how Katsuya was finally cheering up, Eri and Yamaina were finally able to smile again. While at another site, Shikarabe was called by his friend Arabe, who was also one of the officers in Drankum. "It's kinda rare for you to call me like this. Do you need anything? If it's about that debt from the battle, I should have repaid that with my contribution in the front line. Or is it that I'm here for another lecture?" The defense squad that clashed with the main monster swarm consisted of a private army equipped with tanks, humanoid weapons, heavy-armed cyborgs and hunters with a powerful augmented suit. In short, each of the monsters in the swarm was so powerful that only soldiers with those kinds of equipment could stand a chance against them. In the last battle, Shikarabe's squad was positioned near the main battleground. Despite the danger, he was able to earn quite a lot of money. So it was not like it was a bad thing for him, but he did not like the reason why he was positioned there. Although he only got to know it later, he was actually positioned in such a dangerous place as punishment after making that ruckus arguing with Katsuya during the patrol job. In such a dangerous place where he could be blown away by the shockwave from the main battleground, he did so well that it would definitely bring fame to the gang. So if he got another scolding after doing so much, he was planning to give Arabe a piece of his mind. Arabe smiled bitterly and tried to calm him down. "I was not even included when they made that decision, you know. So don't vent it on me, will you? Well, due to the gang's policy, we prioritize getting more young hunters. So, it's understandable for something like that to happen. Although it's not like I did this as a form of an apology, I just adjusted the assignment so you don't have to look over those children again. So calm down and cheer up, okay?" "Very well then, sorry I was venting on you." "Don't worry, I can understand. I too don't want to get assigned to watch over children anyway." Shikarabe cheered up after the friendly banter. "So then if it's not for small talk, then why did you call me here?" Well, it's about those children that you don't have to watch over anymore. Those guys were assigned in a group of 10 and sent into a quite dangerous place, but then I heard they did very well, you know. Even without someone to watch over them, only 3 of them were killed. Looking at their achievements, they are pretty competent. Not to mention that they already had some brushes with death and returned back alive. Don't you think they've graduated from being conceited young hunters? As Shikarabe heard those words that sounded as if Arabe recognized their abilities, he replied back with strict critiques. Well, I'm not really sure. Looking from the other perspective, it can also be said that they had to sacrifice 3 people to be able to get back alive. I think it's too fast to approve their abilities. I'm sure Katsuya's thinking that he would have been able to protect everyone if only he was stronger. That's just stupid. Even if he gets 1 billion times stronger, he'll just get sent to a place that's 1 billion times more dangerous and he'll lose some of his friends there again. What he really needs is the ability to know his own capability. So, does that mean that he has no talent for being a hunter? Shikarabe went silent for a moment after hearing that before he answered the question with a serious face. Talent-wise, he's more talented than me or you. It's extremely rare to be able to find someone as talented as him. He'll be a great hunter if we train him well. If we keep polishing him and sending him to dangerous battlegrounds, there's no mistaking it that he'll be an extraordinary hunter. Arabe looked very surprised. That was quite a compliment. I thought you hated him. I'm not a fool that I would let my personal feelings cloud my evaluation. Even you know just how talented he is, right? Isn't that why you're prioritizing him? Am I wrong? Well, I wouldn't assign you to watch over him otherwise, you know. I originally thought of having you to train him, but it seems that you can't get along with him. Can you at least endure it for a bit more? It's worth making him indebted to you while you can, you know? Shikarabi looked annoyed as he lashed back. No thanks. First of all, that's only true if he's really going to be a great hunter in the future. I did say that he would be one if we keep training him, but there's no way I would be his grinding stone. I have no plans of becoming a stepping stone for his bright future. Not to mention that there are already 3 people that died because of him, you know? If he did not stir them up, those young hunters would not even think of going to that battle in the first place, right? Having people close to him dead would make him more disciplined and make him grow up as a man. But it is all over for the people who died. So what I'm saying here is that I have no wish to die just to make him grow as a hunter. As Shikarabi's mood turned worse, Arabe let out a big sigh. You always find something to critique about. That's exactly why we can't decide the next young hunter to be assigned under you. Yeah, I can understand that. I don't want to be assigned to watch over any young hunters after all. Arabe was originally thinking of assigning Shikarabi back to Katsuya's group after letting him off for a while, so that he could calm down. But seeing how much Shikarabi despised Katsuya, he completely scrapped that plan and changed to another. Do you know anyone that might happily watch over him? When he said that, Arabe meant for Shikarabi not to pick someone out of grudge. But with that being said, Arabe thought that Shikarabi would never intentionally pick someone bad anyway. And as expected, Shikarabi answered back seriously and even came up with some names. Elena and Sarah, how about those two? It seems that he really likes them. If I'm not mistaken, Drenkum is also trying to recruit those two. Right? We're still in negotiation about it, but it doesn't look good. Then just make them watch over him through training requests. They've been doing some requests together lately, right? Having them accompanying him and actually training him are 2 completely different things. The amount of the reward will also be different. Not to mention that it's not that simple to employ someone from outside the gang, you know? Looking at how Arabe frowned while racking his brain, Shikarabi smiled teasingly since his friend had completely changed from doing hunter work into running the gang. That'll be your job together with the other officers, so good luck with that. I know that. So, about those 2, are they skilled enough? I can't really say much about their teaching ability, but as hunters they are extremely skilled. I don't think there are many hunters in Drenkum who are on par with their skills. I saw them during yesterday's battle. They were able to completely annihilate the camouflaged monsters. Although they had some hard time, they were able to quickly regain the upper hand. Is that so? I'll offer more rewards and see how it goes from there. I'm sure those people in the management would shut up if I say that I'm doing it as an initial step for inviting them to join Drenkum. Shikarabi pulled back his head and grumbled. The people in the management, huh? I really hoped they would try to understand the difficulties that we're facing in the field. Arabe laughed bitterly. Well, it'll be troublesome if they're not around too. It's just one of those disadvantages when the gang grows this big. And we're the ones suffering from that, you know. In that case, how about you join the officers too? You can help me fix this problem, you know? Arabe smiled, challenging Shikarabi, but Shikarabi just smiled back and said, No thanks, I'm not suitable for working behind the desk like you. Geez, and so you threw that job to me, huh? After that, Shikarabi and Arabe laughed together at their displeasure with Drenkum. Elena and Sarah were buying ammo and medicines from Shizuka's shop. They looked tired, but among those 2, Elena looked especially tired. Shizuka, we're taking the usual but triple the amount. That's a lot. And you look very tired too. Was the battle so worse? Shizuka shifted her gaze from Elena to Sarah's face before sliding down to Sarah's breast. Sarah's suit could not hold back her glorious breasts the last time Shizuka met her, but this time her suit was able to hold them in. Yep, it seems that it was a hard fight, huh? Oh. As Sarah was the main firepower among the two, she would spend quite a lot of nanomachines when she used the heavy and powerful gun, which had a strong kickback even if it was used only for a short period of time. Not to mention, Sarah would die if she depleted the nanomachines inside her breasts. Elena understood that well. That was why she always strategized such that Sarah would not use too much of her nanomachines. But even so, Sarah spent a huge portion of her nanomachine reserve in the last battle. It showed just how brutal and chaotic the battle was. Shizuka was able to understand that just by looking at Sarah's breast size. Sarah just smiled bitterly. I really hope you would stop coming up with such a conclusion from my breast size though. Well, the reward was worth all the hard work. I think they distributed extra rewards for the hunters who came back alive in order to avoid any complaints. Elena joined the conversation and grumbled. There were monsters which could camouflage, you know. All the hunters with investigative devices were suddenly sent near the main battleground. It was hell, you know. So it's not my fault for complaining. Shizuka gently smiled. If they gave you enough reward to stop you from complaining, you should use it to buy some stuff from my shop. Let's see if it's for you, Elena. Shizuka, who was about to recommend some of her goods to Elena, looked closely at Elena's equipment and found something weird. Now that I think about it, Elena, you don't use an augmented suit, right? Even Akira, who just became a hunter, bought one not too long ago, you know? So how about you buy one too? Augmented suit, huh? Well. Elena let out a long hum before she smiled faintly and said, I thought that I can still go on for a while without an augmented suit though. But I guess it's better if I buy one soon, huh? Those from the Eastern District had higher physical abilities than most of the common people. Although there were individual differences, they were able to attain superb physical ability with enough training. But from time to time, some people with abnormally high physical ability would appear. There were also people who had gone through long and hard training in order to have a strength equal to the people with an augmented suit even without equipping an augmented suit themselves. These people were called superhuman and they were able to destroy a tank with their bare hands. Even right now, no one knew for sure why such a thing happened. There were many theories floating around like they were descendants of the people from the West who could slay numerous monsters with their bare hand or just a sword. Some even thought that they were descendants of physically enhanced humans using the technology of the old world. The reason why Elena was able to carry all of the heavy information gathering devices without an augmented suit was because of her training, and not because she was a superhuman. For Sarah, who nearly had the same power as a person with an augmented suit, Elena was relatively weak. There was no precise way to measure the physical strength of a person. Those who aimed to be superhuman had no other choice but to believe they were superhuman and keep on training. Not to mention, there was a rumor saying that using an augmented suit would stop your physical ability from improving because training would be meaningless at that point. Because of that reason, plus they were in an economical problem until recently, Elena did not have the leeway of buying an augmented suit. But the money problem, or to be more precise, Sarah's nanomachine reserve problem was already solved. Thus Elena thought that it might be a good chance to renew her equipment and give up increasing her physical ability through normal training. Well, it's true that this is a good chance to do that. Shizuka, can you pick something good for me? Oh. Shizuka looked troubled. Both she and her shop were not specialized in an augmented suit, after all. Stop that, you should go to the right shop for it. Go ask an expert about it and buy an augmented suit from them. I'm sure you can buy one with the reward money that both of you received, right? Well, it's fine, isn't it? I heard that you picked Akira's augmented suit, you know? So you're already experienced in choosing one, right? I want to buy all my equipment from the same shop. Not to mention, I don't like the measuring device in the specialty shop. I just don't feel comfortable with that measuring device which measures my body up to the tiniest detail. I can understand that if one wants to get a custom-made augmented suit that fits perfectly on their body, but it's not like I'm planning to buy something that expensive. In that case then, you pick an augmented suit, then I'll put the order for it. Gathering and analyzing information to come up with a conclusion is your specialty after all, right? I'm asking you to choose one since you usually have a good intuition, you know? And not to mention that nothing you suggested has gone wrong up until now. So won't you do that for me? Just think of it as a service for your frequent customers. Since you did that for Akira, you can at least do that for us who have been coming to this shop for a longer time, you know? Shizuka finally gave up and let out a bitter smile. She then answered back jovially as she was smiling. It can't be helped then. I'll make you buy a very expensive one, so you better be ready for it. After hearing Elena wish to buy an augmented suit, Shizuka suddenly remembered something. Augmented suit, huh? Just a question though, but do you turn super strong just by equipping one? Sarah answered Shizuka's question. Of course not. An augmented suit is nothing more than a piece of equipment. You can't be strong unless you train. It's not a rare occurrence for a hunter to have difficulties in performing simple movements because of the sudden increase in strength, you know. But well, if we're talking about an augmented suit from the old world, I guess it's to be expected for you to suddenly become strong without any additional training. Although I'm enhancing my strength with nanomachines, I still had to go through hard training to be this strong, you know? Well, I thought so too. There was no mistaking that Akira got that huge amount of money from yesterday's big battle. But even so, it was still not normal. He should not have had much time to train himself properly, not to mention that he fought against the mechanical monsters only with his H rifle that was not an effective rifle against such an enemy. It was hard to believe that he would return alive from that battle with 12 million orum. Shizuka was still bothered by it. That was why she clarified with Elena and Sarah. And Sarah's answer confirmed that it was indeed a weird situation. But as she was looking at Sarah, she remembered what she talked about with Sarah not too long ago. And suddenly everything made sense. As I thought, Akira is someone who can connect to the old world domain. But his augmented suit should have nothing to do with it. After all, I was the one who picked that augmented suit for him. Now that I think about it, he did ask for some specific functions. I wonder if those functions are very useful to someone who can connect to the old world domain. As Shizuka was about to dig deeper, she suddenly decided to stop there. Well, it's not like I can ask him about it. I guess I should stop trying to dig any deeper. Curiosity killed the cat. If she pried too deep, it might rub Akira the wrong way. As Shizuka thought of that, she decided to stop thinking about it. In the middle of their silly talk, Elena suddenly asked, "On another subject though, Shizuka, what do you think about the battle? Even if you ask me, I don't know much outside what was reported. Is there anything strange in the report?" There was a big wall display in Shizuka's shop. It was set to mainly show information about the corporate government, the city, the hunter office, or any other hunter-related information. As Shizuka turned the display on, it was showing the news about that attack. A woman from the corporate government was delivering the news. The corporate government had come into conclusion that yesterday's monster attack from the Kazusuhara ruins was a terror attack instigated by the nationalists. There were already a number of confirmed statements from some terrorist groups. They were saying that this is a holy war against the Eastern District ruled by the corporate government that's treating them unfairly. The corporate government immediately took action in response to this statement in order to protect the people from the terrorist group, which disrupted the peace in the Eastern District. Sarah then worded out her opinion about the news. The nationalists, huh? I bet that's the reason why the request dispatcher was the corporate government. If they had that information before the incident happened, I really hope they would do something about it. Well, it's not like I have anything to complain about the reward though. It was a big thing in the Eastern District when the corporate government was the one issuing the request, not to mention that the reward would also be abnormally huge. After all, if the reward was too small, it would hurt the corporate government's reputation, and it was even more important when it came to requests regarding the nationalists. The nationalists aimed to form a nation. There were a lot of them in the Eastern District, so the corporate government could not afford to just ignore them. They also received help from the Federation of Nations in the Central District, which worsened the situation in the Eastern District. These nationalists often invaded and occupied a city, and declared independence from the corporate government. When that happened, the situation often developed into a full-blown war. Because of that, a lot of cities had turned into a mountain of wreckages, which ended up as a big expenditure for the corporate government. Elena could not agree with the news. To be honest, I don't think this city holds so much influence that the nationalists would aim for this city. Baiting monsters from the deeper part of the ruins like that would definitely need a lot of sacrifices from the nationalist side. Not to mention that it would affect their current standing among the other nationalists. It's questionable how much of that news is the truth. What do you think, Shizuka? Shizuka spent a bit of time thinking before answering. They're not lying. The story fits the situation. But there's something that still bothers me. But again about that part. It's not like we can do anything about it, right? No matter what was actually happening behind the scene, it was not like it would cause any loss to them. At least that was what Shizuka's intuition was telling her. Elena and Shizuka changed the subject of their conversation. That's true. Since they gave us such a huge reward, I don't think it's something for us, the hunters, to worry about. Rather than talking about that, let's focus more on how we are going to spend the reward money. Shizuka, with that being said, I'm counting on you for the augmented suit. Okay? Sure, remember that you're the one who told me to choose, okay? No matter what I pick, you'll have to use it, okay? Don't come running at me crying later, alright? Shizuka smiled fearlessly while teasing Elena. Shizuka's intuition that day was on point like usual. An armed squad was marching to the deeper part of the Kazusuhara ruins. Their guns were on a different level compared to the common hunters around the Kagomayama city, and their coordination showed that they were trained soldiers. The squad was commanded by a guy who goes by the name Yanagisawa. He was marching at the front of his squad, leading them deeper into the ruins. Captain Yanagisawa, are you sure that this is all right? Yanagisawa laughed as he replied. As I said before, it's not a problem. The corporate government has given its permission. But still, to bait a swarm of monsters to the city. Not to mention that the news blames the nationalists for the incident too. In the worst-case scenario, they might think that we're one of those nationalists, you know? The one who really baited the monster to the city and died doing that was really a nationalist. He was a member of Alfred's squad, so it's not wrong to say that the nationalist did it. That guy did fulfill his goal in exchange for his life, so I bet he has nothing to complain about anyway. That guy is one of the Alfred squad, huh? And here I was wondering where you got that guy from. I never thought that you had some connections with the nationalists. Well, information is crucial. If you have a lead, you would be able to find them in no time with a little digging. Another guy joined in. Although the defense went well, I still wonder if it was really all right. This kind of thing would normally warrant a death penalty, you know? I don't know what you are planning, Captain. But please don't abandon us, okay? I did properly ask the corporate government to stay quiet about that part too, so don't worry. Well, the defense squad did not get any chance to spring into action lately, and those rich people living inside the inner wall started complaining about the expensive maintenance expenditure for the defense squad. Maybe it's because they spend their life leisurely inside a safe environment that they have forgotten this place is also a part of the Eastern District. This area filled with monsters is also a part of the Eastern District, you know. Safety is an expensive commodity. It's important to remind the people in the inner wall not to get too comfortable with their easy life. But then another guy joined them and asked, in that case, wouldn't monsters from the other ruins work just fine? There was no particular reason why we had to bait those super strong monsters roaming in the deeper part of the Kazusuhara ruins, right? It has been quite a while since the last expedition was sent to scour the outskirts of the Kazusuhara ruins. So the corporate government must be thinking that it might be the time to send a real expedition to the deeper part of the ruins. That's why we thinned out the number of monsters in the deeper part. We baited them out into the wasteland since if it's over here, we could use tanks and other weapons with huge firepower to annihilate them. That method is much safer than sending soldiers into the ruins, you know? But with that being said, it's not like anyone would volunteer to be the bait, right? That's why I went through all of these troubles. So that's why you brought Alfred's squad, huh? Yep, that's the reason. And luckily, that guy said that he would happily sacrifice his own life for something like that. And since I don't want to die, so everyone got what they wanted. Well, if they had asked for more explanations, I would have explained everything truthfully. But since we're originally enemies, I have no duty to tell them everything. Some of his squad felt disgusted, some were laughing and some just ignored it when Yanagisawa said that with a big smile. They had different reactions and opinions about it, but no one there doubted his skill and ability. Another of his men then asked him, but some hunters were harmed and even killed, right? If they come to know that it was Captain who was responsible all along, the dead hunters would come back and haunt you, wouldn't they? The man who asked Yanagisawa that question was originally a hunter who was scouted into the squad. His face looked stern since he felt a kind of camaraderie with the other hunters. Yanagisawa just brushed it off as he said, "The hunters also earned a lot of money from that battle. I bet some of them just got rich in one go. But well, I don't deny that some of them also got killed in the battle, but those people decided to be hunters even after knowing all the dangers. Not to mention that those hunters who have no luck or skill would eventually die sooner or later anyway, even if that battle didn't happen. Working as a hunter means that they have to risk their lives for money. I don't have the time to listen to their complaints just because they lost their gamble and died." Well, it's true, that's what it means to be a hunter. The city management wanted to shut the people in the Middle District. The defense squad wanted to see more action and have more meaning in its existence. Alfred's squad wanted the renown. The corporate government wanted to explore the deeper part of the Kazusuhara ruins. And finally the hunters sought rich and fame. Other than for the people who were killed, that battle was a good thing for everyone, don't you think so? Some of his men felt ridiculous seeing how Yanagisawa boasted about himself. But you did all the hard work there. So what did you get from that? What is your plan? Is there something you need to do in the deeper part of the ruins? Since you called for us, it's not like it's going to be a normal search expedition, right? Yanagisawa deliberately laughed invincibly. It's a secret. If I have to say it, it's to pave the way for the future of humanity. Don't worry. I won't do anything bad. We're simply going to search the ruins. It'll earn us quite a lot of money too. After all, if it doesn't, we won't be able to pay back for all the equipment that we borrowed. These are the latest equipment used in the front line, you know? I even went to get that Ragnarok too. It's also loaded with the Annihilator warhead. Of course, I'm not saying that you can go trigger happy with that, but it really kicks a punch, you know? It's exactly because we're on this occasion that I decided to get one. That's why I want you guys to understand that I'm serious here. The normal equipment for this squad was advanced enough. But this time they brought even better equipment than usual. And it was Yanagisawa who prepared all of the equipment. Yanagisawa was having silly talks with his men, and he seemed to be in a very good mood. But once they reached a certain area, his mood suddenly turned serious as Yanagisawa said to his men, "The silly talk stops here, let's go." And with that, Yanagisawa's squad continued venturing deeper into the Kazusuhara ruins. Rebuild World Chapter 35, Information Gathering Device. Akira was riding through the wasteland on a bike. He was in the middle of an individual patrol request. The bike was equipped with an onboard information gathering device that Akira borrowed from the hunter office. This device would record everything around him, the route that he took, the type and number of monsters that he encountered, and how many of those monsters he defeated. All of this data would be then exchanged for money, deducting the rent fee of the information gathering device, and the rest would be paid as Akira's reward for this request. If Akira patrolled around an area filled with dangerous monsters, his reward would shoot up. On the other hand, if he only patrolled around a relatively safe area just to kill time, his reward would be so less that it might not even cover the rental fee. And if he got unlucky and encountered another swarm of monsters alone, he could monopolize the reward all for himself. Even if he decided to run away from that swarm of monsters, no one would have any complaint against him. Compared to the group patrol from the last time, an individual patrol request like this had its advantages and disadvantages. But for the current Akira, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Akira was speaking to Alpha through telepathy while on his bike. It was to avoid the information gathering device from recording him talking alone. I was really afraid that I might meet another swarm of monsters. But now that I'm here, I don't even see that many monsters. It's a bit disappointing. A lot of monsters were killed in yesterday's battle. But it can also be said that there are that many monsters left even after we killed so many of them yesterday. I'm sure it won't take that long before the population of monsters in the area returns back to normal. Akira frowned. So right now is like a moment of calmness before a storm. Huh? But if I think like that, it feels like there are a lot of monsters today. I wonder where all of these monsters come from. Although we periodically thin them out, they always return back to normal in no time, right? I bet there are undiscovered production facilities somewhere out there, or production facilities guarded by powerful defensive devices, which makes it impossible to subjugate them. These keep producing monsters endlessly. The monsters in this area might come from a production facility near the area or come from a faraway place. That might explain the mechanical monsters, but still. That's also the case for the biological monsters too. Akira looks surprised and confused at the same time. The biological monsters are also produced in factories? They don't multiply from breeding? Alpha smiled, boasting her knowledge. That's right. It's an easy task to produce biological organisms using technology from the old world. Livestock, pet, bodyguard, biological soldiers, you can use old world technology to produce all kinds of biological creatures. But a high-quality creature can only be produced by synthesizing everything from scratch. Well, of course it was properly maintained back in the days, thus these monsters would not randomly attack people. Moreover, some biological monsters can multiply by using their reproductive abilities. So even if the factory where these monsters were originally produced are no more, they would still multiply. The more I hear about this old world, the crazier it sounds. And you'll be exploring the ruins filled with this crazy old world technology many times in the future. You know? So be sure to work hard to get yourself proper equipment and skill to survive these deadly ruins, okay? As for training, how about you try fighting a monster on your own? There's a monster right over there, Akira. Roger that. This patrol request also doubled as training for Akira. As he spotted and confirmed his target, he stopped his bike. It was a small carnivorous monster. The burly fur hid its limbs and it did not look strong. As a matter of fact, it was a relatively weak monster. But it was strong enough to actually attack and kill a human. And since it was roaming in the wasteland, it showed that it had enough strength and ability to survive in such a harsh environment. This quality alone was enough to make anyone run away from it out of fear. Akira held his CWH anti-material rifle with the help of his augmented suit as he took an aim at that monster. But since he was still inexperienced in using an augmented suit and still not that familiar with CWH anti-material rifle, the TPL extended from its muzzle was swaying left and right. Akira took a deep long breath while making a stern stance. He gathered his focus and pulled the trigger. A bang reverberated as a bullet flew out from the muzzle and cut through the air before landing near the ground where the monster was standing. A miss. That was close though. I still couldn't hit my target even with the help from TPL, huh? It seems that I still have a long way to go before I can shoot accurately on my own. It might also be because you always shoot from a safe range during the training. No need to be nervous and do your best. That monster is heading this way now. Roger that. Next shot. The monster noticed Akira and immediately ran towards him. Its huge limbs kicked the ground as it closed its distance to Akira. Through his aiming device, he could clearly see that the monster really wanted to take a chomp off his flesh. The fear that was bubbling inside Akira was telling him to either take his bike and escape or ask for Alpha's support. But Akira stood his ground and suppressed his fear. Although it drew closer for every shot he missed as that monster was charging towards him. He continued shooting at the monster. Then finally, one of his bullets hit the monster's body. The monster immediately slowed down. Akira then calmly took an aim and delivered the killing shot. Alpha smiled and praised him for his performance. You did well, that was pretty good. Thanks. Well, I guess this much shots against a monster won't put me on red, right? Yep, maybe. Alright. Akira firmly nodded and smiled lightly. As he returned back to patrolling the wasteland, he asked Alpha. Alpha, about the patrol request though, we'll keep doing this request until I reach a certain hunter rank, right? Although my hunter rank went up to 17 from the last battle. Until what rank do I need to keep doing this? Your goal is to reach hunter rank 20. You'll need to at least reach that level to be able to borrow a custom-made vehicle to traverse the wasteland. Although a lower hunter rank is actually enough if you just want to borrow a vehicle, you also need to think and find a balance between the vehicle specification, the rental fee, and the insurance fee. A vehicle, huh? But I already have a bike. So, do I still really need to hurry up to get a vehicle? Yes, you should. There's a limit on how much supplies you can bring with you on this bike. Although you'll need to get all the required equipment before going to explore the other ruins, a vehicle specially designed to travel in the wasteland is quite expensive, so you'll just have to rent for the time being. The other ruins, huh? Is it okay if I take a peek into those ruins for a bit with this bike? We'll only do that once you get yourself the proper equipment and a vehicle. If it's possible, I want you to get an information gathering device at least. We'll only visit other ruins after you have all of that, okay? To be honest, I want to at least collect some medicines though. Is the bike really not enough? Oh, I haven't told you this, huh? My detection ability deteriorates outside Kazusuhara ruins, you see. That's why it's crucial for you to get an information gathering device. Or do you still want to go without one? Alright, let's not do that. Akira immediately backed off. He understood that it would be futile to challenge a ruin relying solely on his own power without Alpha's detection support. After all, he would not want monsters to swarm him from all directions. So besides a vehicle, I should get an information gathering device too, huh? That would require a huge amount of money. Although I just got 12 million orum, it has gone in a puff. The CWH anti-material rifle is pretty expensive after all. That's what it means to be a hunter. If it requires more money than what you can earn right now, then it means that it's still too early for you to get it. That's all there's to it. You're right. It was not a rare occurrence where a hunter who got ahead of himself challenged a ruin that was outside his ability, and then was claimed by the ruin. It was the same for Akira too. He would have died if he did not meet Alpha in Kazusuhara ruins. Akira understood that lucky coincidence had kept him alive up until now and let out a bitter smile. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When Akira visited Shizuka's shop, he found Elena and Sarah talking with Shizuka. Akira then joined their conversation while placing a refill order for his ammo. As they were talking about the augmented suit, the conversation somehow shifted to Elena's augmented suit. Akira seemed obviously surprised when he found out that Elena was not using an augmented suit until now. Elena-san, so that's just a simple armor, huh? Since I've seen you carrying heavy equipment, I assumed it was an augmented suit. So you're actually stronger than you seem, huh? Sarah looked amused by Akira's reaction. That's right. But even so, Elena always says that she's just a weak girl, you know? Don't you think that's just unreasonable? No. Akira could not immediately agree to that as he was at loss for words. Elena, who had just gotten teased there, quickly retorted. I don't want a girl who carried an A4WM automatic grenade launcher saying something like that to me. That gun is crazy heavy, you know? And even more so when it's fully loaded. That's normal for me. After all, I'm a nanomachine-enhanced human. But of course, without the nanomachines, I'm just your normal weak girl. And without the nanomachines, Sarah's glorious chest will turn back into its original pitiful size. Elena and Sarah smiled at each other. Although Akira was just an observer, he could feel the immense pressure in the air. Shizuka was enjoying the show, but when she noticed Akira looking uncomfortable, she tried to mediate between them. You two should stop there. Akira is scared, you know? What are you girls doing letting out veteran hunters' intimidating aura in this place? As Elena and Sarah heard Shizuka and turned down their intimidating aura, both of their gazes shifted to Akira. Akira, who was still at loss for words, tried to squeeze out everything he had to change the mood. He took a standpoint between Elena and Sarah with his narrow knowledge of vocabulary. Well, I don't know about being a weak girl, but I think Elena-san is a pretty girl with a beautiful slender body. Although Elena immediately understood from her experience that those words were just flattery, she also understood that Akira was being honest when he said that. Thus she was pretty happy with his compliment. Sarah just smiled and stared at Akira as she asked, Akira, how about me? There was obviously some pressure emitting from her smile, so Akira could only answer back in a panic. Of course I think that Sarah-san is also a beautiful girl. And with that, Sarah's mood immediately turned better. Shizuka, who was only watching them as an observer, suddenly joined in. Akira, then how about me? Shizuka-san is also a beautiful girl. Akira answered back casually since he understood that Shizuka knew he would answer with that when she asked him that question. But it was obvious that Akira was a bit bashful when he said that. Of course, Alpha could not help but join in as she smiled and asked Akira the same question. Akira, how about me? Yeah, you're beautiful too. Are you satisfied now? Alpha looked displeased with Akira's answer as she retorted. Why are you always so mean to me? Because I know for sure that you did that only to tease me. I'm trying my best not to look suspicious here, so can you please stop interrupting me? Akira was trying to be careful not to look at Alpha, who was invisible to Elena and the other girls there. Shizuka was a bit surprised when she found herself happy from Akira's words. Thus she tried to hide it by teasing Akira. Akira, did you say that just to change the mood? No, I'm not a person who can say anything if someone tells me to say that because it's more profitable that way. So, although we are in that kind of situation, I didn't lie. Everything I said is true. I see. The mood in the room suddenly turned embarrassing. Shizuka, Elena, and Sarah looked at each other and noticed that their faces had turned reddish. Since they all noticed that, they stayed quiet hoping that no one would point out the fact. Akira then came up with a new subject as he was trying to change the mood again. Now that I think about it, Sarah-san doesn't use an augmented suit, right? Oh me? That's because I'm a nanomachine-enhanced human. If I use a common augmented suit, my physical strength might reduce instead. Moreover, it has to be an augmented suit suitable for someone with a nanomachine-enhanced body. Of course, I can get such an augmented suit that solves all of these problems, but it's so expensive that I can't afford to buy one. So until I have enough money, an armor that increases the efficiency of my nanomachine consumption works better than a common augmented suit. I see. So there's a lot of things to consider, huh? So then Elena-san, what kind of augmented suit you're planning to get? Elena looked a bit flustered. It's basically an advanced augmented suit. Just like in your case, Shizuka is picking one for me. I see. I'm sure an advanced augmented suit will look completely different compared to my augmented suit, right? So what kind of augmented suit is it? About that. Elena answered back vaguely. Akira did not mean to ask anything strange, so he was puzzled by Elena's answer. His confusion was shown on his face as Shizuka smiled. It's something hard to explain with words, so instead, you can see it for yourself. You know? It should be here by next week, so you don't need to wait that long. Elena panicked. Wait. Is that so? Alright then. Akira was confused as to why Elena panicked, but since Shizuka suggested that herself, he just casually accepted the offer. Shizuka just pushed that promise to Elena. She was in a panic since she could not say that she did not want to show her augmented suit to Akira at this point. Shizuka noticed that and understood the reason why Elena was in a panic as she smiled teasingly at Elena. Sarah could not help but join Shizuka and tease Elena. Akira caught a glance of Elena's information-gathering device and thought, by the way, about that information-gathering device, did you buy that from this shop too? Elena quickly answered back to change the subject. Nope, I don't really remember where I bought it, but I didn't buy it from here. Shizuka doesn't sell information-gathering device, you know? This shop specializes in ammo. It will only bring trouble if I sell stuff that I'm not familiar with, that's why I don't sell them, but you can still order them from this shop. But your shop sells everything that's related to hunters, right? Since you also sell a lot of guns that can be operated in tandem with an information-gathering device, I think it'll be fine if you sell information-gathering devices too, you know? Don't you think so too, Akira? Both Elena and Shizuka turned to Akira. He looked panicked as he tried to run away from having to choose any side. I'm actually thinking of buying an information-gathering device soon. I just thought that it would be a great help if Shizuka-san has some recommendations. Shizuka shook her head. I'm sorry, but information-gathering devices are outside my expertise. If you want to get some recommendations, I advise you to ask Elena. Oh me? But even if you ask me, enemy detection, ruins mapping, relics identification, there are so many different options depending on what you want to use it for. Since she did not want to recommend anything bad to Akira, Elena was a bit at loss because of the number of options that she could go for an information-gathering device. As she was humming while thinking, she suddenly remembered an information-gathering device that was only gathering dust back in her house. That's right. I have an information-gathering device that I bought in the past, but I'm not using it right now. You can buy that from me if you want. Although it's a generic type, I think it's actually perfect for a beginner. I was thinking of dismantling it and scavenging some parts off it, but if you want to buy it, I don't mind selling it to you, you know? I actually don't really like that type, so how about you give it a try? But you said that you don't use it. Is it because it is faulty? It's not that it's faulty or anything bad. Well, to explain it simply. Elena then explained everything in detail so that Akira did not misunderstand her as selling something faulty to him. The information-gathering devices sold to the hunters were mainly categorized into two types, specialized and generic. Specialized type focused on one kind of function like movement detection, sound detection, image analysis, etc., while on the other hand, the generic type was an amalgamation of different functions. It could compile all the information that it gathered into a map or an image. Furthermore, the generic type could process all the analysis on its own. Both of them had their own pros and cons. If a specialized type information gathering device broke, it only needed a small part replacement to fix it. It could also be combined with parts or devices from the other companies to add extra functions. In short, it had great flexibility. But on the other hand, the gathered information needed more processing before they could be used. Although there was a standardized output for each type of information, each company tended to use different formats. Because of that, it needed advanced processing technology to transform all the information into a usable form. A generic type information gathering device did not need any of that. But in exchange, it was not as flexible as a specialized type. Most of the generic type information gathering devices produced by the companies would need a total replacement, even if only one part was broken. Moreover, the information output from the onboard program in a generic type information gathering device was not interchangeable. Elena preferred to use an information gathering device that she made herself by combining multiple different specialized type information gathering devices. But lately, the generic type was getting famous as a lot of new generic type products went on sale, thus Elena decided to buy a device from one of the popular series. But after she used it for a while, she found herself not liking it at all. It simply felt like a half-baked device to her. In the end, she just left it to collect dust. So that's why I don't use it. If you form a team, it's a good idea to get at least one person who specializes in analyzing information. But if you go alone, then I recommend you to get a generic type information gathering device. Since the series specialized for the solo hunters are pretty small-sized, they won't get in the way of your movement too. Alpha then interjected. I think that's a good idea. The problem is whether you can afford it now or not. If it's alright, I want to buy it, so how much would it be? Let's see, it's basically a second-hand for you, and even if I sell it, it'll only sell for a low price. Not to mention that it'll be just sitting in my house if I don't sell it, so how about 2 million orum? Relatively speaking, it was actually pretty cheap. But even so, it'll take most of the money that Akira had with him now. So if he bought it, he would have to return back to sleeping in a room without a bath. Akira hesitated for a bit, but since Alpha, Elena and Shizuka recommended it, Akira decided to push his hesitation aside. Okay then. Is it okay to pay through bank transfer? Of course. Akira operated his information device and transferred the payment to Elena, and she confirmed his payment. I have already confirmed the payment. This will conclude the deal then. I'll give you the device right away, so let's go to my house now. Shizuka, see you around. Elena and Sarah smiled at Shizuka and left the shop. Akira bowed and followed suit. Both from the inside and from the outside, Elena and Sarah's house was much more different compared to the room where Akira slept. As he was waiting for Elena inside one of the rooms, he looked around and thought that Sarah and Elena were really on a different level as hunters compared to him. Elena then returned with a box covered in dust. This is it. It's the whole package, I think. Well, if it's missing anything, I'm sorry. It's second-hand goods after all. It's an information-gathering device made by Sinva Electronics. If I'm not mistaken, its name is Midnight Eye. I don't use it only because I don't like it, but it's actually a pretty good device. Thank you very much. Do I need to do the initial setting too? Since the last setting is still installed from when I used it, you should be able to use it as it is. But if it's hard for you to use, feel free to change the setting. Akira looked genuinely interested in that box. Elena smiled as she watched Akira's behavior, but the alarm in her information device suddenly rang. Elena looked apologetic as she said, I'm sorry, I actually wanted to serve you some snacks and tea, but looking for that box took me more time than I thought. I need to go soon for my next request. Please don't be. I'll leave right away. Thank you very much for everything. Akira politely bowed while carrying the box. As their guest, Elena and Sarah saw him off. As Akira left Sarah and Elena's house, he passed by Katsuya by chance. Although their eyes met, Akira just ignored him and went on. When Akira arrived in his own room, he immediately opened the box that housed his new information-gathering device. It was a rectangular tool equipped with a terminal and all kinds of extra parts sticking out from it. As he picked it up, his eyes stuck to it without blinking, completely engrossed in it. It was only when Alpha suddenly spoke up did he finally snap out of his state. Akira, connect that tool to your information terminal. Do we still need to do something with this tool? Yep, I need to rewrite the whole software so that it'll work together with my support. I see. Well, it's a good thing if it helps me use it afterwards. So I'll be in your care. Akira then picked the information-gathering device out and connected it into his information terminal. Once the two were connected, Alpha immediately took control of the information-gathering device through the information terminal. There's some data left from when Elena used it. Is it okay if I erase it? What kind of data is it? There are some blueprints of old-world ruins around Kagomayama City. Some data from the scan monsters. There might be some other data compiled from the other information-gathering devices too. There's also individual output power setting for its parts. It seems that it's a leftover data from when Elena was tinkering with it. I see. I don't really understand it, so I leave it to you. Alright. There's also some data about Elena and Sarah's body measurement. I think it's from when they did a test run on this device. It seems like a highly accurate data since it was taken from a close range. Want me to make an image reconstruction using this data? In the next moment, Alpha used her advanced computing ability to reconstruct images of Elena and Sarah based on the data, and showed those images to Akira. Akira was shocked and froze up, especially after realizing that those two images were naked. For Elena's image, rather than just being simply slender, it was a flawless image with fats in places just where it should be to enhance her sexuality. Her skin was smooth and glossy with a healthy complexion. The elegance of a functional body and the beauty of a sensual body existed together without disturbing one another. As for Sarah's image, her body was well endowed and simply gloriously voluptuous. The perfect combination between her curvy waist, her firm skin and her glorious chest only served to enhance her beauty. Both of these images were considered jaw-dropping, although they came from two different kinds of beauty. The two beautiful bodies were fully exposed in front of Akira. On top of that, Alpha put an enchanting smile on their beautiful faces directed at Akira. Akira was captivated by the naked images of the girls who saved him in the past, but he immediately returned back to his senses and shouted, "Erase it right now!" Those two images immediately vanished from Akira's vision. Alpha, who was floating beside him, looked surprised. You don't have to be that annoyed, you know? As Akira used one of his hands to hide his reddened face, he glared intensely at Alpha. Why were they naked? It's because the data is from their body measurement. Putting clothes on them would need extra data. Just don't ever do that again. It would only make me feel awkward the next time I meet them. I thought you're already used to something like that. Or was I mistaken? It depends on the subject and the situation. Is that so? Yes, it is. Alpha looked doubtful. Very well then. Don't worry, I won't do it again since you told me not to. That aside, we'll go to the ruins tomorrow, so be sure to do proper maintenance on your guns. Akira asked Alpha with a reddened face. Didn't you say that we won't go to the ruins before I can borrow a vehicle? This information-gathering device is better than I thought, and there are still some leftover data about the ruins from when Elena was using it. Moreover, we'll go to a relatively safe ruin tomorrow. Not to mention, we need to get you familiar with using this information-gathering device. I see, alright then. Akira then picked his gun and started his usual maintenance. 2 AAH assault rifle and 1 CWH anti-material rifle. These three guns were Akira's lifeline right now. Akira was still not used to CWH anti-material rifle maintenance. Thus he was more focused than usual to make sure that he did everything correctly. But the image of naked Elena and Sarah stuck to the back of his mind. Because of that, he spent more time trying to calm himself down and he just could not focus on his job. Alpha kept observing Akira closely as she was working on his new information gathering device. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.